Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I am coming to you as a very, very happy man. Very happy man. Our Seattle Seahawks were able to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. That's what I mean to say. They were able to pull this game out in a way that did not look like this was where this game was headed as we were midway through the third quarter of this game and how this thing was going to slide out and unfold. But they found the answer. They found the call. They were able to get it done, and that's what you got to do in the NFL. You know, there's no style points involved here. At the end of the year, we look at the record column, the win and loss column. That's what matters. You just got to get the victory out and find the way to get it done. And the Seahawks did that today. It took a team effort. Everybody had to bring in their part at one point in time. That's what you like to see from this too. It's not just merely the defense being dominated, but the offense had to make some drives put together here, including the final drive at the end of the day. And boy, do I like to see Gino coming forth and giving another touchdown drive this year to win the game like he did against earlier the Detroit Lions, as he has shown a couple of times over these past couple of years that he can bring you back from behind. I'm not saying that Geno is John Elway in his prime or that he's a guy that was like Russ in his clutches. I'm not trying to overstate it to that area of it, but in a game that he didn't play his best ball, and that is a little bit reminiscent of Russ, is that at times we would have Russ in those games not at his best in the first, second, third quarter, but then turning it on at just the right time, so to speak. And that's what you were able to do today there with Geno at the end there and getting that final drive. Much like with Waldron having a tough day throughout a little bit, but able to call a really, really good, well-called run of string of plays there at the end to get you on into the end zone and get that touchdown and win this game. But a nice win for our Hawks. I feel pretty good about this win overall. There's a lot to still clean up. I still am actually encouraging the day of it because you look and you go, you're 5-2. But there's still so much more that you could get done and get better at. That there's still room for growth that you can see that's tangible, easy spots to get to. Maybe a little healthier on the offensive line. Maybe you can start to run the ball a little bit more consistently than you have at some point, early on this year. The backs are finding the big plays, that's to be sure, but the consistency hasn't been there in the run game. And it was once again kind of missing today, even though those second round backs showed you that when you do give them the occasional hole, they can exploit it. They can do a lot with it. And God only knows what's going to happen when you can eventually give these backs those kind of holes even somewhat consistently, as I think a lot of this game, especially early on in the part of this game, there was so much penetration on those runs. So many guys in the backfield wearing Browns jerseys when you're trying to get push down the football field. When that's actually the ideal. This is the opposite of the ideal. Getting driven back in that manner of things. This was a game, as I am going to put in the wrap-up in the video I put up eventually later on tonight. This was a game that felt like 3 games in one in a lot of respects, where you start out and it's offense going, defense shutting things down, and the defense starts to fail a little bit, offense comes to a complete stop, and then finally the defense completely tightens everything up at the end of the game, and then the offense is able to find a final piece of footing. But it sent you through a lot of different emotions to this game. That's part of why I love this sport. It does frustrate me at times, and it has you rubbing your eyes and going, Jesus, somebody just put a bullet in me, please. But then it also has you to the high of heights, and that's what you love about it. No show can have these kind of twists and turns like the NFL does, and this was that kind of game and the way that it unfolded. Wasn't perfect, but like I said, I don't care about style points. Just get me the win. That's what I want. That's what I need. That's what we got. And now we find our place here. First place. You got Niner fans over there talking about, do we got to fire Steve Wilkes during the bye? They're not getting full panicky, but it's getting a little panicky over there. So it feels good where we're sitting right now at this point in the season. I think all things being equal, Seattle Seahawks did what they needed to do through the early part of this schedule. 5-2, I think that's as good as any of us could have asked coming out at this spot at this point in time. Now the schedule is going to get hard. Now you're going to have to beat some tough teams here down the road. Now we're going to learn who this team is, what they are, and truly where they stand. But it's going to be a good test. They've put in some good hard work to set the stage here, set the groundwork. You are one game, you're one Eagle win away here in this upcoming match. I know there's a long schedule left, but you're well within reach of even that bye still as we stand right now in the NFC. And there's no team in this NFL, I think, that's truly separated themselves as being some juggernaut this year, being a little bit like what we had last year at times with the Chiefs and the Eagles and the Niners, as they would all kind of appear like that throughout the given point of the year last year, pretty much throughout the whole year on all those teams. Niners got way better at the end of the year, but they weren't bad to start the year either. So there just doesn't seem to be those kind of teams in place, which just opens up conceivably the potential for the Seahawks to take advantage of that now, here, this year. We'll see what they can round into, but I do like the development, and it's not a bad feeling to say, hey, my team's 5-2, and I can see the exact spots of where they can improve, where there is room for improvement, and the reason why you'll expect that improvement to potentially come. As we understand, until we hear that there's something bad, I'm not sure with Lucas if it's going to get more dire there, but he's supposed to come back. Haynes is going to come back at some point. You got Brown back in the mix today, and you just think that this running game's going to get going up at sooner or another. These big runs that they crack off are just these sort of teases to the fact, yeah, this running game with all these big runs you can blow up, there should be some consistent runs in there too as well, which will then you feel like maybe give Waldron the confidence to feel like he can stick with it a little bit more consistently and not bail away from that the running game as much as he did in that second half, where he just kind of, it felt like threw up his hands and went, okay, we just can't get anything done on that side, so we're just going to go and call it a day. Let's see where you guys' heads at on this game. I'm going to be very interested to feel where my fellow 12s are at and how you are coming out of this game. I know that Gino's going to get some of his share of shade and get some of his share of people giving him his props. I think at least all undoubtedly we can look at the defense and say, hey, tip of the hat to you boys. You did a great job out there. The fortitude that they showed, that's the word that comes to mind if I want to describe the defensive effort today. Fortitude. The coming back and answering every time, even when you're set to a short field, when the offense can't get anything done, when you've been on the field for so many snaps, when the officiating is obviously not working in your favor. And that's where you get a test of your defense and their resolve and their mentality and how they play. And a lot of defenses will roll over and show you their belly at that point. They got the excuses to do so. What'd you expect us to do? The offense couldn't do anything. We're getting turnovers, we're getting sacks, quarterback hits. Look at the offense. What are you supposed to do? We get stops, we get fourth down stops, and the officials are still giving them first downs. Officials are handing them this game. What do you want us to do? I can't win the game if the officials hand them the game. If you don't think that that's a mentality that can bore its way into the mind of an NFL football player, you are mistaken. It's, I think, human nature. I got to beat the team across from me and the Zebras, as Mike Holmgren once said. But indeed, that was the way I was kind of feeling. And yet, the defense didn't do that. Even as you knew they were exhausted, even as you knew that they were breathing heavy out there, hands in their hips, holding on for dear life, going, come on, offense. Come on. Please. They still were laying it on the line. And that defense has done that since this Giants game. Undoubtedly, they've been playing like this, building upon performance after performance. Yeah, this wasn't the toughest test against P.J. Walker and no Nick Chubb. But that's also a really good offensive mind on the other side of the ball. And he called some really great, he had a great game plan called there to set that offense up for the success they were able to get in this game. And we can't undersell that part of it either. So overall, very encouraging performance. Love what I'm seeing from this team. Love where we're going. An amazing game. I would have, if you would have pulled me in the third quarter midway through, I go, I don't know how. The offense was just at a point where it couldn't find itself. You even had that spot where you complete the play out to Tyler Lockett. You finally get a first down in the third quarter. You're like, okay, here we go. Flag. Like, oh. It was one of those. You're just like, oh, God, okay. And it's 1st and 20, and that drive goes to hell, and then back the defense is back out on the field, and you go, man, it may not be our day. But testament to the resolve, and that word I like to go to, and it'll be one you hear me speak too often today, the fortitude of the team. Because Gino as well, tough day. Can't get it going. You made some real bad throws. The decision-making's been a little bit dicey at times as this game was wore on. Can you reverse course? Can you find a way to alter your day? Can you wipe the slate clean a little bit? And you have that opportunity with that final drive. What happened before doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You pull this drive out, you go get a touchdown, it don't matter. That's what matters. This drive here, 60 yards. Can you get it done? And he played pretty much perfect football down that length on that drive. Love what I saw out of Gino in that final one. Love the fortitude. Love the resolve. But boy, did they test our hearts today. Stephen Guard, how you doing, man? Says, wish the throwback unis were our regular ones. I miss them. Yeah, I miss the throwbacks too. I wish we got to see more of those unis out on the field, and I wish we could get a little bit more of it. But sadly, not this year. Maybe that we'll consider on into the future of mixing those in a little bit more often because they're dynamic uniforms. They look so sweet. Sector 7, you guys like Wendy's? Not much of a fast food guy myself. Femi, let's go first in the West. First in the West, baby. Spider Rico, Bobo. How about Bobo on the fly sweep? And a couple of catches in addition to that in this game. But the fly sweep, the wherewithal to turn it up inside rather than let the fly sweep carry you because you're supposed to go with the fly sweep motion all the way around that edge, right? But he cuts it up inside, realizing that the defender's overplayed his hand, trying to set the edge too far, opened up a hole inside, takes it, gets the touchdown. Every week, Bobo does something magic. Sean says, howdy, go Hawks. First place. First place, baby. Feels good. We're back home. Joe, I would like a Wendy. Mark says, like and stuff for this hard working man. Thank you, John. Or Mark, thank you for mentioning that. Please do hit that like button if you guys like what you're listening to here today, as it does help that channel out. Helps me grow. We just crossed 14,000 subscribers today. Let's go. Not too shabby. Stimpy, typical heart attack ending game to get the win. Let's go. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, my man. It was indeed. It was, this was going to test you. This is what had me tested. I was on the edge of my seat, sweaty palms, all that stuff. Addis the Gamer says, hopefully Lucas practices this upcoming week. We're going to need him for the Ravens. Ravens throw a lot of pass rushers at you, both on the front end of it with the starters, and they can rotate guys through. And so you're going to have a stiff test out there to hold up. And you're definitely going to need Lucas if he can come back into play this week. They've been very quiet on him, so it's been very hard to kind of figure out where he exactly is. Tony Mazzocchi says, hey, buddy, how you doing, brother? Sajin, thank you, Seahawks, for this win. Thank you, Seahawks, for this win. I'm glad we didn't have to come out of this at 3-3 because this would be a much different outlook coming on the heels of this victory. And, you know what I mean? Sajin says, more Charbonnet and JSN. Yeah, I think we got to get something to look into, especially this Ravens game, is can we stick a little bit more to a commitment to the running game? I know it's hard when you're not getting any yards. I know it's tough, especially when you have a passing attack with these playmakers on the outside like Waldron has. But these kids are good, and they can make it happen. Ryan Ball says, yeah, crazy game. A little frustrating, but the Browns have the number one defense. It is true, and they have that number one defense for a reason. So it's a defense that's taken on the Bengals and taken on the Niners, taken on some pretty good offenses in this league, and it's held up. But yeah, it shouldn't be forgotten about. Henry Diesel says, Charbonnator. Charbonnator's right, man. Kid looked good on a couple of those cuts. JL says, refs completely threw us off our rhythm, but we overcame and got the job done with a ballsy game-winning drive. Go Hawks. Well said, JL. Well said. And I'm perfectly put. Herbicide, I'm thinking we are ranked number 2 in the NFC behind the Eagles. Indeed, that's where we're at right now. And I don't think we're in our final form. I don't know will we ascend to that final form? Can we get there? Can the health stay on the right side of this? That's the part we'll see about this upcoming year. But the part that feels like to me is you can look at a team that's at 5-2 at times and say, okay, you topped out. You've played your best football this year. I look at this team and say, no, I don't feel that way about these games coming through it. I think they put some really good performances together, and the defense is ascending and coming together wonderfully. But at the same point in time, we haven't gotten to that final form that we know what this team can be. I know the upside. I know the talent, which is that this is one of the most talented teams in the NFL, bar none. But it's also one of the younger ones. And the key has always been, can that youth round into shape fast enough for you to get to contending status this season? And my belief right now, as it stands at 5-2, is that they can. But there'll be no fade in the funk. There'll be no, well, we got to go through a line of backup quarterbacks or beset teams with injuries here in the foreseeable weeks. Cowboys blow the doors off the Rams. They still look very tough. You'll be dealing with them soon. Eagles, Niners twice, and then, the Ravens next week. All going to be very, very tough games. Even the Washington game the week after the Ravens game will be not an easy match, I would say. Vector 7, thank you for the $7 donation. I do appreciate you for that, Vector. Says, this weekend in football makes me want to scream. Bonus points if you scream too. Gotcha. Here's Vector 7 scream with this week in football. That's the one. Thank you, Spectre. This was a crazy week of football. Broncos taking down the Chiefs. Yeah, who put that bet in Vegas? We're talking about some stones. Talking about some stones. And yeah, this game definitely had me doing that throughout the course of it. I was just going, man, feels like we could take this game. We just need this thing just to break right, get an offensive drive that can kind of come forward. We can take this. But it did feel like you were just not going to quite get there today. It's like the makings of it was kind of that was the feeling. But boy, we came out with the win. First place. Oh, that feels good to say. Your Seattle Seahawks, first place. Whew. I might say that a couple times, and I just, for the hell of it, just because. But thank you, Spectre7. And I want to thank everybody, too. I was a little rushed to get the donations through at the end of the game because you guys were awesome as ever, dropping the donos after we got the win. Sorry, I had to rush that over there to get to the Bleacher Report thing. They want to try to have me do it as a post-game reaction right as the game wraps up. So I got to bounce over there quick, or, I don't want to make any waves on that one. So thanks for bearing with me on that, you guys, for doing that. Do want to thank as well the sponsor of this show and the sponsor of the Hawks Nest throughout the course of the season is going to be Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy is going to be sponsoring us throughout this year. They have so far. You guys have done a great job in using the code. So thank you to all of you guys who've taken action and utilized that code and got out there and hopefully won yourself some money. Win yourself some money right now. And you can also get matched up to 100% on your first deposit, up to $100. That's right. $100 on the Hawks Nest from me to you through the Underdog Fantasy app, because they will match you up to $100 of your first deposit. And that's not too shabby. So use my code NEST, that's Nest, or click down in the description link in the section below, and you can today take advantage of that deal. Get $100 on in there. They've got some great contests ongoing. I was doing okay this week. I got all of mine on my 4 or 5. I got to just go with the four-legger at the end of the day myself, but I got through all 4 of my 5, and Stafford was on his way, and then he hurt his thumb. And sadly, I came up just short, or else I would have been in another $400 winner myself. So I've had 2 that I've come up just an inch from myself. But overall, I'm still positive on the year. On my contest, you can win $200,000. They're giving that away a week right now. $2 million on the year from Underdog Fantasy. I want to thank them for sponsoring me throughout the course of the season. It is tough to use it in the state of Washington because limitations do apply. But if you're in the state of Washington, you can find any local casino and utilize their service through that method. Thank you to Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring the Hawks Nest, as you guys are this year. Spectre7, thank you for sponsoring the Hawks Nest with your $5 donation tonight. SM31, awesome win. Looked ugly, but played the number 1 defense. A lot of room for improvement. Yeah, I think it's the part to stay at the forefront of a mind with this SM is that you got to remember that is a tough defense. That's a defense that's given everybody a lot of a hard time. And it's something that can get forgotten about a bit in the moment when the offense is just so thoroughly scuttling. And it does feel like, what is our philosophy here? What are we trying to accomplish here? Why are we bailing on the run here? What is going on with Gino's decision making? It's all like a tornado in your mind spinning. It's a Cat 5 tornado in your mind of offensive crap show. But we got to remember within that spinning tornado, within the eye of that storm, that indeed some of this is also going to be that this is why this Browns defense has played so well this year. This is why they've been so good, is that they can put the clamps on a lot of defenses. Lots of room for improvement, though. Well said. That's one of the big main takeaways here at 5-2. Owen Carter, why can't we just dominate like we really could? I mean, we're number 2 in the NFC, and we haven't played up to our full potential. I think it's a valid way of looking at it in the way that it's accurate as hell. I wouldn't try to twist it any other way. There's a positive way to spin it too, where you say you're the number 2 team in the NFC right now, and you haven't played up to your full potential. You haven't played up to anywhere near your full potential in any one of these football games. You played good football. You've played great halves of football, but you haven't necessarily found that footing to that spot where you think they can be. And I think you mentioned that, Owen. I think a lot of us feeling the same way. It is an example of the fact we're seeing on the field this talent that's there laid to bear, that we can see on this offensive side of the ball. There's too many playmakers. There's too many guys here. There's too many things to cover for a defense for them not to be prolific in being able to score. And now the defense is coming into shape in a way that we really weren't sure they were going to be able to in the offseason. And boy, that has us all, I think, daydreaming. And rightfully so. Rightfully so. Sygen 17-7 Chargers. Let's go Charge. We got the Chargers up now 24-7 on Chicago. That one's gotten out of control. Addis says, at Brandon, exactly. Thank you, Addis. Megan says, oh my God, B, just stop shaking and the Zoran Largent jersey of power remains undefeated at the Hawks Nest. It does, Megan. You see why we had to call upon it today. We needed every part of those two jerseys. Every part of that energy needed to be built up to give us over the top of the finish line today. If we had not worn that today, we would have fallen short, and that would have been on you and me. Okay? We don't get to take them out next week. We're going to have to put them away now for a bit. Maybe to Thanksgiving, I'm going to say. But for sure now, the power of the Zoran and Largent jerseys remains undefeated. That's why I wore it today. It wasn't throwback day for me, folks. I was wearing my power jersey. You should have a power jersey in your closet. If you don't, itemize, designate, and figure out which one's yours. Go into that closet and figure out, okay, that's going to be the one, that's the winning one. Sometimes there's some trial and error on this. The jersey will eventually take you to the treasure, okay? It'll eventually take you to which is the power jersey in your closet. But every few weeks, you got to know which is the week you need to call upon it. Well, I'm looking at next week against the Ravens. Looking at this tough, foreboding schedule into the near future, and I'm going, this week was a power jersey time. This was a week to call upon the sacred juju, right? It's the sacred Largent spirit. And have him come down from the clouds and provide upon my team a winning manner. And they brought that today, thank God. It's working, Megan. It's a real thing. It's not just in our heads. It's real. Azo says, we got lucky. I'm still worried about Gino in this offense. I think being worried about the offense is still a correct and okay path to be on. They've given you a lot to be worried about. I don't know. I'd say we got lucky. I think especially with the way the defense and special teams and offense did do just enough. But you took the game, especially considering to me as O's, you had to deal with the officials on top of this. You know, it wasn't just beating the Browns straight up. It was beating the Browns plus the officials. And you were able to pull it out. Henry Diesel, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate you for that. Huskies yesterday, then the Seahawks today with a nail biter. Danny's Glover voice. I'm getting too old for this shit. I'm getting too old for this shit. And then I said, great movie with Mel Gibson, Lethal Weapon. And Danny Glover. Definitely this is a day that makes me feel like that, Henry. It reminds me I'm going to be about 76 doing these live streams in 3 decades from now with you guys. And I'll just one day like, hey, you guys watch my eyes bulge and be like, oh no, it's got him. This is the week is what you'll say in the chat. Everyone on the chat will be like, this is the week. He's going. But indeed, Henry, I'm getting too old for it too, man. I think the beard got a couple extra gray hairs here after this one. Thank you though, man. Appreciate you for the donation. Randall McDaniel with the $2 donation says, Nostra Randy. Told you Hawks be first place come Sunday. The man of conviction, the man of certainty, the man of psychic inclinations. Man, the myth, the legend, Randall McDaniel, indeed was predicting at halftime it's going to be all right. As the storm was a-blowing, as the winds were a-weeping through, Randall stood tall and said the team is going to find a way. They are going to make this happen. I think he even predicted a turnover or two in order for that to make it happen, and he does look like Nostra Randy today. Nostra Randy was right. I love the faith, Randall. Thank you for the $2 donation, man, and I know you're feeling good tonight, man. It's good to see you in the chat too, brother. William with the $2 donation says trade deadline decisions after today. It's murky off the gate. I will say that. You've got sell mode right now, teams. You've got the Cardinals 1-7, the Rams 3-5, Carolina 1-6, Chicago 2-5, Green Bay's 2-5. Chargers now probably going to be 3-4. They're not going to go in sell mode. Hell, even the Broncos now at 3-5 might not be in sell mode technically at this point. Colts 3-5, hard to say. If you look, the tough part about this is just the few teams that are in total in sell mode. Nobody in the AFC North is going to be in sell mode. Nobody in the AFC West is likely to be in sell mode. I'm not sure anybody in the AFC South is going to be in sell mode. NFC East, Giants. You got the Bears, the Panthers. It's going to be very tough because there's just not enough guys offering stuff. There's not enough people offering things we want. It's kind of the summation of it, for me, William. I just don't think that there's a lot of options here. And I don't know if there's something that stands out clearly to the Seahawks that they have to address. Be it edge with Frank Clark coming into play. You're okay there. The interior of your line is still maintained and held up, but certainly ain't gonna hurt anything if you wanted to go make a splash trade with a DeForest Buckner, or you could go get the kid out there, Derek Brown with the Carolina Panthers, or something like Leonard Williams with the Giants. Certainly would give you a little bit of more rounded out depth, that's for sure. But I don't know that there's a clear deal that shows itself to be made. We could look to the offensive line, but if you think about this, there's really never any midseason trade deadline deals for interior offensive linemen. Those tend to be deals you want to make in the offseason because you want to have the chemistry continuity thing in play to take advantage of that. And you do lose that a bit bringing a guy in fresh. So that's not really a viable fashion to go and find we'll go get a right guard or right tackle if Lucas is down. That's not. So it does go to the defensive side of the ball, defense playing as well as it is. I just kind of come down to it in every way I look at this a bit that it'll be a seller's market. The positions you have a need for, there's not really anything out there that looks all that viable for you to go get. I don't think it's going to be a very loud trade market across the board. I think it's going to be quiet. I think there'll be maybe a little bit of maybe a handful of trades, in my opinion. We just don't have enough teams, so much parity. We don't have enough teams really down on the bottom side of it to where they're clearly in sell mode, William. That's my problem. That's a main problem with it for me. Garth, thank you for the $10 donation. Says, Brando, do you mind if I send something weird to you around Christmas every year that you can send to the German fan, like the David Carradine 8x10 cover? I'll cover the postage. Yeah, man. Send away, bro. Send away. Raymond's going to laugh. I'm sure he's going to be like, is this an American thing? What is this? Is this American culture thing? What is he trying to say? Oh, Lord. I got to get that sent out this week. I got it set. I got to just send it out, Garth. But thank you for the $10 donation. And yeah, send away. I got to give you a different Addy here soon, but you can still use the old one for now. I'll still get stuff over there. Thank you, though, man, for that donation and all your donos today on the chat. David Pugh with a $5 dono. Thank you, David. This is going to be crazy when Boye Mafe ends up with more sacks than Nick Bosa, who's getting paid like a quarterback. Yeah, Bosa's not having the greatest start to his year so far. I mean, some of it to me is a bit of a wondering of how much is this not having the training camp to operate off of a bit. Looking at him today, 2 tackles, a half a sack, 2 quarterback hits. He's getting a lot of double teams too. Versus Boye, who I was starting to get some more double teams today. I was noticing way more chip blocks sliding to Boye's side than we've seen in recent games. But Mafe got another sack. David, he does it too on an inside counter move. I mean, when I did that pass rush sensation in the making with Boye Mafe, and we were looking at him, that was the post video, but the first video I did of him in the training camp where I said, this is the thing we got to see from him. And if we see this thing from him, he becomes one of the elite edge players in the sport. The second that he can solve this thing to his game, and that was the inside counter. Have some inside move you can go to. It can be a spin move. It can be the inside rip move that he does, right? Right? First you clear the hands, then you rip up off the shoulder, right? As you go past him to the inside. So you start out with a jab step inside, counter back into the rip in, and he's gotten that into it. He showed that in training camp, that he had been working on that. And I think this is specifically coming from BT Jordan and his addition that he brings to this team and how he helps these guys maybe work on the thing they need to work on to get, their game more well-rounded. But he becomes very hard to deal with at that point, David, because now the inside counter moves means the tackle can't overset to the outside. And the tackle wants to overset to the outside because the tackle knows he's really good with his hands. And so if I'm going up against Boye Mafe, I know he's really quick and he's got some bend. So I'm trying to get to that edge of the arc just to meet him anyway. But I also want to meet him fast so that I can get better control of his hands when he comes in with the hand swipe to clear to the edge. And so now what Boye has done is realize that tackle's pulling out, tackle's hands come up because they want to, meet that hand swipe, but I'm coming inside to the swim, and it's the perfect counter for quick-handed tackle oversetting is that inside counter. And he's used it a few times this year, David. I think it's a part of his game that's starting to really grow, and it's going to help him be a double-digit sack guy this year. I had him for 12.5 sacks this year. He might be up in the 15, 16 neighborhood here if he's got, this really in his bag as much as he does. Some of it is going to be depending upon how he deals with the double teams that he's going to start to feel now that he didn't have to get early on in the year. But he has been very, 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 very impressive this year and still every bit as good a defender in the ground game as he was last year. He didn't lose any of that part of it to become better as a pass rusher. Star on the rise right now is Boye Mafe. Complete edge. Impactful edge, and a wonderful player. But yeah, he may end up being more productive this year than Nick Bosa, which would be crazy with paying Nick Bosa, like you say, like quarterback, $35 million a year money. Whew, it's a lot to pay an edge. Randall McDaniel with a super chat, a $5 donation. Thank you for the double donation tonight, Randall, and also for all your donos today on the stream and evermore. Says, let's go get Leonard Williams. Depending on his contract, I'd throw them a second. Maybe one of those Washington defenders. Make a move. F them picks. That's right. F them picks. I love that. That was a meme a couple years ago with the Rams where the general manager got it on his coffee cup when they were just giving away all those draft picks. F them picks. But I can't go second for Leonard Williams. I certainly am okay being aggressive for him. And if you want to give up your late third round pick as it's looking right now, I mean, it would sting a little bit to do it. But you certainly are going to need to call upon this depth this year. You've been pretty healthy up front on your defensive line, but to have another guy like that in the ranks to flip out a Miles Adams for a Leonard Williams, that's huge. And on top of you bring in Leonard Williams, and now you have the opportunity to float out Draymond Jones, take him out on run snaps a little bit more often, and then maybe work him in now to where he's fresher. It would be a way of definitely helping it be a preserve move for the defensive line this season. I don't have a problem if they want to make an aggressive move. I'm certainly definitely making the call just by the lay of the land and by the looks of things. It doesn't look like there's necessarily a move to be made there as it stands. But the team could easily look at this team and look at how wide open the NFC is at this point. How can John not, Randall, look at this NFC and go, wow, I mean, nobody's really separating themselves out here. We're in year 2 of this rebuild. We got the 3rd youngest roster in the NFL. We're 5-2, not even playing our best ball. Should we go make a move? Should we go, could it hurt to do it? And we are sitting on that extra draft pick capital. You do have the 2 third-round picks. You got that 3rd-round pick from the Saints just burning. I say it's burning. I say it's burning a hole in your back pocket. F them picks, Randall. You convinced me. F them picks. Garth Knight, thank you. Another $5 from Garth. Appreciate you, Garth. Says, them throwbacks are sweet, but I can't help but think blue pants with those jerseys and the gray helmet might look awesome. Just my opinion. Somebody was saying titanium on the helmet look or something like that kind of look to it. Kind of a metal look, I guess, would be the way to put it, Garth, something like that. But no, the throwbacks look sweet to me too, Garth. I mean, I'm open to other combinations of it. Just let's incorporate the throwback combinations into whatever we do. That's all I'm saying. And I think there's definitely going to be a push this offseason within the organization to say, you guys sure we don't want to go to those full-time, or go to those full-time with maybe some modern, like you're talking about, Garth, modernized adjustments to it a little bit. Some little updates here and there, but keeping the overall original kind of feel and tone to it. I wouldn't be against it. I think that'd be pretty cool. So I'm with it, Garth. I'm completely with it. We'll see if the team is. They were so long and hard pressed to even go to the throwbacks. So, that's just a testament in that respect. We had to wait this long. I would love it full time. And seems like most of the fans are in agreement with me on this one. I don't feel like I'm alone on this opinion. But thank you, Garth. I like your combination: blue pants, gray helmet, with the jerseys on top. All right, I'm with that. I could see that. Love it. Tony Borges Silva, thank you for another $5 today as well, Tony. I know you got me on as well earlier on the stream, so appreciate you for that. Says, how did you like Frank in the first game back? Brendan Nelson wasn't impressed. I didn't lock a lot in on him. He had one pressure that he had early on, but that was also sort of set up to where he took the bait because they block him with the running back off the snap. It's one of those screen plays. And once he disengages with the running back, he didn't kind of read the screen. And that went for a decent play for the Browns, if I remember correctly. I didn't see him on any other points creating any pressure. And it does feel like maybe a couple of times in this game when the run went at him, he might have had a couple of plays as the force run defender where he could have given you a little bit more. So I wasn't tremendously impressed with what I saw from Frank out the first game. I don't think he had a lot of run. Probably only 20 snaps in this game is what he ended up going at. But I think his PFF grade is going to be around 55 in this game, Tony, right? 65 being kind of your league average. Just all right, you're doing fine. 55 being a little bit, okay. Not a lot brought, but first game back in action here on this team, kind of first game getting back going here, definitely want to give him some time to get up to full speed. It was cool that he could just get on the field, Tony, that quickly, having arrived at the team. We'll see where Frank is in a couple weeks on that, but I think he'll bring a little bit when it's all said and done. I'm not expecting to be highly impactful, but I think he'll bring something to the table when it all kind of settles in a bit. Liam says, happy W Day. Happy W Day to you too, Liam. Stevie says, if we win next week at 10 a.m., you think we can sweep the Niners? Yeah. Yeah. This is of the toughest of the games remaining on our schedule, folks. If you do think about it, this might be the toughest game remaining on our entire schedule. I know that might seem like an overstatement with the Niners, but the Niners don't look as strong this year. And the Eagles, that Washington team's played them twice this year and taken them up to the brink. So either that Washington team's a lot better than we thought, or the Eagles, especially defensively, are not quite as strong as they were last year. So I look at it already as that we can't look at the Niner Eagle team necessarily through the same view as we saw last year of those teams and what they were last year. I think there's a very strong argument to be made that they might have been even better. Not that they're bad teams this year. Both those teams are still going to be playoff teams. Both those teams we're going to have to deal with. But this Ravens team is running its hottest ball. They're not as decimated by injuries as they have been in the past. Their defense came together last year with Roquan Smith. They made some good signings throughout the offseason. The young players have been stepping forward there. It seems like Lamar, I was reticent to believe that this new offense was going to take to him, but it has kind of taken to him. And so, yeah, I think if you go out there and you win this next week against this tough of a team at 10 a.m. on the road in Baltimore, that would be definitely a statement win for the Seahawks team to come away with that and make me think that every bit. I think right now it's going to be a dogfight to split those games as it is. But if you come out with that, that's going to make me feel like we can go through that run of Cowboys, Eagles, Niners. That 4-game stretch that's really the tough stretch in there for us down the line for us, and come out of that 3-1. It'll be interesting. Kasra has become a member of the Hawks Nest. Kasra, thank you for doing that. All members of the channel, please do keep an eye on your community post, as I will be updating with the PFF scores tomorrow morning or tomorrow midday when they come out onto the community post for members of the channel. And then we are doing the Thursday night game stream. So I post those up on the community post. That's where you can see that from. Keep an eye out over there if you're a member of the channel, because that's where the best place is to take advantage of those advantages of those benefits. Castro says, wouldn't be the Seahawks without the heart attack. No victory without the heart attack. Yeah. I've always liked to reference this to the old movie, The Princess Bride. And, there are times when you watch a Seahawks NFL Sunday game, and this is part of being a fan. And if you guys remember, there's a scene in that movie where the hero is on this rack-like device, this medieval rack-like device. And it's some magical blah, 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 right? But whenever the evil villain is torturing him on the thing and hits it for a moment, it's like an electric shock goes through him. And then he says, "I've just taken a year off your life." It's a little bit like that for me watching a Seahawks game. I don't think we get a full year taken off, but I think we're definitely losing like a half a week. Probably about a half a week of our life every time in these games. That's not a lot. You will end up adding over an NFL lifetime as a fan. 300, 400 games. There's a year and a half you're probably going to lose due to your NFL fandom. But, like the players say about this, Kasra, where they're like, "You got this CTE. Your legs barely don't work anymore." And he's like, "Yeah, but if I had to go back and choose to do it again, I'd do it." It's a bit like that. Where they say, "Oh, you lost a year and a half." I'm like, all right, so I didn't make it to 86. I only got to 84. But I got football. And indeed, it wouldn't be that kind of game, Kaiser. It wouldn't be a Hawk season if we didn't have a couple heart attackers in there. There were some big time palpitations coming out of the Pacific Northwest this Sunday. Only prospecting, Baltimore's going to be tough. A mobile quarterback has been our Achilles heel for our D. Been one of the difficult ones for us to deal with at times. Even coming into this game, PJ Walker was not looked upon, like even according to Browns fans that I was talking to prior to this game, that not really a mobile guy and that he used his mobility a lot, but he was able to be reasonably effective with it today. I think it will become a worrisome point coming into this game. And when we do go back to the Ravens game from 2000, what was it? I guess it was 2000, was it 20? The season it was? 19 or 20, where Lamar ran all over you at home, and you just had no answer for him. Spider says Russell and Sierra took over the number 1 seed for Power Couple today. As always, also, I don't like Waldron's third down scheme, and there was a drive where it was like 3rd and 5, and Waldron conducts a play for Gino to throw the ball downfield to Lockett, close, out of bounds. Yeah, I'm with you, Azoz, with that. I'm not a fan of where the third down offense has been. I think back to even last week with the out route to Bobo on 3rd down, where you got 3rd and 4, and you take away the full field read for a half field read, and it's not even close to being open, and there's not really any second or third dairy options for Gino to go through, and he ends up forcing something. Gino's not played his best ball, but I think it's not been an either-or situation. It always seems to be a drive to go mutually inexclusive, where it's either Waldron or it's Gino. Here, I think it's that they both get sort of the heaping on this of this not going right. But Waldron's got to own this part of it too, where there's just not a rhythm to what they're doing offensively. And the pass-happy nature of the attack, lack of sometimes a concrete plan that seems to be in place for what they're trying to get done. Zoe says, how does Seattle stop the screen? Some of it's going to be, there's going to be a screen problems in our defense at times because Carroll's going to philosophize that he wants an aggressive defense that rallies to the ball as fast as possible. And so when you have a play that goes to one direction and the defense is trying to rally to the ball as fast as possible, that is naturally going to open it up to misdirection. And the counter to that is asking the defense to live in more of a read and react mode, which I think this is one of those things where they would rather have them playing fast than read and react, because there's some other there's negatives to having them just sort of sit the read and react and read the play all the way true before you actually go and try to do something. But it's going to be probably a way that offense is utilized throughout the season. Just this kind of defense, that's a method to attack and utilize to go after it and counter it. Addis says the refs are still lame for what they did today, though. Can't ignore it. No, I don't. I don't ignore it. And I'm trying my best. I know when it's like I'm live stream play by play and I'm trying to keep my stuff together and not just lose my mind over it and let it go. But boy, it does get challenging sometimes when you're watching it twist that hard in that direction and you're just like, really? I mean, that's what I was feeling today. Really? Really? Like that overt? That overt? But we overcame it. That's the good news. We were able to do. And as always, yeah, Frank Clark, he did okay. I don't think he was bad, but I think just to put it that 55 on the PFF meter, probably played 25, 30 snaps. I don't think he did a whole lot. He was out there. King James says Gino might have to go. Maybe. I'm going to wait till the end of the season to make that assessment. But we'll take a look at the full year. He did bring you back in this game. He did conduct a game-winning drive. But I will give you that he didn't play his best ball either. He did not play well. SM Boye Mafe is a beast. Boy, is he ever. Holy Hungry, everyone, we're undefeated when we use the throwbacks. There we go. We got a power jersey of our own in the makings here, Holy. And Holy, Mafe's playing out of his mind. He's so explosive off the snap. You can see it's just coming together for him. Whoever says this, I'm so happy we won because it was throwback day. Didn't want to curse the jerseys with a loss the first time out. No, could not do that. We can't put those kind of stains on that jersey. SM31 says Mahomes threw 3 picks today. Relax on Gino. Indeed. Playing offense this year in general, I think, has looked a little bit tougher at times across the board, to your point on that, SM. And in that you look at scoring's down, red zone efficiency's been down. It's been a little bit tougher at times. And that's with the Dolphins out there lapping people every week. But I got faith still, SM. I do. I'm still on board with Gino here. I really am. And boy, if we just get some kind of ground game and the pass rush, the pass protection efficiency up just a little bit more, I think it'll be good. As always, what do you think the Seahawks' future quarterback plan is? Do you think they draft one this year? There's a lot of great quarterback talent this year. I see it the same way as those. My outlook on this is that this is a year that's going to set up in an alignment that's been very odd if we look at the past 3 years. And that is that it's not that John Schneider's not wanted to go get a quarterback. It's that he's been facing drafts like the one we saw a couple of years ago where it was Malik Willis, Desmond Ridder, Pickett, and you're going, I don't like any of this. And I don't think he's liked any of what he's seen out there every year. And he's got a certain type of quarterback I think he gravitates towards, whatever that thing is in his mind that galvanizes him to get behind a guy. What I like about this year is there's so many talented quarterbacks in that second, third, fourth round range who could foot that bill, who could hit that mark in my mind for John where he goes, all right, we're fitting to the philosophy and blueprint from 10 years ago. The team is on point. The team is ascending. The team is into the Super Bowl window contending territory. Now let's go get the quarterback who's got a lot of football under his belt in college, who can come out onto the pros and play, play with some good functionality, not just be your typical rookie in over his head, right? That he's played enough college football to actually be relatively functional out there than as a quarterback, especially if you give him a lot of surrounding talent. I don't think though that this is a thing where you're precluded from still holding on to Geno and then making that move at the same time. And that's what I'm expecting the team to do. Geno will be your quarterback next year, and then you'll have a second, third, fourth round quarterback behind him. And there's so many good names in there that'll be in that range. Your Spencer Rattler and Cam Wards, Jordan Travis, Riley Leonard. Goodness, it's Bo Nix. There's going to be a good 10 to 12 guys in there, which it's so fat in that range. I think one of those guys will really appeal to John when I think he's already got kind of a predilection to wanting to take a guy in that area. So I am expecting them to do that. Sanchez says the refs took away a touchdown from Chicago on that first play of the game. A lot of calls, wiping off scores, wiping off. I didn't get a chance to see it. I can't comment on it. I'll see where it's at. Chad Alpha, Jamal Adams played a really good game. I think he's played solid since he's come back on his return. And that blitz and getting his head on that ball like he did, the little soccer header that he pulled off, mighty nice. Mighty nice. AI says penalties are killing our drives and extending our opponent's drives. They are. They are indeed, AI. I will say I'm not a big fan of the calls that came out, for the majority of them that came out in this game. I definitely could raise some problem points on some of those calls that came up, but that was what was going down. Both sides of the ball. Tony, how you doing, man? Thank you again for that donation. Appreciate you for that. Do indeed. Brian says, can Seahawks beat Dallas and Pittsburgh, two legendary teams? It'll be hard. Hopefully so. I think they can. Dallas is tough. The thing with Dallas is you just got to not let them get out ahead of you. They get out and get a lead on you, it seems like they can put you away. But if you can hang with Dallas or even get the lead on Dallas, they seem to be a bit of a different team from one to the other. Could be wrong, though, but that's just kind of my feeling here off the jump. And folks, do please hit that like button, please. Tyler says also that jet sweep with Bobo was unexpected and it worked. I doubt we can pull that one out again with him. I don't know. It's possible. The thing that I like with him using the jet sweep in general there is that you have Bobo going across and you're not normally going to account for him as a jet sweep guy, but then you're also not going to account for Seattle jet sweeping anything. They ran a couple in this game, which was good to see them at least try it. But you run it so infrequently. My contention to that would be, Tyler, that I don't know that defenses are really playing it. That one reason it was so opened up is that defenses don't really play it to a worry of Seattle. If I'm watching the tape on the Hawks, I go, look, they don't run the fly sweep efficient enough, nor do they run their bubble screen game efficient enough that we should worry. And we got the bubble screen working today. The fly sweep a little bit with Bobo on that play working. It's just about using it, I think. Even whether it's Bobo or Eskridge, whoever you're having as that fly sweep guy, it's just going to at times to keep the defense honest so that they don't lean the other direction wholly. And that's what I think you're able to do there. But I think teams more often than not, when they look at Bobo in the game still at this point, look at it as when he's coming to motion like that, based off a lot of the tape that you've shown, he's probably going out to block after that point with how they've sort of run that. Great call there by Waldron. Yeah, Alex, the Eskridge bubble screen didn't work out too good. That was a little troublesome. Nicholas Duden, thank you for the $2 donation. Says B, I am now a proud owner of number 96 and 45 throwback jerseys. Woo! Nicholas, it's hard to go wrong with Hall of Famers. How are you going to go wrong with Hall of Famers on the throwbacks? Impossible, I say. Damn impossible. And those are some great throwbacks, truly some legends on this team. Two guys that are going to be on this all-time team now and for the next 100 years. Cortez Kennedy and Kenny Easley. And fantastic players. Those are some great jerseys. I'm right now trying to decide on which throwback I'm eventually going to get when it gets stocked. When you get your damn store stocked. But I think I'm going to probably go to the I'm thinking about Easley too, Nicholas. So you and I might be wearing the same one on that one. That's my next throwback I think I want to go to is the Easley. Got to show my respect, man. Got to show that respect for the old school. But that's a great pick. Two great picks, Nicholas. Even more Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. It says Cross put Myles Garrett in a pack this game. I think he had a pretty good game out there. Garrett got the one sack, but I don't think that he was putting necessarily Geno under the kind of duress we might have thought coming in. Hawks did a good job of chipping Garrett too, but Cross held up his end of the bargain to your point on that. And it'll be interesting to look at the scores in this game coming out for Cross. But I think he did hold up pretty good out there, and maybe he's starting to kind of now get back into his flow state a little bit out there, taking a little bit of time to knock off a bit of the rust these past couple of weeks coming back from that toe injury like he was. But good to see Cross hold up his end up there. You need him at times too in this game, and it looked like he indeed did so. Well spotted on your part, Feed Me. Thank you, Sanchez, for the $5 donation. Appreciate all your donos today, my friend. Says, I'm frustrated that the win will pardon Geno's play. He's had 6 turnovers in 3 games, red zone picks, and skipping balls. Zach Wilson also led the Jets back. I think the criticisms on Geno were going to be fair criticisms, Sanchez. I'm not going to say that he didn't not play a good game. He played a bad game overall. I think he started out pretty good in those first 3 drives. I think that when you take, it's like a tale of those 3 drives and the game-winning drive and then the other side of it. And it seems to be hot or cold with Geno at times where everything's rolling or everything's falling apart. And you got to find maybe a little bit more of a middle ground, but most especially to your point on this, he's got to clean up the turnover situation. The place that Geno and the offense needs to move to now, in my opinion, as a model and looking at the way this defense is played, is leaning a little bit less from the place of where they were last year, of feeling like you got to score every possession in order to win a football game, and now understanding that you can trust your defense, that you can play a little more of the field position game. They've put you in a position to have that sort of feeling, and so that should instruct him as well, Sanchez, to your point on this, to play the ball, to play the position cleaner, and to not take as many risks down there at times. And there's still times and points down the red zone where he's just taking too many overt, unnecessary risks. Take the points. This is why you've got to feel a Pro Bowl kicker is at times to be able to lean into that. Yeah, we want red zone efficiency and yeah, we want touchdowns, but he's got to at times know that you can't press like he has in these moments, and he's got to clean that part of his game up. The skipping throws to DK and some of the not even giving DK a chance on some of those throws is silly. I don't know what it is he's thinking on some of those throws. But no, I don't think it should pardon everything in Geno's play, the final drive. I don't think that it also should have people on the other side of it, I guess, where I lean to the other side that Sanchez is. It should also have people on the other side of it saying, Geno needs to be benched when he does that and brings you back from the game-winning drive. I think that it shouldn't also throw you to that direction either. It should be a game of assessment. It should be a game that we put in its rightful place in determining how Geno went, where you go, yep, Geno didn't play his best ball. Didn't have the ground game. He wasn't under quite the onslaught of a pass rush as he's been at times in the last couple of weeks. So you can't just merely go to that. Should have played better. Did get you the 4th quarter touchdown. Did you get 3 straight drives to kick things off in this game? But you want to see a better performance throughout the course of this year. That's for sure. But that's also why I come to Sanchez when we talk about the determination of Geno, is to say, when we're trying every week to make some ultimate determination about him, and this is where he is, or no, he's that, or he's not the guy, or he is the guy, and we end up gravitating back and forth between each one. My whole thing is that we lose nothing by waiting to make this final assessment at the end of the year. That I know there's some folks out there, and yourself included, Sanchez, that like Drew Lock. I don't think Drew Lock does any better at the quarterback position than what Geno's done. He's got himself just as much of a problem in the decision-making and having the boneheaded error come up at the wrong time. That's something that tracks back with Drew going back to his Denver days. I think you'd see that even if he was at quarterback. I think your best upside to Drew playing right now would be the equivalent of how Geno's playing. And I think Geno's actually got some upside to his play going on into the course of this year into the future. Could be wrong on that with Drew, but that's just my feeling on it. So there's really not a better option to be at the quarterback position. We need Geno to play better. We need him to clean up the mistakes. But if we come up to the end of the year and he's sitting at 17, 18, 19 interceptions, and he's not been able to find his foothold to play in that same manner that he had played through the first 12 games of last year and the quarterback that we saw at that time, I think that there's going to be a lot of valid appeal out there from folks to saying this is not going to work here with this. Too mistake prone right now for where this team is. Because no matter whether or not he can ascend to being a top 10 quarterback in his performance and production, he cannot turn the ball over a lot when he has the defense playing as well as they played the past few weeks. You got to lean into that defensive profile, help that defense, not put them in harm's way, put them on short fields. So I think you're right on that, Sanchez. Can't pardon away everything just because that last drive. Got to put it all into proper perspective because we're making a constant assessment of this guy and his performance throughout the course of this year. And if he is truly not the guy, or he's truly a guy that just has not quite enough, then you get to the end of the year and you go, okay, we've learned, we've got enough knowledge and information now. It was hard to make that assessment after 1 year of him setting franchise records and you having 3 rookies start on the offensive side of the ball. Now we can make a little bit more of a truer point of that assessment here as we find ourselves at the end of the season, year 2 of Geno's experience, and see where he just is. What's the bottom line? But I'll be included in my assessment. I promise you that. I also think Geno's a far improvement over the top of Zach Wilson as far as his level play and where he is. But Wilson does have that Jets team to a 4-4 route so far. For whatever that's worth. But thank you, Sanchez, for that donation. William Leonard, thank you for the $10 dono. Remember, the 5th of November. It's my birthday next Sunday, and I'm going to be at that game. Forget the Bengals game. This will be the one that defines us. Let's go, William. I love it, man. I love it. And 12th man going into Baltimore. That looks like a raucous house to go into. Probably going to be rocking your jersey. That's a gutsy man right there. Gutsy man walking into that stadium. But, yeah, this one could be a game that defines us in many ways. Especially you come out of it with the win. You go into Baltimore and take that win away. That is an as unlikely a win, I think, as you had on your schedule. It was the Ravens game and the Bengals game that stood out to me as the ones that were going to be just tough to topple. I think those are well-run teams, and they're humming, and they're some of the better of the crop out of the AFC. But no reason why we can't hang with this Ravens team, especially if we can get both sides of the ball playing good football at the same time. Not perfect football, not dominant football, but that you don't have one side of the team just completely prevailing and holding the line, and the other side going, we can do nothing. I've got nothing for you. Sorry, nothing today for us. You guys got this today? No, all of it. I need you to you're going to have all of it. We'll give you a couple drives. A couple drives. That's all we got. You can do this. Come on. We're going to need both sides going this next week. But if you can pull that off, and they're capable, they've got it in them. They've both shown at times this year. They've got the capability in each. Let's put it together. Let's get it going at the same point. Thank you, though, William, for that $10 donation, and a happy bloody birthday to you. Hopefully the Seahawks reward your birthday with a victory win. A birthday win. That's what we got to call that, William. Birthday win for you on that one. But congrats on the tickets, man. I hope it's a great game. Hope at least just a fun, great game. We go in there, just give them everything that they can handle. They're just like, oh my God, this team's a lot. Primo with a $5 dono. Thank you, Primo. It was one of those games where good enough was just enough. Solid teams find ways to win. It's what it is, Primo. It's a sport of parity. It's a sport that we like to think of at times of, okay, down Chubb, down Deshaun Watson. You are ours for the taking coming out on the road into our house. Ours for the taking. We might as well we could close our eyes and high step our way to victory here. And the NFL doesn't work that way. Don't work that way. These teams are tough. Every week you're going to get a battle. Every week there's going to be some players on that side of the field that are going to get a problem for your scheme and what you do. And I can't undersell the fact, as people have mentioned a couple of different times, how good this Browns defense has been. How good this Browns defense has been without having Nick Chubb for the majority of the season, without having Deshaun Watson as your quarterback for pretty much most of the year. And I say that because you have the defensive performance they brought to bear while their offense has at times been a failing offense. And it speaks to how good that Browns defense is. It does. But that's my stance on it as well, Primo. It's not to excuse everything that's not good. It's not to put on blinders for what isn't working right on the team. But it is to look at it and go, okay, let's look at this. Let's look at the high profile view of this. Let's go up to 30,000 miles up in the air and look down at this team. I got the third youngest football roster in this sport. Third youngest roster in this sport. And through these games with rookies all across the board getting significant playing time, you find yourself 5-2. 5-2. I look at that and I find more positive in that. And I don't think it's drumming it up or inventing it to make it that way, because you go, that team should get better as the year goes along. The line should get healthier. We don't have anybody that's out for the year with an injury right now, save for Uchenna. And hell, even he's talking big about coming back for the playoffs. I think there's reason there to look at this and see this with optimistic eyes overall. Not completely just rose-colored glasses, but optimistic eyes, because there's a lot to build on and feel, I think, overall good enough about. Like I said, good enough, and use your words on that, Primo, good enough. And we knew this coming in, this was going to be a tough-fought game. I don't think anybody was really going, oh, well, we're just going to blow the Browns defense out the water and score 34 points on them. Like, no, this is going to be a fight. We're going to be battling this week. And it was a battle. And you did just enough to win. You did just enough to win. And the defense continues to look better than what we thought they were going to in the offseason. And no matter what you think of Geno's performance today, and you can hammer it 10 ways from Sunday, and I'll get that, and I'll agree with you. But the one place you can't hammer on Geno, and is the one place that are the anti-Genoites, you anti-Genoites, you tell me, you always say, oh, he can come back. He can't bring you back from behind. He can't give you a fourth quarter drive when you need it. What did he do today? What did he do against the Lions? Yeah, he can do that. More to clean up, more to get better, more to improve. Nowhere near the best version of Geno that we're going to need this year if we want to be a contending team. Nowhere near the kind of performance I would expect him to have to put on display to convince those ardent anti-Genoites to come over to our side of the fence. No, he did not do that. He did not provide that kind of, but he didn't just fall apart. He didn't just collapse. He didn't just go, okay, today's just going to not be my day. No. Toughened up, found a way, and played brilliantly on that final drive. Played brilliantly on that final drive. Just enough, man. Good enough, just enough, Primo. And that's the right way to put it, brother. Thank you for that $5 donation. I agree with you on that 100%. Sometimes that's what the NFL is about. Just being good enough. Just finding a way. This ain't style points. This ain't gymnastics. There ain't three judges over on the side after the game ends flipping up their cards. 9.4, 9.3, 9.2. Oh, Seahawks, that was a 7.2 win. No. Like a seeing eye hit is a base hit in baseball, so too is a victory in football. It's a dub. That's the most important part. 5-2. First place Seahawks. Whew. Feels good to say that. I like that. Thank you, though, Primo. Ran in the cut. Thank you for the $2 donation. Says, gonna enjoy this victory money. Oh, thank you, Rand, for the $2 dono. Thank you for all your donations tonight, brother. And victory money's right. Let's go. I was just short on my victory money today. Freaking Stafford with that thumb. Ugh. But thank you for the $2 donation. You guys have been unbelievable today. The stream, I couldn't even sign off on the stream. We had so many donations coming through. It was just crazy. And you guys are awesome with that all the time. So just thank you so much, you guys, for all you do on the channel with the support-wise. I know I say unbelievable all the time. I probably overuse the word too much when talking about the support in that way, but I don't know another word to use, just other than thank you. And I really appreciate all you guys do for helping this channel out, allowing me to be able to do this full time. Got this weekend to get up tomorrow. Go cut through the all 22, get the PFF scores posted out, get the work prep. We got our Ravens channel. We're going to be doing Behind Enemy Lines on Tuesday, the B&B wrap-up show also on Tuesday, Wednesday stream, coming back with a Thursday double dip as well. We got a lot here planned here coming up, and I want to thank you guys on that for helping me get here with this channel as we did. We crossed 14,000 subscribers today. We're cooking along. Everything is riding high, including our team right now, and I couldn't ask for more. So thank you, man. Appreciate you, Rand, for all you've done for the channel, man. Member of the channel, donate as much as you do the channel. You're awesome. Awesome. Kevin Lownice, thank you for the $10 donation. And Kevin, I know I got you at the end of the last stream too, where you put a dono in, and I had to kind of just get through your dono kind of quick there because I was having to sign off. Sorry about that, man. As I was needing to get over to the Bleacher Report because they were chomping at the bit to get me on over there. So thank you for bearing with me on that. Kevin with a $10 donation says, if Geno keeps throwing picks and making bad decisions, we should start thinking about Locke. I like Geno, just getting harder to defend him. I think these are all fair points on the final part, especially, Kevin. And there are certainly people that are starting to get a little bit of an itch for the possibility of going to Drew Lock at this point. I find myself in this realm of it. I think with Drew Lock, when you look at him, he's a guy that certainly could be taking steps forward from his time in Denver. But if we were to try to take a little bit of the data and information from his time in Denver, there's one thing that stands out, and that is that when he is under pressure, he doesn't make the best of decisions over the course of a game. Our biggest problem with Geno Smith right now is not necessarily his ability to find yards or good throws over the course of the game or moments where he can move the chains or get some points. Our problems really come down to making that big, bad, boneheaded decision that comes up a couple times in the football game that really swings things. And so Drew Lock, through the back 2 years of his time at Denver with 28th and 26th in pass block efficiency win rate. This is carried over, of course, with Russell and his time there, and has made the position hard for Russell to play there with Denver in addition to it. You have the Hawks, who have probably pass protected somewhere in about the 24-25 range in pass protection efficiency this year, approximately. So we're going to put Drew Lock into a same position at that point that he was put into with Denver, and that he did not excel in at Denver when he was in that spot. And remembering at that time that he was at times in that spot in Denver without that pass protection when he actually had a ground game to go to at times, where Denver could run the ball a little bit. Well, right now, you don't have the consistent ground game in addition to that. And that's the hard part for me to come to that determination on Geno, Kevin, where I say, it's time to start thinking about Drew as I go, okay, pass protection's not been great over the course of this year for you, Geno, mainly because you had backup offensive linemen in there at the forefront. It did get better this week, but that has been the case throughout the majority of the season so far. And you've not had a ground game that consistently is getting yards there. And these two things now are going to be the same factors that Drew Lock is going to have to deal with if he goes out there and plays. And so I go, do I have confidence then that Drew Lock is going to be able to excel then in that situation where Geno didn't? And no, I think he gives you kind of equivalent performance if he's dealing with the same issues at hand. And if those things improve, I expect Geno will play better with that. As well as I would expect if you put Drew at that point with improving factors and improving ground game and improving pass protection, you would see him also play well if he was put in those circumstances. But I think that they're a lot more closer in who they are and what they are as a player than they are further apart. And I'm not saying that Geno is, that maybe he's not the answer and the respect we got to look somewhere else. I can get that thinking entirely, but I look at the situation with Drew and I just don't see as much the reason to believe that making that move, there's something built into it where it's more about we're not happy with what we're seeing with Geno than it is about the confidence we have that Drew's going to step in there and play any better. And I'm open to being sold on that, but I've got to have something that baseline builds on that from that perspective to say, well, here's why Drew's going to play better. Because he can handle the blitz, or he's shown a baseline of handling the blitz and pressure in the past. No, not necessarily. And he's had troubles at times in recognizing the blitz, which has also been a thing we've seen with Geno. He's not always seeing the blitz clearly this year. That's something that we saw in Drew Lock. For instance, we go back to the Steeler game Drew played in for us in the preseason 2 years ago. Plays a really good game throughout that course of that game, right? Making good decisions, making good throws in that Pittsburgh preseason game. But then as you're getting him down at the end and he's trying to get the team down for a final drive at the end of the game, doesn't see the backside blitzer coming, doesn't recognize it. He's in too much of a hurry to snap the ball, gets hit on the blind side, fumble, sack, game over. I do wonder if that would still be a bit of a part of what we get with Drew. Could be wrong on that, but that's why I leaned more to just let's ride with Geno and let's count on these ulterior, whatever word I'm trying to think here, of these other parts of the offense improving a bit. And then with that, he'll get better within it too. But he's got to play better. I don't want to seem like I'm letting him off the hook, Kevin. I don't want to seem like I'm excusing everything he did today on something else where, well, you didn't have the ground game and you didn't have. No, the poor decision making, the poor throws, that's got to get better. It's got to get better, and he's got to clean it up because he can control those things. He can't always control whether there's a guy to be open or not, but you can control at times throwing the ball away. And there's not enough times where Geno just goes, okay, play's dead, throw it away. You're trying to keep it alive for too long. Live to play another day. Live to play another day. And trust in this defense a little bit, as also in your playing, as in your determining as well. Understand that's a part of this that should factor in for him too. But Kevin, you're not alone. There are people I think that are sliding in that direction like you're talking about and sliding over there faster with some of these performances. Joe, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, can the Hawks beat the 49ers? And do you think Geno will pick up his game? The Hawks can definitely beat the 49ers, Joe. I think the Niners are not having a downfall right now. I don't think the Niners are becoming some sort of shell versus the 5-game start that they had. What's happened here is that you have a Niner team, as we talked about throughout this offseason, that was very top heavy. And as we talked about multiple times here on this channel, if they lose a couple of key guys, it's not that they 5-6 injuries and that's what it took to finally hit this demarcation line where the performance dips. But if you just have a couple of injuries to the top key players, that's going to knock them down a rung. It would play out naturally in that fashion. And so what's happened the past couple of weeks, that Viking game stands out, is especially the week where this kind of all went down, is you have first Trent Williams with his ankle injury. Trent was still not able to be active today for today's game against Cincinnati. That was going to factor huge. We saw with the edge rush that was coming with Cincinnati. And Trey Hendrickson and forget the other guy's name, but those guys were bringing how many pressures? Like 15, 16 total pressures in their game off the edge. You lose Trent Williams, and that's going to really harm this Niner offense in getting it done, that alone. But then you got the half-torn oblique on McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel out with a cracked shoulder. And even though you have Brandon Ayuk, even though you have George Kittle at that point, it's just enough. It's just enough to take them off their dominance, offensively speaking. Now, defensively, they're certainly not playing good ball, and there's a lot of calls about Wilkes and maybe being fired over the bye or something like that. I don't think they're going to do that. But they're susceptible this year. They're more susceptible this year than last year. I don't think that they're, again, not very close to where they were last year. And when we play them, they're likely to be very close to back to full health with Trent Williams back at least back to playing, and Deebo back to playing. And so you're not going to get them like these three opponents have the past 3 weeks as a lesser foe. You're going to get them closer to full strength. And that's going to be a tough Niner team to deal with. But we can play with them. Yeah, we can beat them. If we're going to beat the Niners, though, one side of the ball can't be carrying the day. That's a complete unit over there in the Niners. That's a team that's been good for years now. You're going to have both sides of the ball handle their job, handle the business, get it done. And then you can beat them. And I definitely can see that happening. The thing with this, I will say, Joe, just to maintain a sense of balance and objectivity here, you haven't gotten to that point yet this year so far. You haven't gotten to where both sides of the ball in any of these games has yet both played a solid game. Each game we're sort of going, well, this side of the ball did their job, and that side of the ball sort of held on until they could make a play or two here or there. And that's part of why we think and why we look at this team, Joe, and say there's some upside here. There's a lot of potential here still. Thank you for that $5 donation, though. Also, I think Gino will pick up his game. I have been a backer of Gino for a while. I like his game. I don't have an expectation for him to be a superhero quarterback for us. I don't think we're paying him to be a superhero quarterback. But can he play a cleaner game? Can he find some more consistency in this offense? Yes. And I think that comes from a couple of little things coming together. More of a commitment to running the football, more creativity by Waldron and how he utilizes these assets across the board, especially in his skill position players, and more health coming to the offensive line, better health coming to the offensive line. You had a geriatric guy out there at right tackle today. It'd be nice to get a little bit healthier on that. They did a little bit better today on that. And I think that with that health today, you did see the pass protection a little bit more improved than where it's been the past couple of weeks. But there's even a little bit more room beyond that. Get a little of those things just slightly better across the line. And I think the overall performance of Gino will step forward with that. Tony Borges Silva, thank you for another donation. I appreciate you for that. Says they really need to get Fant more involved. Agreed. I think this offense is at its best when Gino's able to just go in the flow state and, work the ball all across the realm, not be feeling like they've got to feature into one guy. It seems like there's been weeks here where it's like you're trying to get Jackson Smith the ball because everybody's like, when's Jackson get the ball? When's Jackson get the ball? And then it just starts to feel like, well, you're forcing things in now. It seems like a little bit in there to him. Today, I think you had DK had like 14 targets in this game. Felt a little bit at times like you were just kind of trying to force it on into DK a little bit. Fant's done a ton with the little bit you've given him so far this year. And he's maximized that to the utmost. I think he was the second or third rated PFF tight end in the sport coming into this game, and will do nothing but push that up higher than coming off this game. So probably would be smart to maybe get him a little bit more fitted in. Tony, get him some more targets and featured in just a bit more because he's done a lot with what you've given him. And you're not being terribly efficient sometimes in some of your targets and attempts out there with DK or JSN when you're just trying to really work in the receivers. For me, I mean, we got to get Gino to a place really in playing the quarterback where I don't think it's necessarily here yet, where you're trying to get those forced targets where you're just coming up and you're reading it pure. Who's the open man in the play by the way the defensive formation is leaning? Attack and go after that direction of it. Well said, though, Tony. JM.I. Thank you for subscribing, JM, to the channel. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest, and thank you for joining as you are. I do appreciate you for doing that. Sector 7. Man, sorry, 10 minutes late on this donation, but I thank you so very much, Sector 7. Goodness, my God, my man. $50 donation. Unbelievable. Thank you so much, Vector, for that huge donation, brother. You are kind. I salute you, sir. A gentleman and a scholar, no doubt about it. And I am very much appreciative of this. So thank you so much. $50 is unbelievable. Unbelievable, you guys, and your support to this channel. Thank you so very much, Vector 7. I appreciate you, brother. And a member of this channel as well. One of my OGs on this channel. One of the longtime supporters of this channel. As many of you are like that. And I hope you know I do know that and am mindful of that, Vector 7. As we cross today 14,000 subscribers and support like Vector 7's, like Garth Knight, like John Stillwell, like Megan, like Randall McDaniel, and even all the likes underneath it. Everyone else down the line, Tony Borges Silva ran the cut, Primo. You guys, just sensational. Unbelievable. Thank you, man. Thank you, Spectre 7, so very much. You are a very kind man for that support, brother. He says, I can't help but get emotional here to see the entire turnaround and what we've been able to do after the legendary legacy of a top 5 all-time ever defense. It's just unbelievable. We are a historic franchise. I love it, Sector 7. Beautifully put, man. It's been, I think unbelievable is the right word, but I'm overusing that too much tonight. I know I am. Thank you, man, for your donations to the channel. I see the same thing on this team. It's reinvigorated me in my outlook of this team. There was a stagnation. There was a lack of progress. There was that in-between place that you felt like the team was when you moved from 16 to about 2021, where you go, man, we just don't seem like we're really on the right track. We don't seem like we're building to something. We don't seem like we're growing to something. We also don't feel like an elite team. We just kind of feel like we're a little bit better than average, but that's all we are. And right now, what you've done instead here in these 2 years is you've turned this over. Turned it over. And a historic franchise is right in being able to pull this off like you have, because you've taken that trade of Russell Wilson and you've owned these past 2 drafts. Owned them. You've come out of these past, we haven't really talked a lot about this past draft recently through the last couple of weeks, but Witherspoon, Jackson Smith just got his second touchdown reception. Derek Hall is playing a vital role in the mix in the rotation. Derek Hall is being much more active for you than the kid the Raiders took out of Texas Tech with a top 10 pick. Isn't he? Zach Charbonnet, when you're giving him carries, he's making it happen. Guy's got to be averaging well over 5 yards a carry at this point in time. Anthony Bradford's been a good starting right guard for you. Cam Young, when you're giving him some time out there, he's held the line. He's done his job. He's not failed. He's done all right. You've absolutely destroyed, obliterated, demoleculized these last 2 drafts. And on top of that, you turned out all the dead money. You went through this offseason, great value signings in Mario Edwards Jr., Jaron Reed. I wasn't sure about him at the time, but man, you've gotten a ton from those 2 returns off that if you're Schneider. And you look out through the offseason, the decision-making looks pretty on point with what they decided to do and how they decided to do it. Julian Love coming in, filling in for Jamal. The plan starting to fit together with Jamal flowing right. The way now, Spectre 7, that you've seen Carroll both update the offense and defense in the ways that they needed to, the ways that we were calling for in 16 and 17 and 18 and 19, going, man, we got to modernize this offense. More pre-snap motion, post-snap motion. Defensively, we've got to get out of this cover 3 and a little bit more to the being multiple in our coverages. And we got to more embrace being able to blitz. And they've done that. They've made changes across the line. They fixed what was seemingly not ever going to get fixed there through the late teens. And by doing so, they've turned this team into now a team that's moving up into a contender state. And it's doing so with a completely different identity in a lot of ways than that Legion of Boom team. Yeah, it's kind of starting to form around a bit of the defense. And yeah, it's kind of forming around being a team-based concept, being offense, defense, special teams. All of it drives the day. But and yet, you're doing it sort of wholly new. And so few organizations ever have the opportunity to do that, nor ever accomplish that. Go from one thing here to going back and flipping everything over into a whole different stage 10 years later, coming from a full different attack. And if they find the ultimate success with it, you're right, that would put them in a historical standpoint of things. I mean, if you get a Super Bowl this year, no doubt we'll end up putting probably both Carroll goes in the Hall of Fame And John Schneider starts to, for a guy never gotten a general manager of the year, he'll start to get a little bit of that talk as well if this team can end up going to that point. But being on the right side of the Russell trade, having one of the best trades in NFL history go down, taking those assets and then maximizing them. So those assets were already maximized just by the nature of the bounty you got. And then Spectre 7, you maximize them on top of it. You get every last little bang for the buck you can possibly get out of every pick Denver gave you. This is how championships are formed. This is how Lombardis are raised. It ain't one decision. It's the multitude of a lot of really good decisions stacking up one after another. And it's an incredible time to be a Seahawks fan right now. Look across the league at some of the organizations out there that are floundering, trying to find themselves. I talked to the Cleveland Browns fans this past week, and you can feel a tangible way in which losing for years, having your franchises we had with the Sonics tore away from you back in 2000, how it's almost like you expect a bit of the worst there as a franchise when you go through that length of a time. You know, you start to get used to a little bit of the losing side of things a bit. And we've never gotten to that stage of things. We've always expected more here with this team. And it looks like they're now going to reward the fan base for that expectation level this year. And no matter where we can get there this year or not, with that third youngest roster in all of football, Spectre 7, we're on the right track. We're on the right track. We're making smart decisions. We're moving in the right way. It doesn't guarantee success, but my God, it puts you in a much closer place to arriving there and arriving there faster than you could if you didn't do it. If you were more of the hit and miss, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. And so far, the past couple of years, this Hawks organization is going 3 steps forward, no steps back, 3 steps forward, no steps back, 3 steps forward, no steps back. And you stack enough of those decisions together, and you got yourself, I'm going to use your words, Spectre 7, a historic potential team. Historic. But thank you, man, for your $50 donation. I'm glad you're emotional. I was emotional in this game. I'm emotional where this team is at because we look at us 2 years ago, and we were looking at the low of the lows. Everyone was telling us, including our own Hawk fans, saying, well, hope you guys enjoyed winning. Hope you guys liked that time because it's coming to an end now. Get ready for the dark ages. Get ready for 3 years of Coach Carroll showing that he's doddering out there and he's got nothing left. And John Schneider is showing you it was only luck that happened 10 years ago. That's what they told us. That's what they said. It's some of them with almost an apparent glee. And yet, both of these two gentlemen have gone completely opposite that direction in what they've shown. Carroll, the ageless one, the man that would never change or transition or do anything different, that will stick to his ways no matter what. This is how I won 20 years ago. This is how I win now. He's updated. He's changed. John Schneider has said, we recognize, we drafted the need. We need to move away from that. Go to value. And not only are we going to go to value, we're going to go to it with a fundamentalist-like approach. And it has borne out 2 of the best drafts that we've seen in this franchise's history. Get emotional, Spectre 7, because this team's doing it right. And I don't know when we're going to get to that mountaintop with this nuclei of this team. But I do know you have that nucleus. I know you've got that foundation. You got the goods to work with here. You've done the hard work. The groundwork's been laid. Now we just got to finish it off. Get over that final last hump. Thank you, Spectre 7, for that $50 donation, man. I appreciate you for all your support to the channel. I've been here again for many years, I think, with me on this channel and that support. So I appreciate you guys. I get to do this every day, 24/7. And people always come to me on the chat and they go, man, you're 6 hours, 7 hours. I still get the comments in it. People go, 6 hours, 7 hours. Is like the support, the love, the conversation, the topics that we get to cover and turn over and talk about on this team. I love it more than anything. And it's just it's so awesome to be able to do this with you guys and do this just 100% full time. You know, I'll work every hour, every day for this channel, just doing it because I love doing it. And you guys are allowing me to do this with this support. Thank you for that, Spectre 7. Thank you so very much. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, thanks, Stefanowski talked to the refs before the game, emphasizing hands to the face on the cornerbacks. Those calls were ticky-tack, like they were looking for it. I don't know if it's Stefanski who's calling them to look at it that way. It would be weird that they would be just looking at it on one side of the ball because it didn't seem like it was going to the other side of the ball. They were as locked in on it. And it's an oddly specific thing to be looking for in a cornerbacks for hands to the face because it's not something that happens a lot. Maybe Stefanski, to your point on that, Randall, was seeing it on the tape with the Hawks when their press coverage where the hands just kept sliding up and he was noticing that throughout the week. It's possible. But your bottom line on that's where I sit with it is that they were all very ticky-tack. It wasn't hands going like up here. It was like sliding up, going past the sides of the face kind of, really, really by the letter of the law, by the intention of the way the flag's supposed to be called there, to my opinion, Randall, I think it was a little bit out of bounds. And when it's taken in context, Randall, with the other calls, that's where something gets functified for me. Not saying the fix was in. Some of you will say it. So I don't have to, but it got functified when you start going, okay, there's that. There's the weird, like, we're going to call defensive holding penalties, at odd times in this game. We're going to call it letter of the law when Seahawks are on defense, but not letter of the law when the Browns are on defense. And when you start putting those together, Randall, or the play, for instance, we got the first down, offense is struggling, can't find a foot in that third quarter. And Gino throws a first down pass to Tyler Lockett. Finally, okay, got something going. Get out from the depths of our own end zone there, the shadow of our own end zone. But here comes the flag on another hands to the face penalty. There was an odd amount of hands to the face penalties called, and it was being called kind of across the board on us everywhere, but not on the Browns. This was not an evenly officiated game. I won't go on to saying it was a fixing, but it was not officiated anywhere near to an even ground. This was not we'll get that call back later thing. That didn't happen in this game. There was more than a few calls and calls that came in at big moments that made this game harder for us to win. And especially that Woolen play stands out to me, Randall, where that ball was knocked away by Woolen. He's nowhere near in there playing over physical, and that shouldn't have been a call there. And that, to me, you get the ball back there with the way the offense is rolling and the momentum in that moment. You take that ball up and you score, you put that game away. That was a big call by the officials coming in there, but there was a couple of those in this game. There really was, which makes me suspicious, Randall. I'm going to use that word. Randall with another $5. Thank you, Randall, for the double dip on that. It says, who do fans expect Gino to be? Seeing how quarterbacks and offenses in general play in 2023, seems like they're all struggling. Scoring is way down. I think your final point, give me 1 second here, Randall. I'll actually be right back. It's been a struggle, Randall, the Geno discussion. And it's been a struggle going back for a year and a half. And I've tried to seek through and find kind of like what you're intimating about fans' expectation of Geno. And it's really even beyond, in my opinion on this, Randall, it's beyond the expectation of Geno. It's the expectation for what they see a quarterback needing to do in the modern era. And I think that there's a couple things that cause this to occur. Number one, you have a guy in Russell Wilson who the prior quarterback here had 10 years of a lot of magical moments of him doing Superman-y kind of stuff. They there'll be a little bit of a forgetting at times of the struggles that might have had happen early in that game to get to the Superman moments. But that's there in Seahawks fans' minds, and it's vibrantly so because it's been here in recent history quite a bit before he left. So they think about that, and they have that as a bit of an expectation. There seems to also be a thinking right now, in my opinion, Randall, that what's being applied to the quarterback position now is sort of the Michael Jordan rule in fans' outlook of the position. And what I mean by that is that they look at the quarterback position like you look at it as your number one scoring option in the NBA. You know, throw the ball in his hands, let him be out there one-on-one ISO ball, and he'll just go and carry your whole team through. And in my opinion, the success of the quarterback position is not just bred on the back of the quarterback being Jordan on a football field, and that there are few Jordan-like guys on the football field who can truly do that. Maybe there are one or two, in my opinion. But I feel like fans have an expectation or thinking, if you were to, in general terms, ask him, Randall, no, there's like about 12 or 13 of those kind of guys that are like that. No, there's not. No, there's not. There really isn't. And so I think that's also a part of this, Randall, is the fans that thinking of how good the quarterbacks are throughout the sport, like you're talking about the scoring being down. And that they just have in their mind that there's so many of these guys playing at that high level when they're not. And there's a lot of quarterbacks playing at a real low level, far below where Gino's at this year so far. Far below. I mean, fans will be squawking right now, but we're going to come out of this game with Gino still as a top 10 PFF quarterback in this sport by their rating. They got no dog in that fight. They got no pro-Gino alliance to him, but he's going to be a top 10 quarterback by his efficiency metric with them. Doesn't mean he's played a great game in this game, but it does mean that he's not necessarily playing just bad, sit him down on the bench, don't play him kind of football. And your final point, I think, is the extra part of this, Randall, right? We've already set up a couple points here. You know, Russell Wilson's sort of superhero cape flapping in the wind kind of thing that he did. Then you got the expectation level of how people see quarterbacks in this modern era. And then you have the third part, which you bring up, which is that scoring, down. Red zone efficiency, down. That is the reality of the NFL so far this year. Both of those two things. So if you track the NFL the last 10 years, every single year, scoring up. 13, scoring up, 14, scoring up, 15, scoring up, 16, scoring up, 17, scoring up, 18, scoring up, 19, scoring up, 20, scoring up, 21, scoring up, 22, scoring up, 23, scoring down. 23, red zone efficiency across the league down. It's a problem for our team, but it's also a problem league-wide. And Randall, you're right. So you've got to be aware of also league-wide trends, especially when they're shifting into an extreme degree from where they've been in prior years, and take that into account in your assessment of the situation. But that's one of the hard parts to get to with the Geno thing and the Geno assessment and the Geno outlook here, is that it's not simple and it's not easy. And no matter where you land on Geno, if you're finding yourself on a quick point of assessment, if you're not trying to dig into every bit of the data that's available to you, including assessing where the quarterback position is throughout the league, including assessing where the quarterback's performance is throughout the league right now, this year, not in 17, 18, 19, now, right now. I think that's where it takes that deep kind of dive you got to do to really get to where the heart of the matter and the truth is, which is it fair to say Geno should play better? Yeah, it's fair to say Geno should play better. Is it fair to say he's going to have to play better if we're going to hope to truly ascend? Yeah, I think that's fair to say. But is it say that he's playing bad or that he should be benched or that Drew Lock is the answer instead? No, that is not the case. Because I don't believe Drew Lock, if he had played throughout the whole course of this year, and we find ourselves right now through the end of this Browns game, I think we would be neither 5-2, nor do I believe Drew Lock would be a top 10 PFF quarterback in this sport after this game. I don't think either of those things would be the reality. But it's a tough conversation, Randall. That's the part about it that's the truth. It's not an easy one to wind through. I've learned that over the last year and a half as we have tried to kind of find that common ground and spot where we can all kind of see it somewhat in a similar way. Thank you though, Randall, for all your donations, the double dip and triple dip and quad dip and all you've dropped on the channel today, including I think 220 drops during the channel during our live stream. So thank you for all of that support, brother. I appreciate you, my man. Tony Borges Silva, thank you for another donation as well, man. Another tenner from you. And I appreciate you for that. Very, very kind of you. I remember Wilson having bad games with 2 or 3 picks when the let Russ cook was going on. Nobody wanted him benched. Quarterbacks have bad games. Seahawks haven't even played to their best ability and are 5-2. Certainly, it's a place, Tony, I've been accused of at times of maybe being a little bit, in my comments, especially on my post-game wrap-ups, of being, too optimistic with the team. But you're, like you say, we're 5-2, third youngest roster in football. We haven't even played our best ball. And no matter whether you're not hyped up on the team and feel like, or you're super hyped up on the team, I think they would both camps agree this team hasn't played its best football yet. But there's certainly some obvious room for growth and improvement to be had that isn't going to take you doing backflips and spins and all of that to pull it off. It's reasonably straightforward adjustments. More of a commitment to the ground game, more of a utilization of the pre and post snap. Gino cleaning up the interceptions down by the red zone. That can be down to, hey, Gino, if it ain't there, just throw it away as your automatic functionality now for us in the red zone. Bam, cleaned up. But Russ did not play perfect. But I do think it's that auspice, Tony, of what happens is, I've learned this over the years in football. In the Super Bowl run, for instance, and the should have run it play is the epitome of this. But in fans, there's a tendency in football where you have a game of 75, 80, 85 plays, and they'll have 1 or 2 plays that sticks in their mind. And they'll take those plays and arbitrarily raise them above other plays and say, these are the 2 plays that meant everything in the game. And all of these other collection of plays, the multitude of other plays in the game, are all null and void because these 2 plays happened. That is a real common thing I see often. And it's just a human nature thing in evaluating the sport. And I tend to think it's just because it's just these moments that happen like that are feel so big and impactful to the moment that it causes you to want to carry them a little bit higher than others. But no, it's how you play throughout the whole course of the game that you make the assessment on, right? And that's the part that Russ sometimes I think got let off the hook by fans because, like almost this Geno game was like a Russ-like game in a lot of ways, where you got to go through that first couple of quarters and you're like, what's going on here? And then suddenly fourth quarter, find it on that final drive and have an answer and, everything's all excused away a little bit, and it shouldn't be excused away for Russ. It shouldn't be excused away for Gino, but we shouldn't also be forgotten about that was a part of what you would get with Russ too in those moments where it wasn't always 4 quarters of just consistent offense rolling along, singing a song. It was tough sledding at times, and there were some bad games in there. So well said, Tony. Really well said. And you're right. No one at that time when Russ was going through the let cook years was talking about benching. I can attest to that. He still had pretty much everyone's support at that point. And no, let's roll with him. He's fine. It's not him. Thank you though, Tony. Appreciate the donation. Silver Shrew, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate you for that. Says Witherspoon and Jamal Adams have amazing chemistry. They both bring tremendous amount of energy to this defense. Boy, do they ever. I've said, and I think you'd agree with me on this, Silver Shrew, that this defense came together in the Giants game. And what happened in the Giants game is you finally then had a Witherspoon who was missing most of training camp, fully kind of now into the flow, into moving along, into rolling, feeling comfortable in his role and knowing what he needs to do. And then you had Jamal Adams back on the field. And the presence of these two and what they provide, their energy, just what they bring to the defense. Maybe it's that the defense is almost all the way to kind of together. It just needs these last 2 parts to come fully together, right? For the plan to all come fully to shape, which makes sense with a guy especially like a Jamal Adams because he is that puzzle piece that you move around all over the field. I mean, let's face it. These are our 2 most valuable assets on the football field. You're not paying anybody else on that defense more than you're paying Jamal, and you give up a couple first-round picks for him. Devin Witherspoon is the highest selection that you've had in a first round in 20 years. It makes sense that these guys would be this important to the success of the defense, but I think they've been that as well, Silver Shrew. I think they've got great chemistry out there. They work well together. They're often down there near in tandem each other with, sometimes Witherspoon serving as often Quandre Diggs has said about that slot. Sometimes you're basically like a Sam linebacker. And you have Jamal and him working down there, and they're both with their run fits on it and physical. And they've worked well off each other. I agree. But that energy they both bring to the defense is definitely given this defense, as I say, as the offense doesn't have an identity, the defense is definitely forming its identity. We'll stifle the run. We can get pressure with the front 4, but we're now also willing to blitz more than we ever have before. And we'll run some diverse coverages on the back end against you as well. but we will hit you. We can run. We are fast. And we're hard to predict about what we're going to do post-snap exactly. But I love what they bring. They've been awesome. And the second those two were on the field at the same time, this defense has looked wholly different. Inept Panda 57. Mr. Panda, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest, and thank you for jumping aboard. I appreciate you for doing that. Wu-Tang Financial. Thank you for the $10 donation, Wu-Tang. I appreciate you for that. And I hope you're having a great night, brother. Hope you're celebrating as well as I am on my side of it here. Gino was good when it mattered. Near perfect clutch drive, FTW. Mahomes was awful today against the worst defense in ball. Geno had a rough game against the best defense in football and won. Context. Context, Wu-Tang. Context. The drive is at times in football to pull the discussion down to a simplified state. Rather than it being like an old calculus math problem where you're taking in all the data to spit out sort of the final conclusion, you get folks that'll look to simplify it down to just these baseline things. No, it's everything all together. Geno's day is not just driven by what he did from, second quarter on to that final drive in the fourth quarter. That's not where we make the assessment. We make it on the whole of his day. And did he play great? No, he didn't play great. But as you mentioned, Wu-Tang, the context of this has to matter. The defense he's playing has to matter. Yeah, the Browns offense came into this a little shorthanded. We came into shorthanded still too. We're still down 2 offensive linemen, so it was only like we were at full strength on the offense. But that defense was not shorthanded. Darius Smith, Myles Garrett, those defensive linemen, they had the rotation working. JOK flashing all over the football field. The cover corners on the outside, in addition to Emerson, who's been kind of ascending for them. That's a good defense. That's a defense that's going to maintain throughout the course of this year. Hell, that's a defense that might get them into the playoffs almost all on its own. Got to take that into a context. You're right, Wu-Tang. Got to remember that. Can't let that little fact get lost. So I'm expecting, like you are, Wu-Tang, Gino's going to play better ball as this year goes along. He is going to play better ball. That's my bold prediction here. I'm not saying he's going to be all pro. I'm not saying top 5. He is going to settle into being a top 10 quarterback in this sport. And the decisions and some of the stuff that's been the rough edges around his game, he can clean up. They're fixable. And there's reason to believe the fixes can come into play for him. Not to play perfect, but he doesn't have to play perfect if this team can be as good as they're starting to show the signs of being. You got playmakers everywhere in this offense. You got an offensive line that's going to get more healthier. You got 3 tight ends you can work with that are all doing their job. And now you have a defense that's ascending to a high water mark that's lifting its ceiling so much higher than we ever thought going into this offseason. And oh, by the way, a special teams that's every bit as dominant as we thought they would be throughout the course of this year. That is a team, that is a formula that can come together to being a contending team this year, here and now, right now, no waiting. But yeah. And as it shows there with Mahomes, not as many playmakers on that outside. Maybe the offensive line not as good. You don't get as much of a prime level of Mahomes as you maybe have had in the past. But it's a weird year. Offenses are going to have a hard time this year. I mean, if they're having this scoring going down like it is now, when the weather's ideal, when the wind's not a blowing, when it's not cold as the Arctic outside, this is usually the time of year where offenses are supposed to flourish and light the scoreboards up. There's no wind, there's no rain, sunny days like we had today in our stadium. And yet, we have offenses across the board that are struggling a little bit. But yeah, context, Wu-Tang. And we got to, and the leaning away from simplicity. There's times where simplicity has a place. But when it comes to evaluating the quarterback position, I don't know if simplicity should ever be the way a person tries to lean into. Because you'll end up not taking into account vital information in order to making that determination. Thank you though, Wu-Tang. I appreciate you for that, man. And I agree with you 100% with those thoughts. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. So it seems like fans see the 4 to 5 highlight throws, but not the other 25 to 30. To me, you got Mahomes, Burrow, and maybe Allen and Herbert, and then 7 to 12 other guys. Well, Randall, as we often do on this, we see very much the same way of this. I have it down to 2 guys myself. And as you know, maybe even Mahomes is starting to show you this year. Orlando Brown, you lose your left tackle. You don't have your playmakers on the outside like you did. Sky Moore's not quite developed as fast. Rashid Rice is a really young kid out there. We know Travis Kelce's been working through a bum ankle throughout the course of this year, on top of another injury I think he had that kept him out the first game of the year. So he doesn't have as much to work with and deal with, and he's not able to be as successful, as prolific. As I like to say with this, Randall, my belief on this with these quarterbacks is that they really are driven by the supporting cast more than people really want to admit. But the bottom line is I come down to the same way you do. I actually just go to Burrow and Mahomes as being the 2 guys that are the ones that can overcome a line that's not working, not the playmakers on the outside. They've got the talent to kind of carry over the top of that. And I guess I might slide Allen in there. I'd have a harder time with Herbert, I think. Allen maybe has a little bit of a claim to being able to do that, though. He's a little more hit and miss, I think, at times. Though I will give Allen credit. He's not really ever had a good ground game, and he just kind of has to throw it 50 times a game for them to win, it seems like. But yeah, that's what it seems like to me too, Randall, is that people get caught up in the highlight points of a game. And it's, you know, you had 60, 70 plays on defense you ran in this game. You can't take 2 plays from that. If you took 5 plays from this game of just your defense, 5 defensive plays, and these 5 defensive players are what our defense did today. Well, you know, you had 65 other snaps. It's like 7% of the game on the defense of what you played. We got to have it all brought into bear. But I agree. I just don't think that this is where we come to, Randall. You talk about what people have as expectation. It seems to be an expectation of, not only is it that who our quarterback is, they need to play at that Mahomes Burrow-like level, right? That's the superhero thing, that there's the expectation from my quarterback. He needs to be at that spot. But then there seems to be as well that if I determine that my guy's not that guy, I can easily go get and find that guy. It's just a matter of committing to drafting him. It's just a matter of committing to say, Gino's not the guy. And again, nothing is so simplistic and that easy, in my opinion. And these guys do not grow on trees. They're very, 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 very hard to find. Very hard to find. Especially when you're not a team that's going to be picking in probably the top 15, top 20 of a draft in the first round. So then we got to go, if that's the case, which is going to be the case, then you got to go to the other areas that you go to on what you want from the quarterback, what you need to look for in the quarterback, how we need the quarterback to play with the team we're building. And like 10 years ago, when you had a game manager taking you to back-to-back Super Bowl, a game manager who could be magical in the fourth quarter, a game manager who could scramble in the pocket and move in the pocket like nobody else. But at the end of the day, it was more a game manager in those first 2 years than he was truly a guy out there slinging the rock all over the football field, carrying the day for you. We're looking to fit to that same blueprint from before. And if you did it 10 years ago, this is the thing I said over times, many times over, Randall. If you did it 10 years before with this blueprint, if it got you to back-to-back Super Bowls, if we can all say, yeah, Legion of Boom helped you to get there, but it was also Russell, and it was also Marshawn beast mode, and it was also that you were investing more in the offensive line in that first year when Russell came in than you had anybody else in the NFL. It was all of that. Well, then we can do that again. We can go down that same lane again, in my opinion, because this isn't success we're talking about from 30 years ago with 2 regimes back. This is the same regime, the same coaching staff for all intents and purposes. It's just them fitting to the designs that brought them the ultimate success and fitting to them in a manner that's as closely aligned as it once was before, as much as they can pull off. And they've done that, and that's how they've gotten this team, in my opinion, where it's gotten, is fitting back to that old blueprint. But the old blueprint means, Randall, you don't necessarily need the superhero quarterback. It's great if we can find that, folks. And if we locate it, I'll be celebrating it along with everybody else. But it's not the requirement for this team to go win a Super Bowl. It's been sort of, goes without saying that's a requirement. You got to have a quarterback. Yeah, you need a good quarterback. Don't need the superhero. We got the team put together where that's not going to be the requirement. Just need to play, got to play good. Thank you for all your donations, though, you guys. Wu-Tang, Randall, all your donos. Spectre7 dropping the 50. Tony Borges, Silva, multiple donos over. Silver Shrew, unbelievable support to this channel, you guys. Thank you so much. Goodness, you guys are a very, very kind. Addis says John Snyder does seem to be pretty active right now. I'm sure he's burning up the phone lines tonight. Don't mean there'll be a deal, but definitely probably turning it over a bit. New Black says, I feel like the Eagles are the only team standing in our way. It's a team that provides you all of the biggest troubles that you would have to deal with this season. You have an offense that can run the ball and hit you from a variety of ways in that rushing attack. The quarterback keepers in the read option game, they can hammer you up the middle with the A-gap runs. They've got the speedy running backs that can get to the edges. They are also really good at passing, so you can't just lean on the ground game and try to just snuff that out. You've also got to play it, legit when it comes to Brown and Devontae Smith on the outside. And you have a mobile quarterback, which, as we saw again today, that does tend to give our defenses some problems. So it's all the way around the world, sort of an uphill battle in dealing with that Eagle team. And then you look at them defensively, they've got some cover corners on the outside that can maybe lock our guys up, and they do get pressure. I think when it comes down to the Eagles, and when I talk about that game in a few weeks and breaking it down, I think a big part of the matchup and the Seahawks finding success are going to be being able to run the ball, stay consistent in running the ball throughout the course of the game, staying with it, being able to control the time of possession. I think that'll be a point I think that'll really stand out to me with our team as being the big thing that I keep at the forefront when we take them on in a couple weeks. Tommy Eden says, I don't see any player we could get that would drastically improve our team. Our problem is just with execution, not roster. I think that's a fair way of putting it. If they don't make a move, I'm okay with it. I'm not going to be tearing my hair out too much if we don't get something pulled off. If they're able to add a player, and I'm great with that too. I'm good either way. If they want to decide to stand pat, then I'm good with that from the reasons you gave there, Tommy. Plagueis says, I'd want to go after Chase Young. He was the guy that stood at the forefront to me, Plagueis. I'd love to see that too. I don't know if with the signing of Frank Clark, that's still an option, as you'd have to go to 5 deep at the edge. I don't know if the team would be wanting to do that as much, especially with Taylor getting you another sack today, playing pretty solid football. I don't know if they're going to look to the edge, though. Addis is speaking in the chat that maybe there's some strong links between the Hawks and the Jets and Carl Lawson. Interesting. Ron Dawes, I'm totally in favor of losing the action green for the old school. Yes, is the answer on that one. Yes. Byron says, we're going to miss Nwosu. The run defense looked poor with Frank Clark out there. It was his first game back with us, though. Yeah, it was. And there was some more holes in the run game overall in this game. I'll give you that, certainly. But it wasn't putrid either. 40 carries, 155 yards on the ground. The most efficient runner with the ball in his hands was P.J. Walker with 6 carries and 27 yards to the quarterback. So, aside from the quarterback, they cumulatively averaged less than 4 yards a carry, which though, they had some holes at times, I think overall as a defense on the ground game, efficiency standpoint, if you're allowing less than 4 yards a carry, I think you're going to feel pretty good overall with the run game. Though I will say, though, Byron, it is true. You are missing that with Nwosu out. Clark and Taylor are not going to be the equivalent in their run defense to what Nwosu gives you, and he is a very complete player in that respect of things. Casey McCracken, defense is what wins championships. That was certainly a defensive championship-like performance you saw from them today, Casey. Tommy says you have to remember Frank hasn't played in the scheme yet. They probably gave him one assignment. He doesn't even know the playbook yet. Yeah. They're just trying to get him in here acclimated. And this was a game where you probably end up even having him play more snaps than you maybe would have ideally liked because of how many snaps your defense was on the field. But I think Frank will be helpful to this team down the line. First game back, give him some time on it. Give him a little bit of time. Matthew Phillips really happy with how we handled Garrett. Me too. You didn't let him wreck the game. That's what you ideally come into this game doing. You just say, okay, look, we'd like Charles Cross at times to be able to hold out there at left tackle. We're going to run some chip blocks to that side, but we're not going to let their most dominant player beat us on the day. Somebody else can beat us. Somebody else might beat us, but we're not letting him be that guy. 2 tackles, 1 sack on the day, 1 quarterback hit. I think you can feel okay about that going against Myles Garrett with that being the performance you walk out on the other side. Okay, we did fine. We held up well. Yeah, Frank will be fine. Matthew Phillips, 1 sack for a sack monster. I'd give our O-line a B. Much better than the C- we were getting for a few games. Yeah, it is a little bit of an improved performance, but I think that's well said, Matthew. It's a titch above. It isn't dominant or great, but it was an improvement from where it's been overall. Better in pass protection. Running game had some moments with some big holes. That first Walker run, you had a massive hole. You could have driven a truck through that hole in that first run. And some of the bigger runs in the game with Charbonnet. You had some big holes created there, but definitely some more consistency in the holes we get created would be nice. Tommy says it's about matchups. We match up decent with about most teams, but Ravens, I'm not sure about. Middle of the field, teams eat us up. Yeah, I think you're going to get a heavy amount of Andrews next week in the middle of the field for that Ravens team. That's for sure. Brian says, Brandon, Eagles lost, I think, 3 defenders during today's game. Wow. That's definitely going to hurt them. Like we've seen on the Niners team, you lose a few different players, it starts to add up. Now, it's been this a bit for the Bills too. I mean, they had a little bit of a better game against Tampa Bay, but that's a weak Tampa Bay offense. But you're seeing this with the Bills when they lost Matt Milano and Daquan Jones, I think, on the inside defensive tackle for them, and Tre'Davious White, all within like a 2-week period. It's rough. It's like if we lose Witherspoon, Adams, and Jordan Brooks, and you're going, okay, defense is going to look a lot different. We'll see how serious those injuries are, though. I hadn't seen any notes on them quite yet. Ryan Snag says, huge win. Huge. John Stillwell in the house. What's up, John? And John coming in with a big $50 donation. My God, John, thank you so much for your support, man. You dropped a big drop over on the stream, too, when we're doing the play-by-play today. So thank you, brother, for that. I really appreciate you for that donation. Absolutely amazing, you guys. Unbelievable here. And it's good to see you in the chat too, John. I hope you're having a great night, man. That was a hell of a win. Emotionally, spiritually spent, but we got through it. I'm sure you did as well. And 5-2 first place, John. 5-2. John with the $50 drop. Appreciate you so much for that, John. Says, hi, Brandon. I think we are giving up on the run too early. It's putting pressure on Gino and the defense. Your thoughts? Yes, I agree with you there, John. I think I'm okay with the team looking at this offense and saying, Charles Cross, best in pass protection. Damian Lewis has grown to be a better pass protector than a run blocker. Evan Brown, as a center, has historically been a better pass protector than a run blocker. When you have Phil Haynes out there at right guard, he tends to be a better pass protector than a run blocker. And then Abraham Lucas is kind of equally good in both, but maybe a titch better as a pass blocker than a run blocker. So I'm okay when you look at that, when you have the full assembly of your offensive line to say, that's what we're going to be as more of a passing team. We've got 3 great playmakers, 3 tight ends, 2 backs we can get in the passing attack, working that through. I'm okay with that, John, and them taking that stance. But you can't take this to the extreme range of it. And you especially can't take it to the extreme range when you have a great defense like the Browns that have a really pretty fearsome pass rush they can send at you. You don't want to end up into a one-dimensional state because that's going to make that pass rush that much more fearsome and tough to deal with. And so, yeah, you go through the first half and you don't run the ball terribly well. I mean, it broke down to where you had the 2 carries in the first half from Walker. One was 45, then Charbonnet, 21 yards. Those were your big runs in the first half. And if you remove those runs, I believe that you were start of the third quarter, you were 11 carries for no yards. So I do get the Waldron going, okay, it's not working. But I agree with you. You can't then just bail completely off the running game. You can't do it because even though the running game wasn't getting you necessarily the consistency, at the very least, you were busting off 30, 40-yard runs in there. You were at least getting a big game-breaking run from within it if you weren't getting the consistency. But it did allow, I feel like, the Browns to really then narrow in on the passing attack at that point. And we've got to find a bit of an ability to stick with it at times and not just jump off of and bail of it. I think it's a little bit, John, it's that nature of it's that knife that cuts both ways. Where on one side of it, you've got DK and Tyler and JSN and the tight ends. And Waldron's like, man, I got all these guys to throw it to and all these weapons to call upon whenever I want to. But the flip side of it then is that it can take you away from, sometimes going, we got to just stay with the run here and remain patient with this today. We got to hang on with this a little bit and make sure that this is something the Browns are truly going to stop and stuff up today. Rather than just maybe us having a kind of a tough starting opening half of us getting it done with that. So I think that's part of the thing I say, John, that's the controllable aspect of it when I look at this offense. You can look at the offense and go, I blindly have optimism and they'll get better. I look at the offense and go, why do I have the reasons that I think it'll get better? I think that the health in the offensive line will improve. You get Lucas back. I think this line looks a lot different with that addition alone. You can commit to running the ball more. That's just a tangible decision by Waldron to just decide, okay, let me make more of a commitment to this than I have so far this year. And I really haven't committed to it in any of these games very often. Though I know he got to 26 carries with Walker last week. They did a pretty good job of it last week overall. But this game especially, you bailed out. And you've had a couple games where you certainly have kind of bailed out on the run. So they can control running the ball a little bit more, John. Gino control his decision-making down in the red zone. And the specific place being, Gino, you've got to arrive in more spots where you're just throwing the ball away. Where it's just the play ain't there, the play's dead. 1, 2, 3, nothing's there. Throw it out. Live to see another day. Make sure we're getting the points out of that experience. Make sure it does not end up in a turnover. That's something that I think is fairly easily controllable by Geno, John, to be able to fix that up. So these things all kind of come together to eventually, I think, make the offense better. But yeah, my thought process on the day too, John, was that you bailed on the run far too quickly. I think a big part of the struggles of Geno have been on the back of pass protection has been bottom third in the sport throughout this year so far. And you're not running the ball consistently. And now you're then going to lean on Geno, as I say, to be now the superhero of the guy who's got to now go out there and throw for 350 for you to win a football game. And that kind of pressure you then put on Geno now starts to stretch him and have him now extend outside of how he'd normally play the position for specifically taking what the defense would give him. Right? And that's what we see from some of the bad throws from Geno, where he seems to be pressing stuff in there rather than just throwing it away. And so this is the adjustment I think the team can make at this point, John. It's also got to be informed a bit by, the fact your defense is playing better. And if you have a defense playing in a top 10, top 5 state, now as a coaching staff and an offense, you can at times stay more committed to the ground game, number one, because you're going to be in closer games. So you can afford to have the first down, run 2 yards, second run down, run 2 yards, third down, 3 and out. But you're trying to still hammer, you're trying to still work it in there a little bit. So you opens the door more to that. Again, opens the door as well, John, to less of the bad decision-making from Geno, because he now knows he can trust the defense. Take the points, keep stacking up points on these drives, keep putting it up there because the defense is going to do its job over the course of the game. So I think these are all controllable things for the improvement, not blind improvement, but all things that they just are very small adjustments, I think, that are made here within the course of this offense to find a little bit of more effectiveness, to find a cleaner game coming out of the offense. And yeah, John, I 100% agree with you. The thing that stood out to me in this game was the complete bailing in the run. You have a game where you're up through the majority of this game. You're on top of this game as far as the score goes for the majority. You're down at 1.3 points at the most, I think, was the most you were down. You end up with this game with 37 passing attempts versus 17 rushing attempts. So you're well beyond, John, of even a 2-to-1 pass to run ratio. You're on your way to almost a 3-to-1 pretty much at that point. And I don't think that that's the way we've set the stage here for Geno to play the quarterback position, is that he's going to be going 3-to-1 pass to run rate. And that expectation is that he's going to succeed at that, especially when you're taking him up against the best defense in the land. That seems like a recipe for failure more than success, right? On the surface of it. So well said on your part, John. Yeah, you definitely bailed on that run way, way too early. And thank you, man, for the $50 donation. Sector 7, John Stillwell, the second $50 drop today. Just thank you so much. Thank you so much, John. I really, really, really do appreciate it. And you guys allow me to do this so much, man. I just, head pops off the pillow every day. I get so excited about what I get to do for my job every day. It truly is that thing that they say is if you find something you love to do, you'll never work another day in your life. And when it comes to this channel and being able to do what I do, that is certainly the case. So thank you, John, Sector 7, and all the rest of you random, the folks who've donated the channel here throughout today and throughout this stream, throughout this year, throughout these years. Thanks for letting me do this. I really appreciate you putting me in this opportunity to have this chance. Samuel, thank you for the $2 donation. On the first INT, should have been a penalty on the Browns. This was what I was being told in the stream that was driving Coach Carroll crazy, is that it appeared both on the play, Myles Garrett was offsides by about 1.5 yards, and that we had a holding call going on in the secondary, which was setting Coach Carroll off because the holding calls in the secondary was the most inconsistent part of the officiating in the first half. and that the officials were not showing you what are you laying the groundwork for here for this game? Is defensive holding going to be legit or not here? Are you going to let these guys play physical in the secondary or not? And the standard seemed to be sliding back and forth, and I think that's what pissed off Coach Carroll. I'm sure he's the kind of coach who'll tell you, and I'd be interested to see on his thoughts on this if it doesn't align to this, where he says, look, if they're going to let him play, I'm fine with that. If you want to call it by the letter of the law, I'm fine with that. But you don't call it by the letter of the law on one side of the ball and call it loosey-goosey on the other side of the ball. So, Samuel, that certainly impacts there, because if there is holding on that play, there is an offsides penalty there. Gino's being rushed a little faster by Garrett, getting to him a little quicker, and then he's probably going to the first read and seeing the guy all tangled up and then just trying to throw it out there to DK to his only option at that point. And he's under duress, so maybe not enough time. I have to go back and look at the play, but maybe not enough time to be able to kind of throw it away or find a creative way to just get the ball out and sort of live to go another day. The DK throws were weird in this game a bit, though. I'll say that. But I'll be interested to go back and look at that play, Samuel, especially on the all-22, just to see what happened across the board on that one, because I think there's a few different things going down that were a bit dodgy. Let's put it that way. Just a bit dodgy. Thank you, though, Samuel, the $2 donation. Y2K, thank you for the $2 dono as well. Says, gonna destroy Lamar in the open field at least once. Oh, wouldn't you love it if Lamar gets out in the open field and he's like, oh, I'm free. And here comes Witherspoon like a blur, just completely blindsides him, sends Lamar's little legs flying through the air, right? Like he goes kind of reverse Superman, but he's on his back flying through the air with the hit. Ends up snapping over on himself like Rondale Moore did after Witherspoon hit him. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see Spoon take him out like that. Punish him for playing the position like a running back. Make him pay. We're going to have to get physical with Lamar. There's no doubt about that, Y2K. No doubt about that. And maybe we got the horses to keep him a little bit more contained than we did previously when we had guys like LJ Collier out there on the field trying to track him down. Megan has been celebrating almost 2 years as a Hawks Nest member, and of course, the longtime mod here on the channel. Thank you, Megan, for that longtime support. So thrilled for the win, and the Zorn jersey works. Well, indeed, me and Megan called upon the power of the Zorn and the Largent jerseys. I've got mine rocking today, and they do remain undefeated, Megan. They do remain undefeated. The power of the jersey is alive and well. Telling all my fellow Seahawks faithful, you've got to itemize and designate. What is the power jersey in your closet? What's that jersey you go to? Maybe it's frayed. Maybe it got holes in it. But it's something lucky about that jersey. Something about that jersey that just leads to maybe a better possibility of a W on the day. That's all I'm saying. It does exist. It's a real thing. And ours is working out wonderfully, Megan. Casey McCracken off 6 months after the Steeler loss. Yeah, that one took a few off me too. That one aged me by a good year. Alex's fantasy football also compounds the effect. Yeah, that's true. That's definitely had a weird kind of way that it sort of moves the discussion. That's not always in the most healthiest of places. Well, yeah, Grant, can we turn JSN into a touchdown GIF? I hope so. I'd like to. Lamar, Tyler says 2019 Lamar MVP season. You mean a Hawks Nest? That's right. Yeah, that was the one, Tyler. He came into our house and we couldn't get our hands on him. I mean, that was him just slippery as hell, sudden as hell, quick as hell. He just kind of controlled everything for us on that day. We hung in there a little bit, but it went sideways. Tommy says, being a Seahawks fan is like the movie Fury. Best job I ever had is they nervously puff on a smoke knowing they probably will die. Okay. Chargers up big time in their game. It's good to see. Good night, Nicholas. You have a good night, man. Appreciate you. And it does come late fast, doesn't it? Look at the switch. DK getting too much attention on offense. Need to quit trying to force it to the most overrated wide receiver in the NFL. Definitely tried to lean a little too heavily on the targets today, that's for sure. Central Valley Kings, Bengals swept our division. That's their only win this season. It's embarrassing. Well, I think they're a good team. I mean, and that's the thing with the Bengals and losing in some of the early parts of the year. You certainly look at that and go, a big part of that's Burrow not having his ankle or his calf right. And once Burrow's gotten his calf back to full health, he's back to playing vintage Burrow style of play. And that happened right about the Cardinal game. But they gave it to the NFC West this year. They did for sure on that. Let's see, the Seahawks gaming, they ran most of the successful screens towards Frank Clark's side. Interesting. Definitely, I know at least one of those stood out to me. Defy King says, how are the second place Niners feeling? I don't know if it's in full panic mode at this point, but I do think that there's a heavy amount of worry about the team right now. And I don't think that I listened to a little bit of what they were talking to in the post game just for a moment, and it sounds like definitely not happy with Wilkes as the defensive coordinator. There's already talk of wanting to see him fired. And just worry about the whole team in general, I think. They're definitely not riding high with confidence right now. Yoda Soda says, I'll bet that Mafe leads the Hawks in sacks at the end of the season. Me too. Me as well. Snap Out of It says, hi, Brandon, Megan Pumpkin. What's up, Snap Out of It? How you doing? Wu-Tang says, Gino had a rough couple of quarters against the best defense in the league. Relax on the Gino hate, y'all. We're 5-2 with a patchwork offensive line. Well said, Wu-Tang. Beautifully put. Tyler says, who's going to the Seahawks at the Cowboys game? Ooh, Jerry's World. Going into Jerry World. Seahawks gaming, why did the Browns pass it on Julian Love's INT? The run was working the whole night. I thought it was a little odd for them too on that at times, their choice to pass. I think they had a couple of times they chose to pass gaming where they also got away with it earlier there where I think they were needing a yard or two. And that was the one where we got the holding call on Tariq or whatever, the hands to the face on Tariq, which bailed them out on that throw too. They did okay in running the ball in this game. I will say it's 40 carries, 155 yards, 3.9 yard per carry average. So you end up with a lot of yards, I guess, overall, but it did take you a lot of carries to get there. And you certainly weren't anywhere as close as you were with being as efficient you were with throwing the ball in this game, even though Walker did have a couple of interceptions. So, you're down to your kind of third string back for the most part. You can't give Jerome Ford a lot of the ball, but Kareem Hunt, 14 carries, 55 yards, 3.9 yard per carry average. Pierre Strong, 10 carries, 41 yards, 4.1 yard per carry average. They did a good job of not getting a lot of negative runs in this game, which to your point, which probably would have informed me there, Seahawks gaming, I would advise the Browns offense gone to more of the run in those situations too. They definitely gave us a kind of a gift by going to the pass there. But we had some moments in this game where we were tough against the run too. Central Valley Kings bye week, then we got to go to Duval and take over their stadium. It's going to be all red in there. You know it. Best of luck to you guys, Central Valley, and I don't think you guys are done yet. You just got to get healthy. Gibson, Geno's 3 interceptions in the red zone last 3 games. He needs to be more efficient, but offensive line health and play calling are also factors. Gino does need to play better regardless. All fair points, Gibson. All fair points. I think all of those things can be true at the same time. That's for sure. Tyler Jackson, TheSeahawksNest, there was a rumor that Russell told the front office not to draft a quarterback while he was at quarterback, so maybe that has something to do with us not trying to get a quarterback in the draft. That would certainly add up, Tyler. After all, Russell's camp had a little bit of a conniption fit the second that they learned that we were out at Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes' pro day. So that would certainly kind of add up to that a little bit, wouldn't it? I could see that being the case. Alex says, Cam Ward, what the F? No. No. I know I'm a little bit behind on the chat. Sorry about that, folks. We'll catch up. Zach Quebec says, seems to me like if Gino isn't connecting on plays he usually does, all things being equal, that's a scheme failure. I think that's a part of that's got to come into play, or Zach, or as I would put it more, I guess if I was trying to kind of elaborate where you're at with it, I think it is more of the play calling. And when things go hard there for Gino a little bit at times, the thing that seems to always go in conjunction with it is Waldron's not doing a lot of scheming easy things up for him. There's not easy completions to be had. The ground game's not working. It kind of all seems like it ends up falling on Gino's plate to sort of end up kind of carrying the day through when the tough gets going. I'd love to see a little bit more from Waldron in being able to help his quarterback at times in those moments. Not that there weren't some good calls. There's some really just great calls in this game. The fly sweep to Bobo at the goal line, the JSN bubble screen at the goal line for the touchdown. As you get the Browns on the blitz, it wasn't all bad. But we look at what the Cleveland did on their side of it with Stefanski and helping Walker out in this game and setting things up in the screen game and manufacturing things. Just not as much of that from Waldron at times with Gino, and would like to see some more of it for sure. Johnny Utah says Canales is turning Baker Mayfield into a viable quarterback again. The quarterback whisperer. Canales is definitely on the rise. Getting out what he's getting out of him. That's for sure. Diego says our Walker-Charbonnet tandem needs to be frequently used in order for Gino to shine and play action. It's ridiculous how we are letting Gino throw more often than Wilson. Go Hawks. Definitely getting a little bit too pass happy at times. Over the course of this year especially, where we're falling a little bit too much in love with the passing attack and need to go back and realize, look, you drafted 2 second-round running backs for a reason. And you can pass more than you run, but you got to find better balance or closer to balance than the nearly 3-to-1 rate you're running at today. It's one thing if you're down in a game 2 or 3 touchdowns and you got to bail on the run and then just throw all over the place to get back into the game. It's another thing when you're actually in the lead and then you're bailing out of the run, as they kind of did today and as they've done a couple times this year so far. Dino says great quarterbacks don't grow on trees. Gino's better than half the league. Well said, Dino. I got him as a top 10 guy myself, but we're right about the same place. Wilbur Charbonnet is a stud. Femi says every like for Brandon means the most likely downfall of the Niners. It only works if you hit that like button. That's right. You want to see the downfall of the Niners? Hit that like button. You will make it happen through space and time. SJM, defensive ends are the weakest position on this team. What do you do? More linebacker blitzes? Hard to say on that. I think Frank Clark hopefully comes in here and gives you a little bit more down the line. You certainly are hoping for that a little bit here. No doubt there. I think Boye Mafe is probably giving you somewhere close to a top 8 edge season right now. So he's not a problem at all in what he's bringing to bear, I would say. I think he's absolutely giving you one of the most efficient pass rushers in the sport. 8 tackles in this game, a sack, a tackle for loss. And Boye Mafe had, in addition to that, 4 quarterback hits. Darrell Taylor got another sack this week in this game. Another quarterback hit in addition to that. I certainly would like to see maybe a little bit more, but I don't think that they're necessarily giving you bad performance off the edges either. And I think as Frank gets a little bit more accustomed in here, I think he'll be okay. Because I think what you're intimating a little bit is, do we go out there and make a trade? Which I don't think we do, SJ. I think we just kind of rolled with what we've got. There's nothing wrong with going with more blitzes though either. You've been tremendously effective with both Jordan Brooks and Bobby when you sent the blitz. You've been effective with the corner blitzes with Witherspoon off the slot. You've been even effective with Jamal Adams, as you showed on that interception, blitzing those guys. So if they were to want to blitz a little bit more and dial into that a little bit more, I certainly wouldn't turn it down. I will say teams are going to start to screen on us more and more coming out of this game in recent weeks. And one of the ways you're going to kill a blitz is by screening a lot. And that's a way the Browns leaned into heavily in this game. So that's the one part to be aware of in trying to go more heavy blitz, is that you do open up that thing that now you're vulnerable to, that teams are going to watch on tape this week and look at it and say, oh man, the Browns completed 6-7 screens that went for some big yardage. We got to expect the Ravens are going to absolutely lean into that next week. Alan says that Brandon agreed. Well said. Thank you, Alan. Joe Blow, when it comes down to it, a team is only successful as the line play. It's not where the cameras and commentators are focused. It's where the games are won and lost. Well said, man. I still believe that is the case as well, Joe. I think it determines a lot of your success for play is what happens up front. And then indeed, that does still carry the day. I'm with you 100% there. Dino says Brock Purdy's officially come back down to earth. He has indeed. He has indeed. Let's take a look at his game here this week. How did he do against that tough Bengals defense at home? And Purdy went 22 of 31. He did throw for 365, but he did have a couple of interceptions. Did have a lost fumble in addition to that. So, efficient, 11, almost 12 yards an attempt in throwing the football. But the 2 interceptions loom large, and the man coverage concept seemed to be one of the beginning places to attack Brock on top of maybe a little bit more of the pressure-based looks. Raising 5 kiddos, why do you think we are leading the league in penalties? The league has it out for us. They hate the Seattle Seahawks. No, I'm kidding. The reason why you have penalties mainly raising kiddos is that Coach Carroll is kind of the epitome of a player's friendly coach. And he's a guy that's about, letting guys play how they play and letting the personalities be themselves and letting guys kind of be free and easy and everything's kind of loosey-goosey a little bit. And not in a bad way, just in that's Carroll's modus operandi for how he rolls. And so if you really look at the last 10 years raising 5 kiddos, penalties have been a problem every year. We're always up near the top of the rung on penalties. And that's just because I don't think Coach Carroll is as mindful as it is other coaches. He's got his eyes on other things as being more important than those finer tuned details of making sure there's no penalties. I think he's got his eyes on other things. And that's just something I think you get with Coach Carroll. And it's not all a negative thing. I think there's the pluses on the other side of it too as well. But in general, I think this is the price of doing business with the Coach Carroll team, is you're going to be one of the teams up there amongst the league leaders in penalties every year. I will say today's game wasn't us playing necessarily a super sloppy game. It was some very questionable calls from my perspective. Ben Cadiz. Ben says, now that the Seattle is number 1 in their division and 2nd in the NFC conference with a tough schedule ahead, do we make a trade? I think we would make a trade here, Ben, if there was one to be had. And we're hearing some maybe Carl Lawson rumors out there from the Jets that they might be willing to move him. We'll see about that. The thing that I come to when I take a look at this is that there just doesn't look like, Ben, a lot of teams that are going to be in sell mode. There doesn't look like there's going to be the players available out there for you to go make a move for that are going to help this roster out. And that's the part that has to be there. I mean, we can want to make a trade. We can have the assets to make a trade, but there's got to be the guy out there available to go trade for. And that's the part right now. It seems like it's going to be a very quiet trade deadline, which would mean that we probably are not going to make a move. Wouldn't shock me if we did. I just don't see where the deal is to be had at this point. Grandizer says, maybe in the future, Brandon will have a call-in stream where the Seahawks faithful can call in for a minute, like NPR, National Public Radio calling-in rules. Yeah, we'll get another one of those coming up here at some point, Grandizer. I definitely would like to do that again. I think that's a great suggestion. Then we can see you sporting your cool jersey. Love it. Oh, nice. But yeah, we'll definitely do another call-in show for sure. Megan says, I'm heading out to rest my eyes for 12s. I'll be back in a minute. Sounds good, Megan. Johnny says, hopefully we get another edge or defensive line. Uchenna's injury was exploited today. Could be a spot that they look to address. Tyler Jackson says, Brock Purdy still dealing with recovering from the UCL injury from the NFC Championship team. Most likely given he can't do those deep balls like he could last year. Certainly sounds like one of those injuries that's kind of odd, where you can get back and be fully recovered and feel like you're fully recovered, but then you'll have the occasional throw that'll pop up where it'll just sort of go off the rails. That's what you hear about that injury a bit. And it wouldn't shock me. I mean, the guy just had the surgery like 7-8 months ago. That's a very quick turnaround time for him on that. So surgery, like Major League Baseball players, will be out like a whole year. Adrian X says, I don't think we want a superstar quarterback. I want a game manager that stops throwing INTs, especially in the red zone. Fair point. Tyler says, keep in mind, with Frank Clark, he only just got on the team only a few days ago, and he barely got to do much practice with the Broncos before he came over. Well said. Yeah. Definitely got to give him some time. Give it a little bit of time. Brian says, DK targeted 14 times, got 5. 4 more comps. He has 9 of 14, and Gino's numbers look better too. See how it is easy to look like a good game? John says, Frank will pick it up. He just signed this week. He did, John. Got to give him some time. Give him just back in the mix. They're just getting the beak wet today. That's all. SJM, if we trade Locke, who's the backup then? That'd be Allers. Would become your backup, I believe. Stewart says, ring the bell, Levi Bell. Drunk Squidward went to the game. Best vibes, loud third down crowd. Place went nuts after JSN touchdown. Go Hawks. How about that, Drunk Squidward? Let's go, man. Well, you did the work today. Got enough done today. Get it done. Make it happen. You guys got it done out there in the crowd there. Good job on your part. I can only imagine how crazy the crowd was after that. Chase Stern, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Chase. Says, what do you think of Frank Clark? You only played a handful of snaps in this game, Chase. I think we're probably going to see, if I was to make just an eyeball guess of it, I think you're probably going to see him at like about a 55 grade coming out of this game by PFF. So 65 being your league average kind of puts into perspective where his performance was coming out of this game. I don't hold him to account over the barrel. I think Frank will be fine as the year goes along. He'll be a rotational piece in here, and he'll probably help this team out. But being it's his first game, he just got with the team. He doesn't even know the playbook. There wasn't really a big expectation for him to come out here and just light the world on fire. But he was fine. I think they went at him a little bit in the screen game. I think they went a little bit at him to his side in the run game a little bit at times when he was out there. But it was a limited number of snaps when it was all said and done. Thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you, Chase. I got to look a little bit closer to the tape of him, but I don't think he was bad. Just not super good either. You know, you definitely felt a little bit of the loss of a chin in this game, as someone else said above. Voodoo Magic with the $2 donation says, Will Levis balled out today. You called it. Indeed, that was my guy that it's been a little bit weird sometimes with some of these prospects where you find yourself right, and then you'll become wrong, and then you'll become right. And we'll see where it is with Will Levis. Is a guy that I always did really like, and it felt like when you put him in a situation where he's not, I mean, this is kind of a little bit of a microcosm for the Geno thing. And you see Levis have a 4-touchdown day in his opening game as a starter for the Titans. I mean, you have Tannehill coming into this game with 2 touchdowns throwing, to put that in perspective, this performance today that he put on. And it's the single place I have a hard time with some segments of the fan base in getting this point across, that it just does not land with them at all. And Levis is a good case study of this, Voodoo. I'm glad you bring it up, because here's a guy in Kentucky who loses his skill position players after his junior year, comes in that final year, sophomore year, goes into his junior year, has nothing as far as an offensive line, has his running back out for the first half of the season, has no real playmakers on the outside to throw to. You know, he's under duress, nobody getting open. Guys are having balls, bang off their hands, and they get intercepted on a pretty normal basis for him out there at Kentucky. He's playing in the SEC, the toughest conference in the land. And you look at that and you go, okay, look, does he got to clean things up? Is there some problems with Levis's game? Sure. But what happens when he's not under duress constantly? What happens when his receivers catch the ball? What happens when there's a little bit more of an even competition between his offensive line and the opposition's defensive line? Not in that they dominate that, but that there's more of an even Steven thing rather than it being a sieve, as it was for him at Kentucky. And my thought process was always that he'll play better ball when those factors come together. And sure enough, comes out, gives you 4 touchdowns passing today. I don't think he's going to go out there and light the world on fire this year, but I think he can be solid because he's got the mobility, he's got the arm strength, he's got a good delivery overall. It's just about with those guys that get under that much duress for that long, they build up bad habits, they look poor, they see ghost, it adds up over time, it accumulates. And then people start making evaluations about those guys without taking into account why they're in the state that they're in. And if you remove them from that state, if you give them the offensive line, the playmakers, can they soar? Can they be better? And my thought process in this modern age is, regardless of Geno or Will Levis, the quarterbacks in general, that answer is yes. These quarterbacks are coming out more further developed. The 7-on-7 camps, all throwing since they're 9 years old now. Back in the day, you used to run the ball until your junior year of high school. You might throw it here and there. You're not throwing it until you get to college. Now you're throwing it all the way into junior high. So these guys, as passers, are more further along. But they're also, more than ever, in my opinion, more reliant on the supporting cast around them to find success. And no matter their talent, if they don't have the supporting cast around them, they will sink. And if they get the supporting cast, they can swim. And that might be the case here with Levis. We'll see if he can continue it. But I went from right on that one, feeling right as hell on that one. I was right when I said Levis is way better than KJ Jefferson as a prospect back 3 years ago, and thinking that he could be better when you put him in the right environment. Then I was wrong because he drifted all the way to the second round and wasn't even taking the top 10 in the first round, because I think I said he would be a top 10 pick in the first round. That didn't turn out to be the case. But then now maybe looking right as he might end up being a pretty good quarterback in this sport when it's all said and done. I did like the combination of Levis and Vrabel too. That was a perfect pairing to me, Voodoo, of two different personality types there. But thank you, man. Appreciate that donation. Roshai says, your cat's ready for bed, fam. Yeah, she's always ready for bed. She's always a little sleepy. Pumpkin always wants it wrapped up. Columbo says, we can't gamble on Kark. We need a stud. I'm okay if they make a move for a stud. I ain't saying no to a stud. James Markey says, the band's back together, man. Let's go get Carlos Dunlap. Carlos, unfortunately, is a 4-3 defensive end, James. And so you can't have Carlos stand up. He doesn't have quite the quickness to operate out of a wide 9 scheme as a stand-up outside linebacker, unfortunately. Big Docs, Walker and Charbonnet looked good when they had holes to run in. Wonder how many times we actually ran the ball. You ran the ball a mere 17 times in this game. You threw the ball 37 times. And 2 of those rushes were Geno Smith. So Charbonnet and Walker technically only got 13 total carries between the 2 of them today. And on those 13 carries, they had well over 100 yards. Hard not to look back on this game and go, okay, we got to run next week. Run the ball. Mimi says, Brandon's giving me the death stare. She's only giving me the death stare because she wants me to play with her on my little piece here. She's seeing me move this around. I play with this thing in my fingers while I'm talking to you guys. So she sees that and she wants me to play with her. Dino says, I wish we could get Vita Vea from the Bucks. I'd love to do that, man. They just can't do it. Too much dead money. Defy King says, Pumpkin's a soldier. Pumpkin knows Papa's just getting started. That's right. Papa's just getting warmed up. I'm just getting warm. Alan A says, how about Marcus Peters? He held up pretty good. Marcus Peters? The cornerback? Confused on that one. You might have to elaborate on that one, Alan. Columbo says, rumor is that Washington would let Sweat go for a 3rd rounder. I'd be down to do that move. I'd be all over that move. Hard not to see there being some team out there that would jump in front of us and offer more than that, though. SJM says, I'm looking forward to seeing that next game against the Rams. I want revenge. I do too, Just Jay. That one left a bad taste in my mouth. I don't love the losses we've had this year so far, but that one in particular, really, I'm still a little bit bitter about that one too. John says the refs were letting Garrett line up offsides half the game. He doesn't need that kind of help. That makes sense then, John. I think that's where you saw Coach Carroll going just ape nuts at the end of the game there, or at the end of the half, where he was freaking out in that final interception there. Because you're wondering, you're like, why is he mad? Because the corner did just jump the route true on Gino. It was a good play by the corner Emerson there. It wasn't any holding or anything like that, but he's got the defensive holding in the secondary, and then Garrett at the same time jumping off sides. I'm sure Carroll's hearing in his headset his coach is telling him both of those things are happening and setting him off with the half and the way that was officiated through that first half. Because, John, it was also the a half of not great calls through that first part. And then that on top is sort of the finishing point. I'm going to go back and watch that too, John. Take a look at that because I wasn't as locked in on that and paying attention to it as much. But yeah, you don't need to let that guy have an extra advantage. He doesn't need that, especially with our line where we were at. That's not good. Pumpkin's the real star of the show, Ray. Rashai. He's the real star. He's a real one right here. Big Al Woods tore his Achilles, says Columbo. Oh, that's tough for him, man. That might be the end of the career on that one. Tough for Big Al. Do you know O-line didn't create enough running lanes? No, they didn't. Not only enough running lanes, too much penetration into the backfield in the ground game at times. Shai says, only way we beat the Ravens is to score on them. Don't see us stopping their run game. Definitely have to score. For me, it's a little bit more, if I look at the key early on here, is controlling the chains, getting some consistent drives, committing to running the football. Try to keep it close down to the fourth quarter, I think. But it's going to be a hard game. Grandizer Brandon Kane, a $50 super, should give us a dance. Hit us with the thriller. I do. I'm low energy at this point, man. I'm 8 hours into my stream today. So the dancing was earlier, but John knows I appreciate the dono. I'll dance a little bit before the end of the stream, maybe. I don't know if I should subject you guys to that, though. Does anybody really want to see a 45-year-old man dance? I don't know. I don't know on that one. You might be the only one on that one, Grandizer. Looking for that. John says, first place sure feels good, doesn't it? John, it feels real nice. It feels really, really nice. Knowing we are where we are right now, John, half of where we were coming off that first game against the Rams, and that game having you question everything about the nature of your reality. Am I in a pocket universe? Am I in the wrong multi-universe? How do I get to the multi-universe where my Seahawks will be good this year? And I went to sleep one night and woke up and I finally arrived back into the right place. But it feels great, John. To arrive at 5-2 at this place, to have the Niners where they're at right now with 3 losses. This is as, I think, good as you could have asked or hoped this team to be in this position with the way the schedule was going to open up this year. And the stage is set now for them. You know, John, this is going to be a hard schedule going forward, no doubt about that. But you've got a team rounding into shape that's 5-2, that's a young roster that hasn't even played its best football yet. I like where we're at. I like where we're at in first place. I like our chances going forward this year. I like our chances for having a chance to contend and ascend right now. Not waiting for a year or two down the line. Right now. And that's got me super excited for the rest of this year. That's for sure. James Markey, I wish I had a few ideas for the rules committee. The handshaking, it was unbelievable. It was just BS. It was BS to me too. I was trying not to get toxic on the stream, James, but the officiating was challenging every bit of my patience in what I was watching out there because there was some blasphemous-like stuff happening on that football field. And it kind of was getting a little bit overt. Stewart says, Bobo running for a touchdown was unexpected, but fun. It's a great call. Bobo goes in motion. Browns are knowing there at the goal line that the Seahawks have run that a couple times with Bobo, and he's at times been the lead blocker down the goal line in those moments. They're fully expecting the run, but not to Bobo, to the running back. Their eyes are on the running back there in that moment. You give it to Bobo, they're completely unprepared for that. They're not expecting it. Great call by Waldron, one of his best in the game. Love how he dialed that up. And Bobo just continues to find magical ways. Maybe only once or twice or 3 times a week he's impactful, but whatever he does or whatever he's asked to do, he has an impact, and you feel him at some point in the football game. Love what this kid has done. And it's just a great story on top of it. Digger Hawk says, I checked the CBS Sports. We only ran the ball 17 times, and one was the Bobo touchdown, and one was the Eskridge disaster. A little more rock pounding, maybe against the Ravens. You're going to have to. We cannot expect that we drop back against this Ravens pass rush and we're going on the road in Baltimore in a loud environment, and then we're going to be able to find success going that route with it. You've got to run the ball. Colombo says we have $8 million in cap space. We have to get somebody. Our roster is kind of thin. I don't know. I think our roster is pretty deep here. Colombo, you're 5-2 right now with having a lot of the roster been at times injured this year. You only have one injury on the year that's due as we're just about halfway through the season. Only one injury that's due to be out for the full year. You're due to get everybody back into the ranks here, including McIntosh and Lucas. I wouldn't be against them making a move, Colombo. I just don't think that they got to make a move like out of desperation, where they have to feel like there has to be a move to be made. If you can make a move, if the right deal aligns itself, certainly go make it. But I think got to be careful not just to make a move too. Alan, awesome dub day it was, Alan. It's a great dub. Crotonic Witherspoon would get fined. Get fined? Seahawks, Gino did throw one water balloon to DK on the right side. That one made me chuckle, groan. Yeah, he had a couple throws to DK that were a little bit weird. Addis, did Brandon talk about the Carl Lawson when I was gone? I didn't speak a lot about it, Addis, but you did mention you're hearing rumors that we're getting connected to him a little bit. It's a little bit strange for me because he's not really a guy that I think of as being a guy that you have as a stand-up outside rusher. It's like a lot of the same issues you'd have with bringing a Carlos Dunlap in, you would have with potentially bringing in a Lawson type, where there's just, I don't know, it doesn't add up to me. You know, he's a hand in the dirt type of dude. He's a bigger guy. He's not really a quickness-based guy. So I don't know how it quite adds up that they would look to move for him. But I'll trust that you're hearing those rumors. They're probably out there kicking the tires on him, I suppose. No sacks, 4 tackles on the year for Lawson. (6'2", 265. He had 7 sacks for the Jets last year in 17 games. Didn't play all of 2021, of course, with an injury. I don't know. That one doesn't do a lot to move my needle. I don't think that significantly improves us that much by bringing him in. Joshua Sonier, I continue to be impressed by the play of the O-line with all the musical chairs happening. They're doing their best out there, Joshua. They're doing their best out there, that's for sure. I think they kept Geno cleaner today than it's been in recent weeks. And there was times where when you did open holes in the ground game, you certainly got the most out of it. It was a little bit of the rare moments that there were holes to be opened. But it's improving. It's getting a little bit better. I think that's a fair way of putting it. Tyler says LJ Collier was the worst first-round pick since we took Germain Ifedi. Yeah, probably pretty accurate. Ben Dennett says, view is sweeter when perched atop first. Definitely got to contain to maintain. Let's go. JL says, Jamal's header to Love was a thing of beauty. Game saver. The Prez is a game changer. When moment Prez stepped on this football field, the Seahawks defense has been in a different mode. And I'm not giving Prez all the credit here. I'm just saying that's what happened. That's just the way that these events have played out. He stepped out on that field. Everything sort of kind of changed a little bit in how it felt. And Prez absolutely on that play is a game-changing play, showing you again how good of a blitzer he can be. He times that blitz perfectly, sets the stage perfectly there, finds a way by not showing his hand too early on that blitz to get back untouched at the quarterback and to force Walker to then force and rush that throw. And then you jump up in the air and get a helmet on that ball. He literally comes up and does the soccer header, where the soccer players do that like tortoise coming out of its shell thing to hit the ball, you know? And he literally does that on the play and just boop, sent that thing right up in the air for the interception. But that's just a huge play. Not only getting the stop, because if you get the stop there, if that's just an incomplete pass, then they're punting, they're setting you down at the 10-yard line. And now you got a long field in about 1 minute and 37 seconds and 2 timeouts to try to get up the field. That versus getting the ball at the 40-yard line with that same amount of time, huge difference. Huge difference. Play of the game right there. No doubt about it, in my opinion. Great job by Jamal. He's been very good for us, too, in addition to that play. Good to great. Addis says, I knew the Sunday night game was going to be boring. Yeah. Yeah. This was an easy one to see on this one coming down. This was going to be the way this was going to play out. Chargers are weird, too. but Bears aren't good. Taker610, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. Taker610, good to see you in the chat too, brother. Seemed like a lot of people soured on Levis towards the end there, but did you see those throws today? Hope we didn't pass on a good quarterback. Yeah, I did see the throws he made, and I mean, the kid's talent is undeniable. It was all, shoulders up kind of stuff. That was really the question mark when it came to Levis. And, I think if the Seahawks had gotten Levis to fall to their first native second-round pick, so I believe that he was picked ahead of us by the Titans at that point in the second round, would have been maybe interesting to see if the Seahawks would have been able at that point to say, okay, he slides in the second round. We're a yes at that point. And it's great to see him do as well. It's great to me for confirmation. We'll see if he can continue it now. Because that's the thing with Levis is that the arm talent, the ability to scramble and move, the prerequisite size for the position, the release, the delivery, all of that stuff is there with him. The question comes down to processing, neck up, decision-making, all that stuff. Can that remain consistent now as we go forward? But I do think that this is that difference we go to. You put a quarterback, I don't care the talent. I don't care pro, I don't care college. I'm getting more and more firmer to this opinion, and it's an ever-developing one. This isn't one I started out with 10 years ago thinking. This is one in tracking and watching this sport and where the sport is right now. It's a really ever-developing philosophy for my outlook on this, and that is that the quarterback position, more than ever right now, is determined by the supporting cast around you. And this is happening at the same time where the narrative is in place from the average fan that somehow a quarterback can solve all things. They're the ultimate salve, that they cover up everything that's wrong, that they fix everything that's broken. And that's the interesting part here, is that's where I think we're going from a weird change in the evolution of thinking here of it. No, it is the supporting cast that drives the success. It's not Mr. Superhero carrying the day. But there's a keen difference to me from where I see maybe the average fan and their outlook in the quarterback position to what is the reality of it. And Levis is kind of a case study in that. Geno Smith is a guy that I think could be a case study in this kind of thing. And we'll see if he can keep it up and stay, consistent with it. I think it was going to be a hard point of evaluation, though, also to be made on Levis. And the reason that he did drop through the first round is that you make a pick in the first round for a quarterback. You don't want to have questions about processing, about dealing with pressure, because those are two things that you're going to have to call upon in the NFL. There's no way to scheme around that. At some point or another, you're going to be needing to lean on those tools and traits. And if you don't show it in college, even if you have a good explanation and a good excuse for not displaying it as much, being that you're under a freaking avalanche of pressure, your guys don't catch the ball consistently, your guys don't create a lot of separation, and your running attack is not that effective, that's going to bear you out to not playing at your best and creating those situations where that decision-making and that processing is put on bright display when it's going wrong. But that's where I'm at with it as much now. This quarterback position, it's getting viewed by a lot of people in that, hey, keep flapping in the wind, shoot laser beams out your eyes, faster than a speeding bullet, jump higher than a skyscraper. But it's not that. The position's not really as much about that. You need the talented guy, yeah. You need the guy that can get it done, who has the ability to make all the throws. I'm a big arm strength guy, all that, but you need as well the offensive line in place, the skill makers and the playmakers on the outside. And you start to remove those things down the line, you weaken and take down that quarterback just a little bit. Even this year with Mahomes, when you see his performance not as high as it's been even last year, where last year he really leaned into the dink and dunk, right? Where if you look at Mahomes last year, it was that first time last year where he really went from being that guy who's always looking for the deep shots, always looking to try to take the chunk plays up the football field, to now sort of taking what the defense was giving him. But that was also happening when that offensive line was at its full strength, when it was re-put back together again after the Buccaneers lost in the Super Bowl, where they went back and said, we're going to make this offensive line one of the true strengths of this team. And then this offseason, the line gets a little bit weaker. And now with the weakening of the line and not having as many of the playmakers and having Kelsey get a little bit older, the play of Mahomes dips a little bit. Even a guy as good as that, even with those true one or two guys that are separators of the position in the sport, are still very much affected by their supporting cast, even with a genius like Andy Reid back there calling plays for him. It's really a place where I find myself just heartily as much as ever just standing pat. Trenton Puckett says, hey, Brandon, did you see we're connected with Carl Lawson? I did. He's okay to me. This is not a move that I see that really moves the needle for me. He's got 4 tackles on the year, no sacks. He had 7 sacks last year coming off of an Achilles injury. I'm not sure if he's the same player at this point that he was back with the Bengals that allowed him to get the contract that he got with the Jets as a free agent there. And certainly the Jets haven't been particularly sold on what he's bringing there, as they've drafted plenty of different edge players over their time since he's arrived. So it's a move. I can't find myself drumming up a lot of feeling like he's going to do a whole hell of a lot for this team. As Columbo says, I don't think that Lawson's any better than Clark at this point. I don't know what the benefit is to bringing 2 Clarks in. And Niners fans being salty. And Dino, Niners roster is too top heavy. I agree. I think some of this is that it's not their fault that it's become too top heavy. I mean, maybe a little bit. Drafting a kicker in the 3rd round, for instance, when you probably could use a little bit more depth in other spots, wouldn't have been the worst way to go. But this is what we thought coming into this year. Central Valley Kings, I was consistent about saying this, which is that if you guys can stay healthy, you're a juggernaut. You're one of the top of the NFC. But if you sustain 2 or 3 injuries to real key spots, you lose a Trent, and then McCaffrey's a little bit beaten down, and here goes Debo out of the game too. It's a bit of a different story at that point. They need those top end guys running for this team to be the most and to be maximized, because they are a little bit at the end of their run. This is the nature of the beast, is that you start out early on in the start of your Super Bowl run, you got young players on rookie contracts and you can fit everybody in and every sign, everything's good. Then guys play great and get rewarded for those contracts, and you go years along through the process. And now the cap starts to get tested and starts to get strained and starts to get in more of a precipitous situation. And you're setting high water marks for contracts for middle linebackers and tight ends and left tackles. And now it gets to a spot where you just don't have the money to sign the supporting cast out there in free agency, where you're just having to get by. And that does mean that the starters have got to roll at the front of the stack here for the Niners to be at their best. Good news is, Central Valley Kings and Niner fans out there looking for some silver lining, you're due to get all these guys back. I don't think they've lost anybody for the season with an injury as of yet. D Nugget says Thanksgiving game is going to be epic. Yes, it is. Tyler says, by the way, yes, I'm going to be at the Seahawks Cowboys game since I do live in Fort Worth. I used to live in Bremerton before moving to Fort Worth due to my dad. I hear Fort Worth's a great place to live, man. Tyler, you chose a great spot. And let them know they're at the game. Love to hear my Seahawks contingent's going to be there at the game. I'd love to hear from you, Tyler, too, of how we did. How did we fill up the stadium when you come out of there? So let me know about that. Alex Smith says, and Cleveland was on a roll. So, to be honest, this one was huge. It's a huge win, Alex. Big difference in this game, coming out 5-2 versus 4-3. Huge difference, especially with the schedule set up ahead of us. If we're going to have hope for this season, if we're going to have hope to go make some noise in the playoffs, I think we got to do more than just sliding in the back door of the playoffs to some wild card team. Begins with win the division. The next step is to take a look at that first round bye and set that in our sights next. Maybe I'm being a bit greedy. Maybe I'm being a bit greedy here in year 2 of a rebuild, but so be it. Wouldn't be the first time. Alan says the Seahawks are top heavy right now. I love it. Mr. Doggs says, Hawks Nest, do you think we make any more moves before the trade deadline? And we do have a lot of folks in the chat today. So if my chat updates and I miss your question, by the way, just please do repost it. I will definitely be going long tonight on the stream here, so we'll definitely get through all the comments and questions. But we passed 14,000 subscribers today, and we've definitely been getting more and more folks in the chat as we've been going along here, which has definitely made it harder at times to make sure I catch every question in. If I happen to miss yours, not meaning to do it, just definitely do repost if it happens to slide on through. Hawks Nest, Mr. Dog says, do I expect them to make any moves before the trade deadline? Well, we are being connected right now with Carl Lawson. I've heard a couple people bring this up in the chat. I am not anticipating that there's likely to move to be made. It's not going to be a big splash move if we do make a move. And I'd certainly Brian Myers approve. I would much more prefer Leonard Williams than Carl Lawson. I'm much more for Leonard Williams. Yeah, be patient on Frank Clark. I see some anti-Frank sentiment in there. Give him some time. Guy just got here this week. Adrian X says, bro, you give excuses for Geno, but won't give Locke a shot. I try to Adrian X give the reason on this, and that being that Geno has struggled where he's had this year so far. If you look at the pass protection efficiency by this offensive line, it's not been good this year. If you put Drew Lock into the same situation that Geno's been dealing with, he's going to do exactly, in my opinion, the same thing Geno is. There's the old sentiment that goes, Adrian X, that the backup quarterback's always the most popular guy in town. And there is a draw to go to the backup quarterback quite a lot. But when it comes to Drew Lock and saying that you feel like he should be the starter, let's really boil this down. Drew Lock has had an opportunity to win this job. He didn't win it. Flat out didn't win it. And if I look at Drew Lock, to me, Adrian X, and see him with Denver, and I go, okay, you didn't have good pass protection in Denver, and you had the problem then of having the boneheaded turnover showing and rearing its ugly head way too often when you were dealing with that. And again, this comes back around to the point I was just talking about above on this, Adrian X, being that the quarterback position is driven in its success by the nature of the surrounding parts around it. So if Drew Lock fails in Denver under poor pass protection, fails to protect the ball under poor pass protection, he has at times where he will just have these kind of brain dead moments like we're seeing from Geno Smith. And my contention on this is that maybe if you put Drew Lock in from game one, he'd at his best case be able to match what Geno's done so far, but he would not be surpassing it. Because if he struggled with the pass rush in Denver, if he struggled being under a lot of onslaught of pass rush, and the thing I've said this in addition to this, Adrian X, is that he actually had a ground game in Denver to operate with. So they had a pretty efficient ground game, but they couldn't pass protect. Now he's going to come to Seattle through these first, and this game this year, and if he started from day one, he'd be dealing with 7 games of bad pass protection and not much of a running game to lean on. I struggle to see how a Drew Lock will suddenly just magically succeed in that when he didn't before. I can be convinced of him maybe, ascending over the other side of the hill and the light bulb going on. But anybody that's making that application right now and saying that that's what they want is have Drew Lock play, you're making that guess at that point. It's not based or built on anything. Because I could even go back to a year ago when we had Drew Lock playing in down in the red zone against the Steelers. He's got to drive the team down to go get the ending score, right? He's played a really good game at that point. Misses the blitz, gets sacked, fumble, game over. Or I can go to the Packers game. In the game where he played about the first half on that, where he just about threw a pick 6 in that game and had a couple of moments with some throws where you're going, ooh, Drew, hold on. He may have cleaned that stuff up in his game, but I think it's more than likely than not that it would still be showing just as much up as it is with Geno, if not more so, if you put him in this kind of environment. And my whole point on this is that to it, Adrian X, is just that the quarterback position is driven in its success large in part by supporting cast. I have an offensive line that for the majority of the years down 3/5, 4/5, 5/5. It doesn't matter whether it's Geno, it doesn't matter whether it's Drew Lock. No quarterback's really likely to succeed in those conditions, especially when they don't have a running game to then also call upon. It becomes exacerbated when it's a 1-2 punch of crappiness there. So I'm not trying to excuse everything in Geno's performance away. He definitely does have to perform well. I just don't do that thing of going to, well, definitely then the backup will be better than this as a kind of a knee-jerk reaction. If Drew's to be a better guy, we've got to provide points and backing as to why he will be the better guy back there. Right? And we don't have a lot of that to go to at this point. Alexander says, Galloway, Robinson, Kitna, probably 2 inches of dust all over them. Nice. Addicted Ox, was our red zone efficiency in this game? Seems like it was much better with a bigger problem getting to the red zone compared to other games. Yeah, the bigger problem was getting to the red zone. You had 3 drives. I think you were in the red zone on all those first 3 drives. You got 2 touchdowns on them. We had a red zone interception with Geno, so that one wasn't good. Then you also had a red zone touchdown at the end there to JSN. So we were 3 of 5. We have 1 touchdown, one field goal, 1 interception, 3 touchdowns. So improved from where it's been, to your point on that. Improved. Have a good one, Herbicide. Appreciate you, man. Catch you soon. Andy J says, we got to make a move. Look at the Rams with Miller, OBJ, and San Francisco with CMC. I love your guys' aggressive approach here, Andy. You're not alone. There's a lot of folks in the chat, and I'd love to see my fellow Seahawks faithful saying, let's go, pedal down. I'm not against making a move. I'm not. The thing I've done is I've spent the last 3 weeks looking at and studying the teams across the league with players who will potentially be teams in sell mode. And the formula to me is not enough teams in sell mode, selling those assets that we would want. You know, who is the equivalent guy that we'd look first for a CMC? Well, it'd be great if we could find that dynamic guy in the defensive line, be it a guy like a DeForest Buckner if the Colts were to offer him on the market. But to me, there's not that guy being offered out there, Andy. That's the main problem here is if there's a guy there and he becomes available, jump. Do it all day. I'm with it. Let's be aggressive. I'm with you of the belief as well is that the mandate that's been put down by recent Super Bowl participants is that you do need to be aggressive at the trade deadline if you consider yourself to be that team that's in that mode. Saw the Eagles just go make a trade for a Kevin Byard in this lane of things as Roseman continues to be very, very active. So I'm with it. I just don't know if there's going to be a player that's going to be there who hits that mark of a CMC equivalency because you're not looking for a CMC running back. You're not looking for a CMC impact from the receiver position. You're not looking for a CMC impact from the tight end position. You're not looking for a CMC impact from the safety position or the corner position or the middle linebacker position. Part of our depth and our strength is part of what makes it also a little bit of an inhibiting factor to finding that player here at the deadline. Because you're so good in so many other places, it limits down the scope of what you really truly do need to address. But I ain't going to decry it. We make an aggressive move, I ain't going to be mad about it. I'll tell you that. Jeff O'Heffo says we need to trade for Danielle Hunter. I don't know if the Vikings are going to be in trade mode. Maybe if Cousins has got a serious injury there with the ankles, it could make it go down, but we'll have to see. Friendly Neighborhood Gentile says, hopefully we can re-sign Trey Brown to a solid deal. Our corners are nasty. I think you, Friendly Neighborhood Gentile, you still do get him, I believe, on another year of cheap club control contract. So he's going through his 3rd year right now. You have a 4th year of a restricted deal you can put him on to where you can still have him for a nice cheap deal next year as well, not needing to necessarily sign him to a contract extension. I think Friendly Neighborhood Gentile, they're probably going to lean more towards looking at deals into the future for Tariq and Witherspoon, maybe over Brown. But Brown's playing great. Don't get me wrong. He is playing great football. Jesse says the Browns would have won if they had played a screenplay every game. Seattle cannot stop it. Indeed, they might have. We definitely had a hard time with it today. No answers. Tyler says, for sure, I do hope we can see Kenny McIntosh play as soon as a pass-catching running back. That'd be cool to see. Certainly he's going to be probably back by next week, I would say. Alexander says, Giants had 8 passing yards today. Shaking my head. Wow. Yeah, it was brutal. That offense, he got an offensive mind coach in Dayball, and he's not doing a lot with it right now. That's with Saquon back, too, by the way. I think you've had 30 passing yards to Saquon just dumping the ball off to him. I guess not. D-Nugget says, why can't we be better on penalties? Just more disciplined, but still keep the fun, upbeat culture. I'd love to see it, D-Nugget. This is a little bit of, I just think you got to choose a lane as a coach. You can be the hard-nosed, we're going to be disciplined, we're going to be smart, we're going to stay within the letter of the law, we're going to be all that. Or you can be the wild and crazy guy. And Coach Carroll, as much as any coach that's a player's coach, leans heavily towards that direction. I don't knock him for it. I just, to me, D-Nugget is a price. The price of doing business with a Coach Carroll team is that you're going to have a lot of penalties. It can drive you crazy, but it's been a part of this team for 12 years. It's not changing anytime soon. That's just what you get. There's good things you get on the other side of it. But unfortunately, you don't get those good things, it seems like, without the bad of the penalties being also a little bit at the forefront of what you get with a Coach Carroll program. And he puts his preference, he puts the onus on other things. Where other coaches would say, this is what's going to be a priority to us. For Coach Carroll, it's just not as much a big deal as the fans might consider it to be. I would argue if it was, you would have times throughout the course of this 12 years, you'd have whole 3 or 4 year points where you'd see the team making it a point of emphasis and those penalties being drawn down a bit. But if you think about it, you never actually ever hear them speak about lowering the penalties this year will be a point of evidence, a point of emphasis in this training camp. It's just not often said. And I would argue it's because it's not held as high of a worry for them. They're okay with it a little bit to a degree. Swedish Shinobi. Not sure my internet connection is stable enough to handle all the incoming cuteness that is pumpkin grooming. She was getting into it there. Look how she tired herself out with all that grooming. She's like, that was exhausting. Addis says the Hawks can be contenders if they can keep playing good football. Amen. Seahawks Gaming, imagine if we had Jamal Adams and Bobby Wagner last year. I think we win the division. I think we beat the Raiders and the Saints, and we stopped them from running all over us. Amen. Seahawks Gaming, I think I would even add the Carolina game on that, if I may. That's 3 more wins right there. And yeah, I agree. Those 2 guys certainly would have, I think, made the difference in those 2 games. We still got a Discord, D-Nugget. I got to get the Discord up and running again. I got away from it a little bit, but I definitely need to get it back up and rolling. It is rolling. It's still live, so it hasn't been turned off. I just hide the link. I hide it. Power Code said, thank God we won this match. Thank God, man. Thank God indeed. Jamal is injured for now long. Jamal is injured for now long. Jamal's not injured at the moment. Jamal's fine, Alex. Don't freak me out like that. D-Nugget says, congrats, Brando, on the 14,000 subs. That's awesome. Thank you, man. It's going to be great here. You know, we've got the induction date on this channel right around February. And the goal here was to get to 15,000 subscribers. It looks like we're going to get to 15,000 potentially. I say potentially here by even the end of December, which would leave us right on mark to get to about 16, potentially right around, we'll go about 15 and a half, 15.5. And that would mean that we got literally a third of our channel growth. A third. In 4 years of channel growth, we'll have a third of our channel growth in this year alone. And it's just been tremendous. It's just been tremendous. I'm loving what I'm seeing from a D-Nugget. So tells me we're moving in the right direction. I got this great green screen on the back here. I haven't shown you guys it yet. I'm going to start setting some stuff up with that and incorporating that in this too. But we're moving in the right direction, my man. We're moving in the right direction, and it feels really good. Ben says, bend but don't break defense. Don't bend but don't break mode on defense. That's for sure. They got stiff when they needed to. Then Nanito, Elgato. She's a good girl. She's a good girl. A little whiny, but good nonetheless. Thank you, Power Code, on the 14K, man. Just rounded it out today. Shot right past the mark. It felt good. BP says, I stand by the Geno criticism, but we're 5-2, so I'll take it. I'm going to be a big backer of Geno Smith, BP. I am going to be that. I have been a big backer of him. I could be even maybe accused by some of being a Geno stan. But I'm not going to be in the place, too, where I have the expectation level that everybody in the chat has to see it the same way I do. And I hopefully have said it a couple times throughout that makes people feel this and understand this on the side of it that do land on the camp of not being sold on Geno, of feeling like they've seen enough, of feeling like somebody else has got to be the quarterback in the future. Even though I'm not aligned in that thought process, I get where people came to in their conclusion of that. I've definitely spoken my reasons why I'm not in that stage of things, but there's enough people that have arrived at that state. I get it. And I wouldn't knock you for if you do happen to arrive at that or feel that way. I can see where the information you've got after the year and a half has informed you in that fashion to go in that way with it. I just have a little bit more that I feel like on my side of it where I gotta give a little bit more room on this one before I can reach that kind of state of it. But check in with me, 2BP, when we get to the end of the year. See where he's at that point. And power code, Boye Mafe is legit, by the way. If the 1 sack a game trend continues, he's about to break out. I called him a couple weeks ago in the video I dropped, a pass rush sensation in the making, and that is what he's showing himself to be. He is legit. He has absolutely been balling out throughout this year, and like you say, every game he's getting you a sack, but he's getting you pressures throughout. 4 quarterback hits today in power code. He was excellent on that side of things. He got the inside counter move working today. That was the big point of development that you were hoping from Boye this year. Can he develop the inside counter? Because if he could do that, that takes the top off his game. That allows him to potentially ascend. Jesse Moad says, I wanted Seattle to draft Will Levis. Would have been an interesting pick if they would have taken him at 20. I wonder how close they were to potentially making that selection at that spot. Gino says, Kitties, F the Cowboys undershirt, jinx the Niners. Brian Meyer says, Levis had a good game, but not a good quarterback. He's not sold yet, are you, Brian? Glizzy Gremlin, I do not know what's up with Abraham Lucas. There's a little bit of a concern and a worry from some of us here that there might be a point where this week they announce, well, we're just going to have to hire him for the season. We've been trying to wait and see if this thing would calm down a bit after this, and it's not happened, so we're just going to have to shut him down. I hope it doesn't happen, but I am a little bit worried that it's going to occur. Tiana says, how would you finish this sentence? The Seahawks are Super Bowl contenders if. I'm thinking about Tiana. It's a great question, by the way. That's a fantastic question. I think the Seahawks are Super Bowl contenders if they can find better balance in their offensive attack. If they can find balance, I think that makes them harder to defend and harder to predict snap in and snap out. Teams can't become as much in that mode of just rushing the passer and knowing they've got us one-dimensional. You're going to run the ball better than, if you're running more consistently, you're going to run the ball better than in the red zone at that point in time than you have up until this point. And if you can do that and find the balance offensively at that point, I know the defense can hold its water. I know that the special teams can hold its water, and then the offense could be efficient enough to get the job done. Because I think the passing attack opens up that much more the second you're able to actually run the ball consistently and make defenses now go from a stage of, we got to cover all these playmakers on the outside to, hey, we need to get some guys down the box and deal with this run. And that's something you've not been able to do up until this point this year so far, including this game. You had some big runs in this game, Tiana, but you didn't have the consistent runs. You had too many of those negative plays, too many of the negative 3-yard runs and negative 5-yard runs, and no holes for our backs to go through. If that part can clean up a little bit better and get a little more consistent over the course of the game, I think the offense will find more consistency with it. And if the offense finds more consistency, the points will go up, the points go up. You'll be a lot more in a mode of being able to dominate some of these matchups, say nothing of win them. But I think that would be my answer in trying to go to the one thing. I'm a little bit drawn to say Gino, better decision-making. But I think Gino's decision-making, it's sort of like one begats the other. The good ground game will help the decision-making from Gino because you're limiting down the passing volume. You're now making it when he drops back to pass that he can work a lot more off the play action, that he can get the defense sucked in a little bit more, which should open more stuff than in the secondary. So I think one kind of helps the other. Whereas Gino, better decision-making doesn't necessarily help the ground game out. Brian Myers says 12's got to go. An ugly win is still a win. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, man. Have a good night, man. Power Code says D-Hop's quote was fire, though. I feel like Gino. Absolute legend. Oh, yeah. That's awesome. Jesse says, I disagree. Oh, Brian. I'm sorry. You're talking to Brian. Johnny Utah says, maybe Shadur Sanders will be the next Mahomes. Dude looks like he's playing against a 13-man front every snap. That Colorado offensive line is a little rough. Supposedly Shadur Johnny's going back to college. So he's going back for another year based on what I'm hearing. Why do I says, I can't believe K9 and Zach only had 13 carries. Yeah, 13 carries. And as I say with this, why do I? It's not even a game where you were down by 2 touchdowns. And so you're offensively, you're driven to feel like you have to throw because you don't want to work the clock. No, you were up in this game for the majority of the game. You were only down by 3 points at any one given point. But a lot of times in this game, you sort of bailed off the run. Do you know K9 is on pace for 1,000 yards? Yeah, I agree, Jesse. I don't think Schroeder's coming out this year either. I like Jaden Daniels. He's another guy, Jesse, I'd put in that mode of second, third, fourth round quarterbacks. Having a really good year. Oh, he meant Jason Peters. Jason Peters did look good. So sorry, yeah, you threw me off with the Marcus Peters. Like, Jason looked okay out there. It's got to be tough for him. You know, it's first game action going out, and you got Zarius Smith and or Myles Garrett coming at you from the side of from where they're rushing from. But I think he held up okay. Got to go back and look at the tape just to lock in on him a little bit more clear. He did all right. As the gamer, Stafford got injured. Finger. He went out of the game too. So something going on with his thumb. Wide Zach and K9 average 8 yards a carry on 13 carries. People get arrested for stuff like that, and they should. Kirk Cousins has a season-ending injury too, Addis. That's huge. Huge for the Vikings. Boy, tough for them too, because they come out of this win on the road against Green Bay. Just as you're rounding into shape for that team at 4-4, you lose Cousins for the year. Wow. That is horrible for Minnesota. Tough. So tough. 13-06 says, do you feel like fans should get the ball more? He hinted that he's not getting enough chances in Seattle in recent interviews, and he's entering free agency. Yeah, I don't think it's likely that we're keeping him. And I don't think it's likely he'd want to stay here with the opportunities he has gotten at time, and that we don't do a lot of featuring him. They kind of work him in here and there, but not a lot. That's for sure. And there seems to be in these games where we get locked in on one guy that we're going to try to feature in a game more than anybody else, rather than just letting Gino go through his reads and kind of pepper the ball all around the field. Jackson Smith and Jigba's been a guy that at times it feels like they're leaning a little bit too much into to get those touches and get those looks. This game, it felt like DK. There was way too much of an onus on trying to get him the ball here rather than just running the context of your passing offense. So yeah, I get that fan could be a little bit frustrated there, 13. I think you have the three receivers on the outside you have. You're probably going to have a hard time making yourself driven by being a tight end heavy attack in the amount that you end up throwing the tight ends. It's kind of collectively what they do. And when you do have an embarrassment of riches out there like this, somebody's going to end up getting the small cut of the beef. And it sucks it's that way, but there are only so many balls to go around out there. I do think that he'd get more touches if they could just run things a little more like, let's not try to work the first round pick into the offense. Let's not try to placate and make sure DK is happy. Let's just run the offense. Estes says, I tagged Leonard Williams in Seattle on Twitter. That's the move I want to see, Estes. There's one move I'd like to see maybe that's a realistic move of being made. If you're looking at a Carl Lawson or a Leonard Williams, I'll go Leonard Williams. But I do think this is going to be a quiet trade deadline. I just do think. Scott, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate you for doing that, Scott. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest, and thank you for answering the call out there too. Please, for me, folks, hit that like button if you could. Helps me show up on all those channels of searches for Seahawks content. It allows me to get some more subs. Thaddeus Sexton, thank you for the $5 donation. If we traded for Buckner or Williams, they just rentals, or do we re-sign them? Thaddeus, I think the answer would be different for both of the two. In the case of Williams, he's going into the final year of a deal right now where I indeed believe that you would just let him walk in for agency at the end of the year. I think one of the nice parts about making a rental deal potentially with Williams, something to consider about giving up the draft pick compensation here on a guy like this, is that with him being due to be a free agent, there's a way that the Seahawks are going to be able to play potentially the compensatory game this year with free agents because of the free agents that they have, by the limited cap space that they have. So Williams goes out and signs a decent deal out there. You get maybe a 4th or 5th round compensatory return back from him at that point if he does go for nothing. But I think you would just let him play out on that. If he balls out and he comes in here and he lights it up, then maybe you do look at a extension at that point. I just don't think that you're driven as much as to do that. If you do go for Buckner, that's more draft capital you're giving up for him. There's more of a drive then to try to potentially retain him on a contract extension beyond this year? Yeah, I think you would. Buckner arriving here, he instantly becomes the best interior defensive lineman you have on the team. And no reason for him to be at, I think, 28 years old, where you would be removed or unwilling at that point to give him the big deal. He's one of the top 8 best defensive tackles in the sport. Well worth the money to spend for him for that at that point. And if you make that trade, you're probably counting on eventually doing that one way or the other. So different answers on both, Thaddeus, but I would love either one. Power Code says Peters and Bradford together is like 2 of those stone pillars in front of the White House. Those guys are tanks. They are, man. Wide as hell. Just 4 men wide. He's 4 man wide, he is. That's a big man. And there's 2 of them down there. "13 says Peters did look better than Stone and Jake. I think that's probably fair. Stone's definitely misapplied on the right side. He's a left tackle only. And Jake's been fighting through that injury through so much of the year. Sea Lord of Bravos. Bradford has massive potential. Boy, does he ever. Well, remembering this kid was a 98th percentile coming out. Long as hell, strong as hell. He's got the movement ability. It was about refining the technique with him. And he's been pretty impressive this year to me. Much more in his performance than I thought he was going to provide us year 1 out of LSU when I was scouting him. And we do indeed at this point have our right guard of the future. I feel very comfortable in feeling Bradford can slide into that role. Dino says, I thought the Niners were going to run away with the division. I think that was a fair outlook on things. I think if you have them at more health and a healthier state, they very well could have been through these games. They might not lose any of these 3 games if they have kind of everybody out there and in the way they need, especially if they just had Trent Williams the past 3 games. It might be a different tale. But when you are top heavy like that, when you are missing a little bit of the depth that you have had in prior years, it does make you susceptible to having a 3-game run like this if you're the Niners. Estes says, it seems like DK and Gino are never in sync. I just want those guys to click like Hurts and AJ do in Philly. Yeah, it's a great comp. You don't have that same kind of chemistry, it seems like, between DK and Gino. They can't get on the same page down by the red zone on the fade routes and the go balls. Gino today was just wildly inaccurate all over the place with DK. I don't understand it a little bit. You'd think after a couple of years of these guys playing together, I mean, they've been together for 4 or 5 years throwing to each other, that there would be a lot more of on the same page in the communication front of things. But it's just not quite there. Addis says, did they ever release a PFF grade for Jason Peters yet? I don't get the PFF grades till tomorrow, usually, when I check on those, Addis. I have to wait until then, unfortunately. Tyler says, Will Levis had a 2nd-round grade on, but I also had a 2nd-round grade on Anthony Richardson. But what do I know? But JSN was 100% worth getting at 20. Well said, man. 13, you a Boboro? You a Boboro? Oh, we get a lot of Boboros tonight, I bet. A lot of Boboros. Dick the Hawk says, did anyone hear Draymond Jones's name called? Yeah, Draymond Jones was there in the running game a little bit in this game. And he supplied some pressure as well. So he was 2 tackles in this game, but he had 3 quarterback hits and he had a tackle for loss. So not too shabby. He wasn't dominant, but he was out there doing things, making things happen. Johnny Utah, I wonder how D Hall will be graded. He had some splash plays today. If he can play the run like Boye's rookie season, we might be good with just Frank. That's a key point of the development here, Johnny, is that you in Frank and Darrell Taylor, I think you have 2 guys that are maybe a little bit questionable in their ability to play the run. And you would hope maybe if Derek Hall can slide into being a good run defender with Mafe, you can tighten things up enough out there to make it work. And he was good against the run mainly today. That was the place that, I thought he mostly showed up. 4 tackles from him today. Certainly is being pretty good as far as a run defender. Not giving you as much as a pass rusher. But like you say, Johnny, that's the real part that's important for us with Hall. If he's looking to find a role as a rookie here now, slide in to be a real top-notch run defender when you're out there here in this rookie year. Jeffrey O'Kelly, I know it's too early to be looking ahead to the draft, but how would you feel about getting Leonard Taylor? He had a good start. I think he's been a little bit more quieter recently on here, Jeffrey. I don't think I've got him as a top 3 defensive tackle right now as it stands. I got a couple other guys ahead of him, I think. But he's an interesting prospect, toolsy, good get off. He could be a guy that we do look to target. I do think Jeffrey in the first 3 rounds, defensive tackle, middle linebacker are going to be likely positions we look to address. And I think the value on the board very well could drive you to take those positions at that point, because there's some spots there where there's some strength in this draft at those spots. Seahawks Gaming says Mullen has more INTs than Sauce this season. You could add 2 coming out of this game. Addis, you have a great night, man. Appreciate you for checking out the channel. Alex, does anyone know where to get that retro hoodie Pete Carroll had today? Maybe try, Alex, that the Seahawks shop, I guess. Some of this stuff's just hard to get. I dig Seahawks, Brandon. I think the Jamal play, including the interception, would be perfect as a mashup with maybe Mario Brothers or Donkey Kong soundtrack. There we go. Maybe I'll try to do Addicted Hawks. I'll see if I can do a little video cut of Jamal hitting it with his head, and I'll have a little mushroom come out the top of the football after he hits the football with his head. And I'll turn it into the Mario mushroom as it's spinning in the air. How about that? I'll insert a little bit. Great idea. I'll try to put something together on that, Addicted Hawks. I love it, man. Jesse says, I need a book written about the Seahawks draft under JS and Pete Carroll. I want to know what happened between 2015 and 2019 and who was to blame for those awful drafts. It's a good question, Jesse. I think that Pete Carroll definitely drove a lot of the poor decision-making at that time. I think Schneider definitely is going to be on the hook for some of the blame here. But I also think what happened and what John Schneider has referenced here, Jesse, is I don't think we have to guess on this about where the problems lied if we look beyond who's the blame. If we look beyond where do the problems lie in your drafting process. And it's very clear to me at this point. Schneider's referenced this over and over the past couple of years. So this is that place I get to, Jesse, where I go, we don't have to guess. You drafted for need. You had your LOB team, and then you tried to kind of fill in the holes that would develop as the LOB team started to fail away a little bit, and you're filling in needs, you're filling in holes. And it's very clear in following the drafting process and following the teams that do well in the draft versus the teams that don't do well. Those teams that lean towards need in their drafting are the teams that then fail when it comes to NFL drafts. Those teams that lean to value and the teams that lean heavier to the value-based draft, those are the teams that tend to find actual success and consistent success. And so when it goes from 15 to 19, you went need, Jesse. And why you've had the 2 epic drafts you've had the past 2 years, yes, part of it is the extra capital. But part of it is also, as Schneider has said himself straight from the horse's mouth, we went back to value. We got caught up a little bit too much in need. We then started to say, no more of that. We're going back to value. Back to our origins, back to how it was 10 years ago when we walked in the door. And it's brought about the greatest of drafts. Seahawks Gaming says, why would the Commanders deal with us? We play them later this season. Plus, the Falcons offered a 3rd rounder for Sweat already. Yeah, I can't imagine that a 3rd rounder gets it done for Sweat, either Seahawks Gaming. 2nd round pick seems to me to be the minimum that you'd have to pull out to grab him. Why would the Commanders offer him at this point? If there was a 2nd round pick or a 3rd round pick, I think they're going to have to make the decision on letting one of these guys go on that defensive line. I don't think that they can afford to pay for all of these guys. I think you can make the argument it's not smart to pay 4 guys over $20 million on a defensive line because it's going to inhibit your ability to roster construct through the rest of the team. So I could see them making that move for that. And if we're offering the best draft compensation, I don't think they would let them playing us down the season inform them. If they're going to move Sweat, if they're going to move Young, I think it's also a marker at that point, Seahawks Gaming, that they don't see themselves as a contender this year, that they recognize they got to start building up draft capital to potentially package picks together to move up in the draft to go get a quarterback. And so if that's informing them, then they're going to be willing to move the player to wherever they can get the best draft capital back. Power Code says we can be 7-3 going into the gauntlet. Lost to the Ravens, win to the Commanders and Rams. If we're 7-3 going into the gauntlet, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. If we can arrive at that stage of things, I'm going to feel pretty good about where our standing is going through to the rest of the year down the home stretch. I like that in Power Code. Isaac Bird, I'm very happy the Kansas City Swifts lost. Jesse says, I know it was Pete, but how did that go down? I wonder what play JS wanted, players wanted that didn't get drafted. This is a place that it comes, Jesse, a bit of a guessing game on this. It does seem like Carroll had a little bit of the control wrestled free from him right around the time of the Russell Wilson trade, where Schneider was able to get a little bit more of the control back, especially around the drafting process. Able to make that work a little bit better. But it really is hard to say on this, Jesse, because you'd have to have a little bit of a peek behind the curtain to know for sure. That's where it gets hard for me to put one to the other. But I think that Carroll, certainly, I can't just go, well, you can't just say John Schneider was the general manager, so he's the guy to be blamed. He's the guy he made the decisions. No, not when your head coach is the vice president and technically has say over the top of you on any given decision. So it does get a little harder to parse between where that blame goes. But the most important thing to me on that, Jesse, then becomes about, look, it's bad that they didn't have good drafts at that time. It's bad that you weren't able to get further along. It's, you haven't been back to a conference championship in 10 years. That stuff is not good. I don't want to overlook that. And certainly someday maybe a book to be written on this would be a good way to do this. I'd be happy to maybe write one myself. But the good news here is they've corrected the problems. We know what the problems were. It's very clear. And this is one of those places where we get to actually a simplified state in football. That place that's so hard to get to in so many other areas. But here it does apply. You reach for need. And not only in this case with our Hawks and having that bad 2015 area, but you see it with teams throughout the league. It is absolutely a rule of thumb where if you're going to reach for need, you're going to go into the draft and be like, okay, we weren't able to sign a wide receiver. We need to go get a number one wide receiver in the draft. We weren't able to get a left guard, so we're going to have to go draft that. We need a backup middle linebacker. We're going to need a starting corner. We're going to need a backup safety. And now we're going to make all of our picks based on that by need. So every pick we go to will be for one of these needs. And that's what you fell into in a trap. Versus, who's the top guy on your board? Who do you have as the most valuable guy on your board when you come up to select? Regardless of where your roster is depth-wise, who you have to, who is the best? And that's where they've landed at. But hard to say on blame. Hard to say. Drunk says, I will say, Will Levis looked good today. 3 touchdowns isn't a fluke. Hopefully he keeps it up. He threw for 4 today, Drunk. He got 4 tutties. Oh, tutties. E36, Seahawks taking the NFC. Let's go, E36. Tribe says, I love this. All the whiner streams are nowhere to be found tonight. They're licking wounds. That's all, Tribe. Licking wounds tonight. I think the Hawks not sure what makes me laugh harder, trading a fortune for Trey Lance or drafting a kicker in the 3rd round. Tough look. Tough look on that kicker, especially because he's not had the best of starts. E36 says he can't wait to smoke the whiners on Thanksgiving. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, I'm behind here on this. Brandon C. It was good to see Jay Speeders get some playing time. Did okay with it. It's great to see. And Barry says, no, we would love to see you dance. Why do I says the Browns ran a lot, but only a 3.9 yard per carry average? This D is real. Indeed. Every game they've been good against the run. I think that we can consistently say that that's going to continue to carry throughout the course of the year, which is awesome. Why Seattle makes a trade for another edge? It needs to be an impact player, or what's the point? Sweat or Young would be that. Bingo. That's where I'm at with it too. Carl Lawson does not that. Doesn't make a lot of sense to just kind of go middling with it. Go hard. We talk about these moves that these teams have made at the trade deadline in recent years. Rams going for Von Miller. The Niners going for McCaffrey last year. They went hard on those moves. If you're going to make a move, make a move. Otherwise, just stand pat. If you're just going to kind of, piecemeal your way or sort of middling it through, or it's like, well, we made a move. Don't just make a move to make a move. Find impact if we're going to do it. In Tan Fam, I don't think we're cutting Eskridge at this point, though he didn't do a whole lot in this game. Jordan Cropper, I wish Seattle was a destination spot for free agents. We struggled to get the dudes here. Yeah, we do. We got Draymond Jones here, Jordan. That was one of the bigger free agent signings of the offseason that you'll find out there. You are able to bring him in, and you didn't have necessarily a ton of cap space to spend this offseason to get the job done. But, it's probably not a destination location, being it's so far out here to the west for some. Power Code says, still 239 watching. This must be some sort of record. Excited to see all the channel success. Love you, Brando in the 12s. Thank you, Power Code. Yeah, we got still well over a bunch of people in here in the chat tonight. Love to see that. Thank you guys for hanging out with me tonight on the channel. Jesse Moad, could we even afford Leonard Williams? Yeah, you can afford it. You only got to fit in basically half of your salary now into the books on that, Jesse. And remember, they're going to eat all the dead money of the bonus money in the books that accelerates at that point onto the Giants. So you're only on the hook then for his base salary for the rest of the year. You can even make it work with this kind of deal, Jesse, to where you can have the Giants, if it was really tight, to where, they take a little bit of Leonard's salary onto their books for the rest of the season. There's even a way to make that happen with it. Kirk says, bring in Akeem Hicks for depth. Maybe. He's old, man. He's up there. Go. Boye Mafe might just be better than the Skims model himself, Nick Bosa. I don't know if I go that far quite yet, but he's looking good. Alexander says, Drew will throw picks. Then what? Go back to Gino? I guess that would be the case at that point if it happened in the same way. Adrian X, thank you. Got a double dip of 2 $5 drops here by Adrian X. Says, you and others, Geno lovers, keep making excuses for him, but the professional analyst keeps saying, not if, but what, but the professional analyst keeps saying not if, but when Locke takes over. Also, we rebuilding. Also, I don't want a superstar quarterback, just a proper game manager that won't throw INTs in the red zone. I would love for you to tell me that with a professional analyst that you make it sound like Adrian X, that there's like a cavalcade of professional analysts saying that it's only a matter of time before Drew Lock takes over. I think you might be a little bit overstating that. You may be able to find an analyst or two who says that out there, but I don't think that that's something that we're hearing in mass. Like, it just goes without saying that this is that this is just the way that it is happening with. Again, too, with it, the keynote left a little bit left out, and I'll certainly look for your comments down below in the section here at Adrian X. But the point on the Drew Lock thing is not that Drew Lock is bad. The point to me is that Drew Lock is going to give you the equivalent performance to what you're getting from Geno Smith if you put the parameters in place that Geno has had to deal with throughout the course of this season. That's my whole point on it. It's not that Drew Lock doesn't have something he provides out. It's that he's not going to provide more than what Geno's giving you right now. And it gets hard to even be it becomes hard to be a game manager if you find your offensive line in the back end third in pass protection efficiency in the NFL through the first 8 weeks of the season. It becomes hard to become a proficient game manager when you don't have a consistent running game through the first 8 games of the season. This has been the exceptionally difficult for the folks that are, if you're going to call me the Geno lover here, Adrian X, for you guys that are the Geno haters and are on side of it, this has been the most difficult, impossible point for me to get across to you guys on your side of it. This has been the one that I say it and it just sort of bounces off and goes over the top. You put a quarterback with a third, they're back third. They're about, let's just take a number. They're 25th in pass protection efficiency. Let's say the number's right around there. Give me a little bit of room, plus or minus, give or take a little bit on that, Adrian X, okay? And then you have a running game that's not efficient, that's not effective through any of the games of the season. There's some big runs. There's some big moments where you're getting runs off, but it's like in the first half, 21-yarder from Charbonnet, 45-yarder from Walker, and then you have literally 0 yards on 11 carries through the rest of that half. That's the way that broke down. That's not consistent running game. So again, maybe I'm completely off on this, but this is the part where I don't see the folks on your side of this giving any value to this whatsoever, being that it doesn't matter whether we're talking Geno or Drew or insert player X, the undetermined there is the guy that's going to be your signal caller into the future. If you're going to put a pass protection unit that's in the bottom third of football, and then you're not going to be able to run the ball in addition to that, I don't care the playmakers you have on the outside. You're not going to get efficient level of play from the quarterback position absent having Patrick Mahomes or Burrow at the quarterback position. And even those guys would probably be likely to have an uphill battle to find consistent success. It's not to excuse everything away from Geno. It's not to say that he shouldn't be playing a little bit of a cleaner brand of football, that he shouldn't be trying to cut down on some of these mistakes. But it does mean that when you put those kind of parameters in place for any given quarterback, it is going to lead the position to making mistakes. And when we're referencing to Drew Lock and saying Drew Lock's the answer, this guy's going to be the salvation point. This guy's the guy to fix the position and it going bad right now. You're basing that then just kind of on your gut instinct, or any analyst saying that is just sort of basing that on just kind of what they kind of emotionally believe. And as Adrian X, I know you follow this channel, I'm not a big guy on emotional belief. I bring up hardened kind of facts to back up what I say. So I bring up and I say Drew Lock at Denver had a good ground game, a great defense, and had poor pass protection. And in that environment, Drew Lock threw a lot of interceptions and had a lot of turnovers and looked overwhelmed and looked confused, and the game was a bit too big for him. You're now going to put him on a team that doesn't have that consistent running game, has the defense, and has the pass protection in a similar state, but yet he suddenly now excels in that environment where he failed before because reasons? That's the part, I guess, of this, Adrian X, I'm trying to understand from your guys' camp that feel this way, is you think Drew Lock's better, or these analysts think he's better. Why? Why is he better? The track record doesn't prove that out. He's going to deal with the same parameters Geno Smith's going to deal with. The thinking that he finds success with that, I think, is a little bit misguided. And it is, I think, based on just I got to just kind of a gut instinct that Drew's going to be better. It's not based on tangible fact. And I've tried to back this up by further saying, Adrian X, look at the Pittsburgh Steelers game in the preseason. Here's a game where he's going back between Geno and Smith, right? The competition 2 years ago. Fierce in camp, back and forth. Who can win the job, right? And you have him in that game playing pretty good football through the game. Game comes down, doesn't see the blitz coming. Blitz hits him blindside, fumble, game over. Look at the pass, look at the Packers game. Plays a half of football. Almost throws a pick six in that game. Has another play where there's another play where it just about was picked on the other side of it, where he just decides to come back to the back side on the play there in that game as well. Not even a full game. So more further proof into this preseason and from what we saw from him in Denver, that still the turnover-worthy thing is still in play there with Lock. If we're going to say Drew Lock's going to be better, what is it backed on? It's not on the preseason performances of his time here in Seattle. It's not on how he played with Denver. It's not on the parameters by which we're going to set him up for potential success here in Seattle if he takes over for Gino. It's all into that kind of emotional of, I just kind of feel it's this way. And I definitely certainly lean away from that in football in evaluating and analyzing the sport. The more we lean into our emotions and what we just kind of feel emotionally about something, the more that can lead you astray, in my opinion. But I appreciate where you're coming from on this, Adrian X. I thank you for the double dip on the donation. But I would like to see from the folks that are in the Drew camp of saying that they seriously want to go to Drew Lock. Why? For the sake of just making a move? If we make a move to the backup, I think we'd want to have a little bit more tangibly that we could call upon as to why we are intellectually feeling this move is going to be successful. And if Geno Smith was operating with an offense that had a consistent ground game, if Geno Smith was operating with an offense that had consistent pass protection for him through the first part of this year, and he was doing what he's been doing so far, and the bad decisions were coming into play, you could sign me up to saying Drew Lock can come in that environment and do better. But putting him in the exact same parameter position, no, I don't see that. And I don't see a lot to back that standpoint up of things. Dan Crypto, Gino almost effed up in the end, trying to force it, at least float it up instead of throwing it directly to a defender. Definitely some bad throws in this game from Gino. And I'm not trying to say he played a wonderful football game by any respect of things. King Bomber, Gino's got to move off of plays. Got to live to play another day. Throw it away sometimes. That's okay. Jordan says the whole reason for Drew losing the job to Gino was to protect the ball, and now he's not. So the reason Drew doesn't have the deal is, the turnovers factored in because Drew got super turnover heavy during the competition fight between them. There was the turnovers, I said, the Steeler game. Then there's the Cowboy game a couple of weeks further beyond that point where he's then has a myriad of interceptions where he's trying to force a whole bunch of balls to win the job over. But as I just pointed out in my example, and even the Packer game that he played this year, still we see those turnover-worthy plays. The thing with this on Gino, again, would come down to Jordan here as I'm making the point on this is Drew's going to do better in this environment. I don't think that we just had Geno as the quarterback because he just protected the ball. We had Geno at the quarterback because he was the best call for the position, because he had earned the job, because he had won the job. That's why he's the starting quarterback, because he was the better quarterback in the competition between these two. And they had a competition. And if Drew was the better player, he should have won that out. He should have won that out by this point. He should be balling out on the practice field far beyond what Geno's showing if he is so far heads and away and shoulders above Geno. He obviously hasn't. King Bomber, I'd like to see Lucas back too. Hopefully he can get back. Let's see where he's at. King Bomber says, okay, the penalties thing was not a problem early in the Carroll regime, nor was it a problem last year. It's been a problem throughout the course of his time here. And you won a Super Bowl leading the league in penalties. I just don't think that the hope that Carroll's going to have a thing here where he consistently be a team that doesn't have penalties while Coach Carroll's a coach here, the data doesn't add up to that over a 12-year period of coach being here as a head coach. He's maybe had outliers here and there of a given year or two, King Bomber, but over the totality of that time period, you've been one of the most highly penalized teams. I think to expect Carroll now in his 70s to become a rigid drill sergeant-like coach that's going to get these guys on the page with cleaning up the penalties is just not the nature of Coach Carroll's game. Radu, I'm not sure how Jason Peters did overall. Unsure a little bit with that, to be honest with you. I've got to go back to the tape and check it out. I think he was all right. Probably an improvement over what you had from Stone and Jake. Tony says, Gino reminds me of Matt Hasselbeck, just an ultimate game manager. Hawks should be looking for the next quarterback. A chance, how will we contain Lamar? Because last time we played him, he ran for 116 yards. Well, if he got a little bit more team speed on the field this time, is the best thing that could help with that chance. I think that definitely showed off a little bit your lack of speed at that time and what you're bringing on the football field. But he had a hell of a game for us that day. We certainly didn't have an answer for him. And this is going to be the toughest. We got some tough games on our schedule, some super tough games remaining on our schedule, but this very well might be the toughest game remaining. So you're going to have to play disciplined football. You're going to have to be on it in your reads, in your pre-snap indicators, and you're going to have to tackle well. That'll be a big key. Jordan Cropper, if our defense didn't save the day, there would be a lot more pressure on Geno. Maybe. Yeah, probably so. Also, if Geno didn't have the last drive where he brought you back for a touchdown winning drive, that'd probably be the case too. But those things didn't both occur. WTC, are the Seahawks going to trade for anyone? I don't think it's likely they do, but it's possible. Hard to say. Fei Wu, where was Frank Clark today? MIA apparently. He was around. He just wasn't used a lot. He barely just got on the team, so it's going to be a little bit of time before we figure out what Frank Clark is or where he is with the team or how good he may be. But he was just getting his beak wet, so to speak. Well, Young Grenade saw a stat. JSN's first 4 games, 12 catches, 62 yards, 0 touchdowns. Post-bye week 3 games, 11 catches, 147 yards, 2 touchdowns. Maybe starting to come together a little bit. David Adams, Purdy throws 80% of his passes in the middle. He can't consistently throw in the perimeter. Also, it's wise not to over-pursue him on rushes because he's a mini mouse. He's very quick in short spaces. What do you have, a 1-5, 2 10-yard split? He definitely can move. He's got some mobility to him, no doubt about that. And yeah, David, you got to force him to throw outside of the hash marks. You've got to force him to throw up the football field, take away the short stuff. That'd be the big key with dealing with Purdy, in my opinion. Hopefully the Hawks do it. Big Country will have better balance with a healthy O-line. I think that's the key. Me too, Big Country. Me as well. Power code, Jordan Brooks, so on the blitz is so damn scary. Can you imagine dropping back in the pocket and only see number 56, Matt Block visor, pummeling its way into your grill? The horrors. He's fast as lightning too, man. He's exceptionally quick for a linebacker, and he has shown he's got quite an acumen for blitzing this year. A role that they hadn't used him a lot in the past, but he's been great in that role. Radu, how do I like the uniforms? I love the uniforms, man. I wish they were there every week. I take them every single week, man. Isaac says, wow, B, a nail biter. I know Gino can play better. Welcome to the team, JSN. I wore my Seattle beanie to work because I know it was going to be a grind. Make it home. 40 seconds left. Thriller. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, Isaac. Good job on wearing the magical lucky beanie. It worked. And yeah, it was a hell of a win. It was a hell of a win. It maybe take a couple of years of my life off, but it got it. Mike Kupperus says, I sure hope they work on how to avoid so many penalties this week. That will not fly in the playoffs. Still, this team has shown glimpses of greatness. They have shown glimpses of that, Mike. I think some of the calls in this game were a little bit questionable to me. I got to be honest with you. I mean, there's some games where we certainly earned those penalties. I don't know if that was always the case today. There's a lot of ticky-tack out there, and there was a lot of, in my opinion, a lot of missing consistency on both sides in the way that they were calling the game. I'll just say that. 13 says Evan Brown bulldozed a guy when Walker ran 49 yards. That was a huge hole, for certainly the biggest of the day by the offensive line. Adiga Docs Brandon, I forget, is Evan Brown on a 1 or 2 year contract? If only 1 year, do we extend him or do we draft a center next year? He is only on a 1 year deal. I would expect him to probably only last a year here. I don't think you're going to have the money to sign him to an extension. I think the team's going to probably slide to Oluwatimi in the long term there. That's just a guess, of course, but that seems to be the direction that they appear to be headed, in my opinion. You'd like Oluwatimi to slide in there. He's a cheap option at that point, and you can kind of better load balance up the offensive line. So Evan's playing really good. Love what I see from him, but I don't think that the team was going to look to necessarily extend him. We're going to be restricted a little bit, Dick Docs, with the money we got to spend next year. And I think if you're looking for priorities at this point, Jordan Brooks, Bobby Wagner, potentially Colby Parkinson at tight end, you're looking to bring out on a smaller term deal. I think that it ends up being a little bit of a priority of Brown comes just a little bit too low in the process versus the money you have to spend where you're only sitting on $7 million of cap space as it currently stands. Greg Kemp, Brandon, thoughts on people acting like DK getting 14 targets was a bad thing? I mean, DK just missed his first game, and I think the Hawks were trying to give DK a chance to make up for having missed the game. They were definitely trying to work him in there, Greg. I don't think it's a bad thing to try to work the ball to DK and to force him some targets throughout the course of the game. I do think they went a little whole hog in this one, a little over the top. I think a little bit of my problem from the targets is beyond the number of targets. I'm okay with that number like you are, Greg. My issues comes from with Gino of that you're throwing to a 6'4" guy who's got a size mismatch on every cornerback he's going with. You should not be finding yourself in moments here of whistling the ball 10 feet over his head. Give DK opportunities to make a catch at times. And there's too many throws in there today where the just throws were off by Gino, where it's not even his arms being hit or something like that. He's off by a yard or two to DK. Even on some of the plays where DK was able to make a catch, he still wasn't tremendously accurate on some of those throws. So no, I don't have a problem with the targets, but if you're going to throw to DK, put it in a catchable range for him at times if you're Geno. The throwing it 15 yards over his head thing was weird at points. Or somebody said limp dicking a couple of those throws to him on the comeback routes. Like, come on. 360 bets, thoughts on San Francisco losing again? They're a top-heavy team. They lose 2 to 3 of their big dogs at the top, and you can look at their big dogs as being a collection of about 8 guys on that team. You lose 2 of those 8, I think the San Francisco 49ers are a completely different team. They're very unique in the NFL, where I don't think that applies to all NFL teams, but they happen to be one where Trent Williams, Deebo Samuel go down. That offense is significantly reduced. That defense now has to fully carry the day. Defense maybe not as strong as it's been in recent years as of yet. And that's where it's going to kind of play out. They need to be, in my opinion, at full strength to find themselves really cooking at their best. And if they can be there, if they can keep that health throughout the course of the year, they'll remain a juggernaut. But if they fall back and they lose a couple of these injuries across the board, they showed this year they don't have the depth that they've had in recent years to call upon to sustain up against those injuries. And that's because they find themselves at the end of their window a little bit here. Scott says, what do I think about Oluwatimi's potential? I think he looks great too. Cross, Lucas, Oluwatimi, Bradford, Lucas would be elite. I think Oluwatimi has looked pretty good in his flashes so far this year, including his initial start. There was a little bit of up and down play there, Scott, where there's some bad moments too that you're going to expect to get from a rookie. I think it's nice to have Brown this year, as Oluwatimi in his rookie year can kind of learn the ropes a bit, get a little bit in there here and there in his playing time, but then get himself prepped then for next year to really be able to ascend and take over that starting role. So down the line, yeah, I do think he is your starter of the future at center. I think that certainly Cross and Lucas are your edges, and I think Bradford's at right guard. Lewis is, let's remember, Scott, a free agent. He's also not exactly a scheme fit from the mobility aspect and what he provides to the team. I think that they're likely to go look at the draft for a left guard than to re-sign Lewis at this point. Again, remember with this, Scott, $7 million of cap space going into the offseason. Can't sign all of the free agents with only $7 million. Technically, that $7 million is already gone if you factor in most of that's going to go to your draft picks, right? And for your restricted free agents that you're going to want to put on there. The cap is going to go up naturally by increases, but there's just not enough cap space. We can't be in this mode where we go, we're going to re-sign Damian Lewis, and then we're going to re-sign Noah Fant, and then we're going to re-sign Jordan Brooks, and then we're going to re-sign Bobby Wagner. It's not going to work that way. We've got to kind of pick and choose from these, the ones we can and can't go with. So I do think Oluwatimi is your center, but I don't think Lewis will be your left guard going forward. I like Lewis, I do, but just get the scheme fit, get a little bit cheaper there, probably where they go instead. And Power Code, yeah, I think Brown, if you didn't have the cap space situation like you did coming into this offseason in Power Code, it might be a bit of an easier pull to go, let's go with Evan Brown, let's sign him to an extension. But I think you're going to have to make some tough decisions, being that you are up against it like you are on the cap. James Peters, we just won against a number 1 defense with a hurt O-lineman and another who was on the practice squad last and on a couch the week before that. I'll take that every time. I love it, James. Let's go. Let's pray we get a right guard and right tackle back before next week. Let's pray for it. Hopefully so. Adrian X. Sorry, you got a couple other donations in here. My bad, man. Appreciate all the donations. It's Adrian X with a $2 donation. Says, did Locke play with the ones? Love your content, by the way. I appreciate that. And Adrian X, I know you've been a long-time supporter and donator to the stream. So, even when we get the disagreement, I hope you do understand. I appreciate the donations, and I appreciate where you're coming from. As I've tried to say a couple times on the folks that are anti-Geno folks in their sentiment of it, I don't happen to find myself there. I know that from some people's perspective, they find that terribly frustrating. People are looking for me to whip out the flamethrower and set it upon Geno Smith and char him up until there's nothing left but just some ashes. And I get that. I'm not saying that's what you're asking for, Adrian X, but that's definitely something that's been sort of as a request of me to kind of go for. And if I get to that place, I certainly will be honest in that that's how I feel about it. That's how I see it. All I can do is be honest in my outlook. I'm not trying to be a pro-Geno guy or an anti-Geno guy. I try with this channel as much as possible to be objective in how I view the team. So I will be right. I will be wrong. I try to be way more on the side of right, and I trust my track record against anybody else in that respect of things. I could be wrong on this Geno thing. And I know that it's going to be wanted to be talked about between now and the end of the season here. This is going to be a subject that spins over and over. I'm not going to have a tremendously more amount to give until we get to the full point of evaluation on this. I just can't land there myself. So I appreciate you guys are on that spot of it. I know it's frustrating that those people that are out there looking for me to arrive there, and maybe I'll eventually get there. But I haven't seen the data telling me that that's the place where I should be landing when I take it all sort of into account. But I do know Adrian actually been a long-time supporter of the channel, and I do appreciate all of that. He says, did the Lock plays with the Lund? Love your content. Absolutely. No, Lock didn't get to play with the ones this year, technically. That's for sure. In that Packer game. Some of this was, I think, also limited by, if I'm not mistaken, there was some injury stuff going on there with Lock through the preseason. I do think that he got a chance to fit with the ones in the previous preseason. Maybe not the Steeler game, but I do believe in the Cowboy game, he got the start in that game. Now, he was coming off of COVID. And so there's certainly a point here where I'm sure Adrian actually might say, well, okay, he's got, as you say, we got the COVID positive thing from him last year. Okay. Doesn't get to necessarily play at the ones this year, has the injury in training camp. Okay. There is a possibility here Drew Lock can be better than Geno Smith. But there's nothing yet that's been given as any backing to provide that assessment. That's the key point on this, is the conclusion being reached doesn't have a basis. The fact he hasn't played with the ones does not mean he would have excelled with the ones. And he didn't excel with the ones in the Cowboys game, but he did have the COVID he was coming off of, not at full strength, pressing, trying to make throws that he probably should have made throws in that game because he was trying to win the job. But nonetheless, we can only go off the data that we have, the data that's on the books. We can't go off of the data that we're sort of guessing is out there in the ether, which is a little bit of what's going on here, in my opinion, on the Adrian X and the Drew Lock thing. In that, yeah, all of those are valid. The COVID thing, valid. Came in at the worst time last year in the heart of that battle where it was neck and neck. It wasn't like Geno Smith was a giraffe's neck ahead of Drew Lock in the battle. It was neck and neck. But nonetheless, he did lose it and didn't do enough to win it. And a lot of what he did to not win it, let's remember with this Adrian X, it's not just the preseason games. That's not just the assessments. It's also throughout the whole offseason. It's the rookie minicamps, the regular minicamps, the training camp practices. The coaches are also making their assessment, all of that, in addition to the preseason games. And you and I, we only have the preseason games to go off of in our assessment. We're not there watching every practice, what's going on and who's balling out, who's playing really well, and who's separating themselves. And that's another big part of this factor. And that's part of why I trust the coaching staff's choice in this, is that they had a lot of information to make this choice on. It wasn't just those preseason games last year. It wasn't just the preseason games this year. That's two different separate training camps to make your determination about where Drew Lock is a player and who's the best guy to go out there and carry the load. And while you did sign up to Geno Smith, if Geno Smith came out here in training camp and he didn't do well this offseason, come in and he's like, man, he's a shell of himself. He's not anywhere close to what he was last year, where Drew Lock is soaring and sailing. You could easily have gone to Drew Lock if he was so much better than Geno was, if he was heads and tails above, if he was going to give you that better performance. You're not married to Geno. He's on a $10 million contract this year. You can get out from the contract after this year. And it's not like you can say, well, they gave him the contract, so they had to feel like they had to start him after giving him the contract. No. This is the team that has a Matt Flynn on the books. This is a team that goes out and gives a guy $26 million and never gives him a start out there on the field. So this is a team that's shown a track record of saying, just because we give you a contract does not mean that outfits you as being the starter. So that's the part on this, is to remember too, not just the preseason games, it's also the training camp points of it. I'll give you this. It definitely some bad luck there from Lock, be it the injury in training camp this year, be it the vids thing that he had happen at the time that he did. It came at the worst possible time. But we don't, regardless of all that being the truth, and it is the truth and it is the case, it doesn't remove the bottom line here, which is that we don't have a basis by which to believe Drew Lock is going to play better. If you think Drew Lock's going to play better, you've got nothing to base it on. It's not on his performance here in Seattle and how he's played. You can't throw me that Giants game and go, here, look at him up against the Giants on these two drives here. See, this is why he's better than Geno. That's a sample size, and that's completely unfair. That's not even in the vicinity of being a fair evaluation. If we take the true, much more data to go off of, 2 seasons of training camp practices, 2 seasons of rookie minicamp, 2 seasons of minicamp, all of that going back, along with the preseason action, I think that at that point, All we can go off in our assessment of that is what's told us, and there's nothing within that that's told us, nothing that we've heard from the practice that told us, oh, he's far and away better than Geno, to believe that he's going to be better if you put him in there in place now of Geno. He may be, but there's just no backing as far as to give that any sort of, there's nothing tangible to pull that to. It's just kind of a thing we generally think if we're in that camp of things. But what you say is absolutely in point there, Adrian X. I mean, the vid thing was horrible for him. The injury this year is horrible for him. And you're right about this year. The Packer game was not ones out there across the board that you were getting to play with. Thank you, though, for the donations. And another one as well says, you perfectly know Locke was COVID positive. COVID B, Y12s are so split. Locke have COVID B, Y12s are so split. But that's, again, Adrian X, you're getting caught up in the preseason games because that's what you can see. That's the only place that you have to make the assessment because you don't have access to the practice field. The coaches are making this assessment also on what's going on in the practice field. And if you're seeing Drew Lock throwing some occasional picks out there on the practice field, if you're seeing that, then makes sense why they made that determination as well, right? If it goes in addition to what they were seeing in the preseason games, like in that Cowboy game or like what happened in that Steeler game. I'm leaning more into the coaches making the proper assessment, Adrian X, not just on the preseason games, but also on those practices. In fact, in many ways, having those practices carry maybe even a little bit more of the day than you normally would, because of the fact you don't have as much game film to lean back on him with. Because, for instance, the vid thing that he had to deal with, or the injury this year that he had to deal with. I mean, do you think, Adrian X, that the coaches just are misevaluating this then? That they're not recognizing the player that's a better player they have at the position, that they're every day overlooking that on the practice field, seeing evidence of that every day on the practice field and just going, yeah, but Geno's our guy. Yeah, but we're married to Geno. Again, knowing that this is a team with a track record of a guy that you signed in free agency and Matt Flynn, but when Russell Wilson comes in and shows himself to be better than that recent free agent that you signed, you didn't think twice about naming Russell Wilson as your day one starter, as your rookie quarterback starter. I think the team's shown. If there's a better man out there to win the job, if there's a better man out there to play over the top of a guy starting, they will go to that guy. I think that's been their track record. I could be wrong on this, but that does feel like their track record to me on that, Adrian. Thank you, though, for all your donations and your support to the channel. Marcus B28, thank you for the $10 donation. I do appreciate you for that, Marcus, and I hope you're having a great night, man. Sorry, a little late on getting acknowledgement there. Wanted to make sure I was covering everything total there. Says, Brandon, your comment about if Drew Lock was so great, why isn't he showing it in practice and behind the scenes? Checkmates the entire argument. I had to get a drink after that one. I'm trying to find the place we can on that, and I think it's an important part, Marcus. Because that is an inclusive area part. Think about it. These guys practice every day. You get to training camp 2 a days, practice every day. That's a lot of throws on the books. I don't think any of us would expect that the coaching staff is merely making the evaluation between Geno Smith and how they played in just the preseason games last year. It's going to be all of that data that goes into it. It's going to be the data throughout this preseason and this training camp that's going to go into it. You want to take it all. And I would trust, being that the quarterback position is so very important, that if that was the case, that Drew was outperforming Geno in these practices and that he was so much of a better, more viable option, younger option, that they would go to him, that there wouldn't be that drive to stay with Geno. But I think that they are recognizing in this that Geno's now played great. He needs to clean things up. I've said that many times over in this stream and in the earlier stream. I'm not saying Geno can't play better ball. He needs to play better ball. I think there's reasons why he's not playing as good a ball. I think Drew would also struggle with dealing with the things that Geno's had to play with. That's been my point of it too, is that I like Drew. I think Drew's got talent. But I think that he struggles in the very same fashion, dealing with the same inequities, I can't say the word here, that Geno has. Specifically, lack of a consistent pass protection, too many pass rush wins that are happening under 2.5 seconds, and a ground game that is not consistent through any of these early games so far. Even the game last week, where Walker gains 100 yards on the ground, it took him 26 carries to get there. He averaged 4 yards a carry to get that 100 yards last week on the ground. It's been tough sailing on that. But I think that's an important part, Marcus. I think that's an important part, is the practices and the behind the scenes part of this. Thank you for that $10 donation. Glad I was a good enough comment to make you go get a drink. Thank you for that, man. Appreciate you. Rumbler Podcast in the house. What's up, Rumbler? Also, I'm sure you've talked about this a lot today, but would love if you could fill me out on how Peters held up today at right tackle. This was an enormous challenge for him in a new system against Cleveland. Indeed, it was a tough matchup today. You're getting one of Myles Garrett as Zadarius Smith when you're in the game. He seemed to hold up pretty good out there on the right side, Rumbler. I didn't see a lot of bad pressures or quick pressures coming in from his side. I got to go back and look at the tape. It's the hard part when doing the live play-by-play for me is everything's so kind of high level and trying to just cover the action that's happening. You know, it's hard to kind of look out in ancillary at points on the line or in the interior defensive linemen and really lock in on them necessarily. But it's always a good thing you can say when the guy doesn't get mentioned in penalties or you don't bring up his name because he's given up a quick sack or something horrible like that. That did not come out today. So he seemed to play solid. He seemed to be an improvement over what you were having out there with a busted up injured Jay Curhan and a Stone Forsythe playing out of position. Easy E53 says, love the stream. Thank you, Easy. I appreciate that, man. I love what I do. So I'm glad it resonates. Johnny Utah Brooks is balling out this year. Tough choices in the offseason with all of our undrafted our free agents. You got Bobby Brooks, fan. Wonder who we keep. All are awesome this year. I think Brooks and Wagner are certainly going to be at the forefront of the priority list here. Beyond that, how much money we have to spend or if we can even keep those two guys. Like you said, it'll be very interesting, and those will be some tough choices. Mike says, thanks to the 12s at Lumen today, doing the Lord's work when they were needed. Great job by the 12s out there today. Defense needed you. You answered it. Brought them up when they needed. It was good to see. Great to see. Jesse Moad says, has Seattle ever traded under Pete and up in the first round? We have never, ever, ever, ever moved up in a first round under Pete Carroll and John Schneider. The cost is just too great. All Pro Seahawks, Leonard Williams would only cost maybe a second or third rounder. That's the move I would do. But if they're going to give up a second round pick, might as well go big and spend on Chase Young or Jonathan Allen. Be interesting to see what Washington does with Jonathan Allen. I think they'd have to eat a lot of dead money to make that move go, but they would certainly get their greatest return back for Jonathan Allen, I think even above Chase Young or Montez Sweat. Yeah, Leonard Williams, to me, third, fourth round pick is right for me with Leonard Williams, where he's currently at. I think a second round pick feels a little bit too high for him. I don't think he's that kind of player right now with where he stands. He's still a good player. He would help this defensive line out. I'd love to see that move too. I think that's the one that stands out to me of all the potential moves being trotted out there that are real, truly viable. I don't know if Chase Young is really viable. I don't know if some of these other moves people are talking about for edges are really in the neighborhood of in realm. I just don't. It seems like I don't think we can pull it off. But Leonard Williams, I think, is certainly within reason, and he would certainly help out the rotations on that line for the rest of the year. Porter Vance's thoughts on A.J. Brown setting history today. He's had 5 straight games with over 125 yards receiving, I believe. And A.J. Brown has ascended to become one of the great receivers in this sport. No doubt about it. He's gone from Ryan Tannehill to Jalen Hurts, and he has absolutely taken another step forward in his game. The guy's a sensational receiver, great route runner, great hands, awesome after the catch, demands double teams over there, but it's hard to pull the double team to him. The Eagles kind of show you a little bit when you have a ground game that can be viable and force the defenses to have to play the ground game, that it does open up those receivers out there on the perimeter. And he's just got times where he's just about unguardable, it seems like, out there. I mean, the guy doesn't go 125 for 5 straight games and not have that be the case. He's getting the attention, no doubt about that. But there's no weakness really to his game. And he has taken it up another notch since arriving there with Philadelphia. Just a tremendous trade for them on that one. They're coming out definitely on the right side of that one. Caleb Amos, it will help if they were a little bit creative on offense instead of running basically the same offense every week. They need to change up a little bit. Agreed, Caleb. I don't see a lot of creativity in this offense right now. I don't see a lot of multiplicity. I don't see a lot of variedness. It does not seem an offense, in my opinion, too, that's got always a lot of identity to it and what they're trying to accomplish and the manner by which they're looking to go about it. It's not that it's bad or ineffective completely as an offense. We just don't have an identity yet. And that's what they're looking, I think, to find a little bit more. But a little more creativity would be nice. And if you're having games like this where the offense can't find itself, work in some misdirection. Work in maybe a trick play or two if you're Waldron on that side of it. Shake things up a little bit. There does seem to be, I think to your point on that, Caleb, a little bit of just trying the same application over and over again from Waldron's perspective here. Ivan says, Josh Allen mentioned Bobby Wagner and Jamal Adams in his audible. So that's a spoiler that we get something done before deadline. Trade Geno and 2 firsts for Allen in a second. Mike says, what was with the Geno DK connection today? Amazing DK blocking with no penalties. Yeah, he got a clean game out of DK today. I don't know. Geno was just off on a lot of his throws to DK today. They connected a little bit, but they weren't on the same page, weren't synced up. And it's been that way for a couple times these past couple weeks when DK has been in the game. I'm not sure. I'm confused by it as much as anybody because you would think Geno and DK at this point, they've been together for what now, 4 or 5 years together, that there'd be a little bit more of a chemistry there between the two at times. But you definitely don't feel like they're always in sync. Jesse says, hopefully we will get one soon. I trust John Schneider to find one. We'll see, man. It'll be an interesting trade deadline. We'll know very soon what's going to happen one way or another on this one. Power Code, was there ever this much pushback on Russ? It seems like people just want to write off Geno as a one-year wonder instead of giving him a fair shot. He needs to improve in the red zone, but he made some plays. He did make some plays, and there certainly is not a lot of room given to Geno. He is on a very short leash for a lot of folks. And I'm not necessarily putting you there on that, Adrian X, but I just know there are some folks that have been in this place, not you necessarily, but others, especially when this started up even in the last offseason and discussing this possibility of him being our starting quarterback. It's been hard for him to always give much of just this little bit of room. I think Russ does give a little bit more because he's got the 2 Super Bowl appearances. He's got the Super Bowl win under his belt. That's a pelt on the wall, and that's going to earn you some good favor at that point. Maybe too much good favor. I think there's certainly a fine argument to be made that Russ got way too much patience from the fan base, and Geno's getting way too much impatience from the fan base. I think that's not the most unfair thing to say, but I think that's probably the reason. You win a championship, it's going to give you a little bit more room for error. Jesse, it's just weird to say you don't want a superstar quarterback. That makes no sense to me. No, I definitely wouldn't. I'm not saying I don't want a superstar quarterback, Jesse. I just think that they're harder to find than some people speak of. People talk about superstar quarterbacks like they grow on trees, and it's much harder to find them than that. It's not just about picking one or dedicating yourself to selecting one in the first round. And I think they're few and far between, in my opinion, if we're really calling a superstar quarterback, that guy that can carry the day, that guy that can overcome not having a good ground game, that guy that can overcome not having a good offensive line pass protecting from up front. I think those are really rare talents and hard to find. But I'm completely great with taking a quarterback in this upcoming draft. I'm hopeful we could find a superstar one. That'd be great. Makes it way easier, that's for sure. I don't know. You might have been responding to somebody else in the chat. So sorry if I responded to something else you were doing there. Greg says A.J. Brown is probably glad he's not on the Titans anymore and is having his talent wasted. That's true, Greg. He's getting the most out of him out there in Eagles. Ozabon, do you think Locke can finish the game like Geno did today in the Lions game? I don't know. He might be able to. I don't have anything to base it on with him. And that's my kind of thing with this, is that I just don't think we got the data to know with Drew. I also don't, in that side of it, have a ton of confidence that I know he could do it. And that always just waiting for him he's waiting to go out there and show that he can do it. Maybe. But I think Geno's won this battle. I think he's earned the right to be the starting quarterback. I don't think he's done enough this year to be put on the bench in favor of Drew at this point. But that's also saying that Geno needs to play better. Motor says, I'd also like to see if Drew could be our starting quarterback in the future. Geno's getting up there in years. Well, I wouldn't want to try to just run that out there right now for the sake of needing to learn that answer versus we're 5-2 right now. We're on top of the division right now, and let's make that change now to just learn that for the future. I wouldn't want to do that necessarily for the sake of that. That's where we get to a little bit on this Drew thing. It becomes like change for the sake of change as opposed to making change because of the intellectually smart decision to do so. I don't think that's why we might want to make a change in quarterback. If we make a change in quarterback, it's because we know that it's going to be the smart decision to make. It's the right decision. But I could be wrong on this. Porter Vance, who is your favorite non-Seahawks receiver? Favorite non-Seahawks receiver? I mean, Witherspoon's kind of starting to get there for me. It's a fast ascent, but hard not to give him a bit of the nod as we stand right now. That or Boye Mafe. I think I'd go with one of those two. Skippy Snacks, hey B, how you doing tonight? Always better when the Hawks win, but wow, it looked dicey for a bit there. It looked real dicey. Your boy was struggling that game midway through. It wasn't easy. Wasn't easy. John Stillwell coming in with a $50 donation. John, man, another $50 drop tonight on the stream, brother. Thank you so very much to you for doing that. Very, very, very kind of you, man. Unbelievable support from John Stillwell as always, man. Appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you so much. He says, have a good week, Brandon. I think Kenneth Walker's blocking issues have put us in a spot on third down as we tip the play a lot by taking him out or leaving him in. Certainly could be possible. He's had some struggling moments out there when you've asked him to pass protect, especially when you've turned him into a bit of a third down back. I think a little bit of the thought there, John, was that when Charbonnet was healthy, that he would be able to slide into that third down back role a little bit to offload a little bit of the pounding on Walker. And I think we've got to be a little bit cognizant with Walker as we go through this year of not overusing him too much at times and trying to find that balance in there. I mean, that's to me the point of taking a second round back in Charbonnet is that you don't feel like you got to get Walker up to 250 touches on the season, that you can more manage that. And so that when you do get to the end of the year, he is actually going to be fresh and well to go. Right now, John, Walker is on pace for 284 carries and 34 receptions. So he's well on pace for over 300 touches, which is definitely not ideal, I would say, as we go forward here a little bit, and that he's going to wear down over the course of the year if you have him kind of taking that much. I trust in Charbonnet back there a little bit, but you're right in the predictability thing on it a little bit. When you see Charbonnet back there, you're probably not going to give him. It's also a few times in this game, John, I was referencing on the play-by-play, where you get a couple of moments here from an offensive play caller standpoint, where you're back in shotgun. It looks like it's going to be a pass play. Everything looks to the Browns like it's going to be a pass on first down. Could be down in 2-minute warning, or you got the clock going down the half or whatnot, where there's some moments to give the ball there to Charbonnet out of shotgun. And Charbonnet certainly did some work out there on the carries that you did give him in this game. I think the answer here is just more utilization of Charbonnet, which will make it a little more unpredictable than when you are mixing Walker into that backfield a bit as the third down back. And it doesn't become, well, he's back third down back, you're probably going to give it to him here, right? So I think a little bit of this comes on the load balance stage of things, John, and better use of them across the board and balancing them out a little bit. But also just more of a commitment to the running game as well, John. 17 carries in this game in total, 13 carries between Walker and Charbonnet. You've got to do more than that, especially with the investment you put on these running backs. You want to come out with, to me, 20 carries cumulatively between those two guys, one or the other. So it definitely has gotten predictable at times, the play calling back there in general with Waldron. He's not doing that, I'm a step ahead of the defensive coordinator throughout the course of the game. You're feeling like that. Instead, it does feel like it's a bit of the opposite direction of things, where it's like the coordinator's kind of on his beats. You know, he's right on his beats. He knows the next note that's kind of coming. And that's disconcerting a little bit, John, from the offensive coordinator's perspective, because you'd like a few more games throughout the course of the season where you feel like your coordinator is getting some wins. He's making some adjustments, even in the I just lost my train of thought. Sorry. I just spaced, John, what I was going to say. Oh my gosh. Sorry, man. Getting 4 hours and a half in, so the brain gets a little bit on. It's going to come back to me, John, here in a sec. So hold on. Let me get back to you on that. Adrian X, you don't have to apologize for giving your opinion, man. I appreciate all the donations. And let me say this to you, and I want all the people that are the anti-Geno folks out there. If you can hear my voice and hearing the words that I choose to speak, I try to be very exact in the words I pick to say. In that I'm not derogatory against you guys. I'm not trying to paint you in a straw man way or say you're not intellectually thinking this through or that, you don't have a leg to stand on. I mean, I think just simply by the Adrian X, by the number of people that are in my stream alone over this stream and the stream earlier on the play-by-play, there's a good segment of the Hawk fan population that does feel like you do. And you don't have to apologize for that. I don't think that you guys have arrived there emotionally or petulantly or that you haven't well thought out your stance. I don't believe that. I don't want that to come off as that's the way I'm painting this portrait because I hate that. I really do. And that's, of course, anti the way I want this channel to operate, where we are able to think with different thoughts at the same time and have different people that sit in different camps and believe different things, because that's going to expand our understanding of this game that much better and our understanding of the perspective of this team that much better versus turning everything into an echo chamber. That's not what I want to hear Adrian next at all. I don't. So love to you right back, brother. I appreciate where you're coming from. You're not alone on it. You guys might end up proving right on this. I might end up finding myself with more of these games, still a majority, I believe, of this season left to play. I might find myself at the end of the day landing in that spot where indeed we land to see, well, Gino indeed is not the guy. He's the guy that can't clean up those mistakes. No matter how good he plays over the course of the game, there's always going to be those boneheaded mistakes that come into play, and he just cannot clean that up in his game. I might be arriving at that spot. I can be drawn to that spot, but I'm going to need the data to back that up. And I haven't quite just been able to get close to that conclusion as of yet. But I appreciate where you're coming from. I respect where you guys are coming from on it. Even if I don't agree, it's still completely respected on my part that it's not something that I'm looking to try to tear apart. I just don't know where the basis comes, like I say, behind that. And people feel that Locke is better. But people don't really have any real good, tangible thing to base that on outside of a feeling. And whenever it comes to feeling, it doesn't matter whether it's the quarterback position or in general terms on a player or in general terms on anything, we always want to back what we say up with stuff, something we can back it up with, something. Maybe that stuff doesn't amount to a whole hell of a lot, but at least it's more than just I have a feeling it'll be this way. And I'm not saying that that's necessarily just exactly where you're at with it, but that's the feeling it's gotten for me, is it's been hard to scratch this and pull this sticker off to figure out what's at the heart of the belief that Locke will be better and that he is for sure the better option, especially as we do find ourselves now a team 5-2. Rolling good, top of the division. Make a change now, move off now, go off that quarterback you've committed to now while things are in the place they're at. I don't know if that's a successful mode, but let's see how it plays out, Adrian X. Let's see how it ends up all kind of forming through the course of the season, because you guys might end up being proven right on this. Just might. Thank you though for all your donations, and no need to ever apologize for a difference of opinion in here. Difference of opinion is welcome. Nobody's got to agree with everything I say or everything the chat says in it. You'll get pushback from the chat. I can't guarantee that they're not going to push back at you at times if you come in with an opinion. But when it comes to where I stand on it, I really do respect everybody, and I really do want a variety of opinions in here. Just because I don't agree with it doesn't mean I don't think it has a place in here or a place to be heard. Quite the opposite. Quite the opposite. John, thank you again, too, for that $50 donation, man. You dropped 3 big drops today. You dropped a bunch here over the channel as of recent note. And I again hope you do understand. I appreciate so very much all your support here to the channel. See how they're going to use Kenneth Walker going forward now. Charbonnet back to full health. Maybe you can low balance a little bit of this. And maybe it's a little bit more of mixing and matching things up here. How to, John? How to will Kenny McIntosh's appearance on this affect things? Because he could be in a lot of ways an ideally suited back to look at as a third down kind of back. He's got that skill set. Does he start to factor into this a little bit? You have more of a 3-headed attack now rolling through here, which then, to your point on that, John, makes you that much more unpredictable and harder to deal with and harder to know what you're going to do snap in and snap out. To your point on this, I think, though, a lot of this is you got to commit at times to running there out of that shotgun looks. Because it did seem like you got a little predictable with when Geno was in shotgun, it's going to be a pass play. You're not likely to even try to run that ball. And that's been one of the problems here offensively to me, is we've gotten too predictable too often and made it too easy on defenses where they're not guessing prior to the snap. They know what's coming prior to the snap. And I think for any offense, that's not a recipe for success going in that method. You've got to find some ways at times to be a little bit ahead of the defensive coordinator in your play calling. And I think Waldron is still searching to find that place this year, John, here so far. It's been a little bit of an uphill ride for him. Understandably so. I think most of these games you have been down with your offensive line throughout. But the offensive line's getting better now. Your running backs are getting healthier. You got your skill position players on the outside. You got your full assembly of tight ends to work through. Waldron's got too much good stuff to work with here, not to find more consistent success with this offense. But thank you, John, for your $50 dono, for all your donos tonight. You are awesome, brother. Adrian X, you're awesome as well. For all your dono drops, Marcus, you too. Ivan, I think that the reason we haven't drafted a quarterback in recent years has been more of the quarterbacks that are available for us to pick haven't been all that good in the places we might look to draft a guy. And I think we've also been driven in turn over this roster that there's been just more needs in other positions in place. I think having the roster rounded out like they do going into this offseason, having the quarterbacks from the second to fourth round that'll be there to be selectable in that range opens up more, I think, than ever before the past, 5, 6, 7 years for them to go and look at a quarterback and look at one early on. Power Code, how elite are these elite quarterbacks? Mahomes looks shaky from time to time. Allen and Tua both make boneheaded mistakes. It's extremely rare to find a quarterback that's perennially, unconditionally good. This is my thinking on it as well in Power Code. I stand back and I go Burrow, Mahomes. Those are my two quarterbacks that I put head and shoulders above everybody else. And I think that there's a distinguishable difference below that. And all of the guys below that, no matter how good they may be, have their share of flaws within their games. Are certainly not the guys, as you say, that can just kind of carry everything through on their own. Some of them get that reputation, but I don't think it's well-deserved all the time. Scooby, I hope you're having a great night as well, man. He says, hey, B, how you doing tonight? Always better when the Hawks win, but wow, it looked dicey for a bit out there, man. It did look dicey, but we got the win, so that puts a big old smile on my face. Afro fan says our running backs need to touch the ball 13 times between 9 and 26. Not enough. That's right. 13 equals 9 plus 26. It doesn't add up, does it? Doesn't add up. Motive, Gino had control of the system, and when he's on, he's good. Gino has been in the system for years. Wish Locke could have played all of the Giants game and the Bengals game. Gino needed rest to heal. My hand grenade, we beat the refs. We beat the number one defense, first in the NFC West, undefeated in the throwback. Let's go, Holy Hand Grenade. Mike, I think Locke has abilities, few even he is aware of yet, but Gino is better than he's showing at the moment. He's clearly galvanizes the team. Watch what happens when Lucas is back. That's the big thing I'm looking towards, is I think once you got Lucas back, Cross rolling fully on his side is Locke. Cross seems to be rounding better into shape. I think that's when you really can start to see this offense take flight into its final form. Get up into the top of that stratosphere at that point. I might be proven wrong on this. I might be proven to make look silly. But if people are looking for me to say, well, look where Gino's going to take for, if Lucas can come back and get both Cross and Lucas going at the same time, I think Gino can really take off this year. Ivan, I would love to see Chase Young. Love it. Porter Vance, yeah, the Gino DK connection just wasn't there. I don't know why they're not on the same page, but that's what it was. Just everything was out of sorts between the two of them. Jesse says, speaking of paying QBS, with how much they're getting paid, it's only getting higher and higher. At what point does it stop, or do they need to alter the cap rules so teams can afford their quarterback? I thought that we're going to start to move to a little bit more of a line here where the cost starts to become too much for teams, but they keep paying the big high watermark prices. The next man up keeps making the next bigger contract, and it just keeps going and going and going and going. But I think this is the place where for the smart team like the Hawks and what they've done here, quite frankly, to go and identify a guy that's got a good skill set that can do a variety of good things. Maybe he's not perfect. Maybe he's not one of the top upper echelon guys, but he can do enough. And then you build a solid team around him, pay him kind of a fraction of what you're paying to the other quarterbacks in the sport, what they're making. And then that can be your way to sort of take advantage of a market opportunity. I think that's what the Seahawks are attempting to do. I think that's kind of a little bit of what they did in the Russell Wilson trade back in the day, or in the Russell Wilson selection back in the day. And being able to keep your contract down low with the quarterback there, then you could build up the rest of the team. You can put those assets in other places, and now the quarterback doesn't have to be as great because the team is great. Mr. Brodo Guy, the play where Geno was under pressure, almost sacked, and then threw a touchdown to Tyler Lockett, plus the game-winning drive shows it's our O-line and not Geno. I'm with you, Broto guy. I'm with you, man. Yeah, Greg, Gino and DK just not on the same page on that. That's for sure. And I appreciate your coming from Adrian X. I know you're getting a little blowback on the chat on it, man. But again, I got nothing but respect for you, man. I know you're a smart football mind with the way you outlook on things. We've had plenty of discussion in the chat. It's a little disagreement, but you're not alone on it. And I get it. I do get it. Scooby Snacks, Clark doesn't seem to have much of anything left from what my eyes told me. Who knows? He might not. Hawks are it's a little bit of a quick sample size. He just walked in the door, just learning the playbook. I think we got to give a little bit of time to make any kind of full assessment on him, but he didn't do a lot with the little bit of snaps he was given. Aaron Donald says we shut Myles Garrett down. 2 tackles, 1 sack, 1 quarterback hit. I think if you knew that coming into this game, Aaron, you'd feel pretty doggone good about that effort against Myles Garrett. James Gordon, yeah, I didn't see the offense firing on all cylinders. I get we are a sleeper team. I just hate it when they are asleep. Abraham Stevens says, I have a pimple on my armpit and it hurts. Squeeze that sucker out, Abraham. Just get that release. Seahawks gaming, Kirk Cousins, low-key a top 5 quarterback. Kind of felt sad when he went down. He's been playing as good a football as we've seen from him. I think both him and Stafford this year so far, as much football as those two guys have played, as great a football as those guys have played in their career, in both Cousins and Stafford's case, Stafford going down to a thumb injury today, I think there's an argument to be made. Both those guys were playing some of their best football of their career, looking very much like quarterbacks that have kind of mastered the sport for lack of a better term, you know? Motive says, I like Evan Brown. I'll miss him if we drop him. He's a good player. He is a good player, Motive. I wouldn't mind keeping him, but I just think that they'll have to make other decisions on the cap and who to keep and who not to keep because things are going to be a little tight. Connor says, do we have any interest in Carl Lawson and the Jets? We just did sign Clark, but I'm not confident Clark's guaranteed to be a solid number 2 edge. Not really. I think Carl Lawson's is more along the lines of what Frank Clark's going to give you. I don't think he's got a whole hell of a lot more. Could be wrong on that, but that's just the way it feels. Ivan, bro, is it just me or do y'all feel like we aren't getting the deep balls thrown like we used to with Russ or even last year? It's just short passes and Kenneth Walker, Charbonnet running for first downs. Yeah, you changed the offense from Russ, Ivan. So with Russ, you were a power run team that wanted to take shots over the top. You transitioned with Waldron to more of a West Coast offense, which is more about moving the chains and finding more consistency on drives. Less boom or bust in the approach. But with that, there's going to be less deep balls thrown by the nature of the offense. Seahawks gaming, I like Eskridge jet sweep plays just because they didn't work this game. Hopefully they don't take them out of the playbook. I hope so too, Seahawks gaming. Let's find some value in this kid somehow, right? Swedish Pumpkin looks like he's about to start spitting bars. She might. Mike says, when Mafe starts getting the double teams, who gets the sack a game in his place? That'll remain to be seen, Mike. Darrell Taylor got himself a sack today. But are Frank Clark and Derek Hall going to step forward and give you a little bit more on that? We will see. We'll see. Mr. Brodo guy's got Pumpkin better than Brady. Let's go. Sweetest as Pumpkin had to go make some pies in the litter box. Yeah, I guess she did. Where'd she head off to? She's off somewhere. Greg says, Brandon, I agree and saw the same with Gino throwing wide on an easy curl route and behind DK on slants, which is a no-no. The last 2 games, Gino has been struggling missing when it comes to throwing to DK. Yeah, accurate. Completely accurate. And I don't know why. I don't have a good explanation for why we're seeing that. Casimir says she's just marking her property when one other cat's getting cute ideas. Casimir says, just got to trust Pete on this one. Locke just isn't impressing in practice. That's where I got to feel like on it too. And Adrian X too, man. I hope you are still in the chat, brother. I hope you didn't get pushed away a little bit on it. I know you got a little bit of pushback on it, but I appreciate where you're coming from, man. I really do. I hope I get that across to the folks that are on the anti-Geno sentiment of it, as I'm not trying to paint you blindly as being any lesser fan or that you've seen things. I'm just so super seeing clearly. It's just where my stance is on it. I respect where you're coming from. Greg says, Brandon also saw passes in the dirt and DK having to wait for the ball to not run on Geno's arm. Yep. Accurate. Jesse says, well, we can be happy tonight because we beat the Browns and the refs. It's true. Shouldn't be an understated part of this game, as you didn't just have to take down the Browns. You had to take down the refs in addition to it. Can't understate that. Jesse says, this is the team that thought Charlie Whitehurst was a starter. No, you were making the best of not having any options out there. When you moved on from Matt Hasselbeck, it wasn't like there was a plethora of quarterbacks on the open market that you could go call upon. You had to get by for a time while you were building the team up, and you knew you were in a place to contend. So the quarterback position wasn't as important as you were building the team up. And the plan at that time, it seemed like, was to build the team up and then get the quarterback once everything was set and put in place. But nothing happens in a vacuum. You only have the options that are available to you. And there weren't a lot of great options at that time with the Charlie Whitehurst signing. The key was turning it over from Matt and moving on and trying to, push this thing forward. Which it worked. Mr. Brother Pumpkin and Safety would be like Cam Chancellor 2.0. That's right. Should be taken out. Should be chopping people down. Chopping. Moda says we've seen him make a couple plays for the Giants. We know. Ricky Beavers, Pete trying to have Adams be a new Cam without a doubt. No, he's playing the part as well as he can. That's for sure. Connor says, considering the Giants' touchdown drive was 90%, Noah fan, I don't think Locke fans have much to go off of anyways. Laugh off. There's not a lot there, that's for sure. But they feel passionately about it. John Stillwell again, man. Thank you for the $50 drop on the donation. You're amazing, brother. Billy Hanginson, RD would be elite with Donald or DeForest Buckner. Boy, Billy, could you imagine being able to pry Aaron Donald away from the Rams? Would you all give up next year first round pick for Aaron Donald for the rest of the year? And on his contract? You just get to inherit his contract, basically. Would you all do that? 12 would probably be split on that. Boy, would it be exciting. John Brooks is going to be a tough sign. I mean, $15 million is the minimum, and he might even get upwards of $17.5, $18 million per year. You're sitting on $7 million of cap space currently. Cap will probably go up another 15 to 20 by the natural increases. But, John, it's going to be hard because you could end up having to kind of blow your whole stack just to bring back Brooks and not have a lot left over for anybody else. I'll take Buckner too, though, Billy. Beaver Ricky says it's weird how right tackle and left tackle, right guard and left guard seems like difference of positions, so you can't just swap them so easily sometimes. Correct. Right tackle and left tackle is becoming a little bit more ubiquitous, being that they're more. It used to be that you'd have the twitchy guys on the blind side, so you need a left tackle that could be the dancing bear, and then you'd have more of the power rushers to the strong side because the power rushers would be more helpful at setting the edge and being good against the run game because your run game is going to tend to go to the right side more often than not to that strong side. With time, it's gotten a little bit more twitchier, but it still does factor in very much the same way there, Ricky, where the power end will still be on the strong side and the twitchier guy will still be on the blind side. So that does require a little bit of a skill set difference between the left tackle and right tackle. With the right guard and left guard, I think it's even more pronounced. Left guard's going to take on the 3 techs. They're going to take on the 285-pound guys that are twitchy. The 1 techs are going to take on the 330, 340-pound 1 techs. And oftentimes they're going to get a double team help on those kind of blocks. But yeah, there's definitely a difference in the skill set between them. Well, yeah, grenade something about Locke, bench Geno and put Locke in. Is that what's going on? It's basically. I think there's a contingent of Locke fans that are at a point that they would like to see Drew Locke out there as a better option to Geno, that there's a thinking of maybe Geno's topped out and that the decision-making is getting more porous and that Locke gives us the better option. I'm in a bit of a disagreement with it, but yeah. John Stillwell, you're right. The 5 catches, 14 targets to DK is correct. And as Greg Kemp's talked about with John, a lot of those throws were missed throws or wayward tosses, not even close. John says Geno won the game for us. That should be enough. Should be, man. Touchdown drive at the end there. Do you think that'd be enough to at least settle people in for the most part? But as I've seen kind of John for the last year and a half, I mean, this isn't just a debate that's waking up today and becoming live and vibrant. It's been one that's been ongoing, for a year and a half. But I'm going to continue to have Geno's back. I'm going to continue to believe in Geno. And I could be proven wrong on this, but I'm basing this off of what I've seen the last year and a half and how he's played. And I think if we can play cleaner and better up in front of him, we can run the ball better, we can pass protect better. And if we do those two things, you'll have a better offense, a better Geno, and no one will be looking to make any changes at the quarterback position. But that'll be the fun part to see how this plays out this year, John, if that holds true in that way. John said they're not benching Geno. Exactly. Godfrey came in spamming. Sorry about that, Megan. Well, yeah, grenade chat getting spicy tonight. It's okay. We've had much spice here. It's gotten heated before. We've kept it. The gloves have kept above the belt tonight, which I like to see. Brody says, I heard one of them saying stop trying to force the ball at JSN. That's what cost us the game versus the Bengals. Yeah, I think you've had a couple of games in there where you've tried to get JSN the ball where it's just held it too high of the stack. Just trust your reads if you're Geno. Go through your playmakers. If JSN gets his catches, he gets his catches. If he doesn't, he doesn't. But let Geno just run it pure and smoothly. It felt like a little bit of that today, Brody. It kind of transferred from JSN to DK today, where it became more about trying to force into DK rather than just going through your read and trusting your reads and making your throws a little bit. Y2K with a couple of donations back to back. Thank you, Y2K. I know you put a bunch of donos today on the stream as well in addition to that, so thank you for that, brother. It says Geno just put up 24 versus the Browns. That's the number one defense. Go Geno. He did 24 against the Browns, and that's without a running game to really go upon the whole day, Y2K. That's having to do it basically on the back of his arm or nothing. That was also the reality of it, but well said on your part. And it's good to put that point in perspective. As somebody else said in the chat earlier today, context. Got to put context into the forefront here. The Browns defense is legitimate. Yeah, you're down Chubb. Yeah, you're down Deshaun Watson on the offensive side of the ball. No argument to be made that they're shorthanded there. But so were we. On the defensive side of the ball, that was not the case with this defense. They were trotting all of their guys out at full health, and that's a defense that's giving everyone fits this year. Everyone fits this year. I know the Bengals had Burrow with the busted up calf going into that game. What did they score? 3 points in that game? So yeah, this is a tough damn defense we played today. We can't oversell that fact. You don't just walk up against the number one defense in the NFL and start lapping them up around. We got a good offense. We got a talent offense. I don't think we're that good. But yeah, I think that perspective and that context is very, very important to this discussion, Y2K. Thank you for posting that, man. And thank you for the donations. Y2K with another $2 donation says, Geno is basically a slightly better Matt Hasselbeck. Yeah, that's pretty much true. That's pretty much about the place where you're at with it. That's where he's at with it. And if you build the appropriate right team around Geno, that will be good enough. And the team has taken those steps to do that. I think this is as talented a team as we've ever seen here in Seattle. It's just tremendously young. It might just be a little bit too early for them to fully mature to reach that contending state. But it's not out of the mode of possibility. And if Geno can be that, that will be a good enough with the supporting cast that he has around him, in my opinion. Viva Lamort says, bench Mahomes, right? Right? I love the reference, Viva. As Mahomes did have a tough day, and certainly no Chiefs fans are saying that. John says 24 against the Browns isn't so bad. Yeah, John, another great comment on this. Exactly. Got to remember that's a good defense. They got a defensive player over there in Myles Garrett. 2 tackles, 1 sack. Didn't let him wreck the game. That's still a really good defense all the way around. And it will end up the season, I think, as a top 5 unit when it's all said and done, too. Brody, that's another good point, too. The refs tried hard to give the game to the Browns. Home field advantage, my ass. Yeah, that's another part. Let's not forget this in the game. I'm not a big guy in complaining or bitching and moaning about the refs. I'm really not. I try to kind of bite my tongue when I can. But I'll tell you what, the refs tested it this year as much as any time they had in any of the games. And those calls in that first half were brutal. Brutal. And I don't know if I go fully there given the game, but they're coming pretty damn close to that. He says, at what point does everyone give up on Geno? What would he have to do? I think he'd have to fall into I think he'd have to throw a lot of interceptions and not be productive. But I don't think that that's been the case on Geno for the course of this entire year. We've got Geno Smith right now. Geno Smith has thrown 1,645 yards. He has 9 touchdowns and 6 interceptions. He's throwing for 67.5% completion percentage, 7 yards per attempt. I don't think that those numbers speak to the fact that he has to be benched right now. He's on pace to almost throw for 4,000 yards, 22 touchdowns. You would love to have the interceptions go down a little bit more this year from where they are. That's certainly a place to correct, but I don't think that he's running I don't think he's on a trajectory for benching. Corey, I agree. It does feel like we're forcing it into DK a bit. The problem is Locke doesn't get the chance, but Geno keeps displaying weaknesses that cost us one game and almost cost us this one. We can't say Locke is better, but you also can't say he's not. Some of us feel it's time to find out. You're not alone, Stuart. Like I was saying to Adrian X, there's plenty that feel it's time to find out. And you're right. I can't say that he's not better. I can say that the coaching staff has made much more of a determined evaluation that's built on much more data than you or I or any other average fan out there who's trying to make this assessment that now is the time for Drew Lock. Part of that competition comes into what's happening at practice, and for all we know, Geno is far outpacing Locke in practices. I don't think that the team is married to Geno in the respect of he gets to have this job and just go through whatever treacherous waters he goes through and fails over and over again. They just would stick with him if they had a viable option, Drew Lock sitting on the bench, that was so much better. So yeah, I'm not saying, I didn't say at the point that I know for a fact that Drew Lock's better, but the basis that you're operating off is if we make this change, because I just want to make the change because I think it might be that he's better. You're also not operating from the standpoint that you know Drew Lock's better. So you can't apply it where it's just sort of convenient to apply that. You got to apply it consistently down the line, right? And there's got to be some trust in the coaching staff, does there not, Stuart, that they may have an eye for who is the better quarterback to be starting than us, the average fan, especially factoring in the practices or the majority of time by which Drew Lock's out there throwing the ball that we don't get to see of his time here in Seattle. But as I say, Stuart, I respect where you're coming from. Adrian X was this way. We've had a variety of people in the chat who do feel that way. I just don't see myself as landing in that area. It's also hard to say that he cost you this game when he brought you back on a touchdown winning drive at the end of the game. It sort of then starts to feel like a little bit of, okay, we're just going to kind of cover up any of the good that he does and lock in on only the bad. And as we're saying above on this, Stuart, 24 points against the number 1 defense in the National Football League. Was the expectation level that we should have put up 40 points? Is that what we should, is that Geno, if Geno's put up 30 points in a game against the number 1 defense in the NFL, that's a failure at that point? And again, this is that place we get to on this with nuance where he can play better. He can clean up these mistakes. But that's the spot between cleaning up the mistakes, and that meaning he needs to be benched. I'm looking for that middle ground where we go clean up the mistakes. Doesn't mean he needs to be benched, though, on that side of it. But again, Stuart, you're not alone. Plenty do feel the way you feel on this one. Lou Bacon, how do you think we do in our 2 games against the Niners? You probably split them, I'd say. That's my bold guess. King says, I disagree with you on that. I think Allen is also in the category with Burrow and Mahomes. He's such a monster, and I think provided with an offensive coach, he'd be able to thrive as well. I'm okay with putting Allen up in that territory. I think even if you include Allen, it's still 3 quarterbacks of the 32. Still means that you have a 3% rate in the NFL of finding a franchise quarterback of being at that spot. That's going to be hard to locate that down, and you certainly don't want to act like that's growing on trees, or you just find that if that's the ratio, then that's certainly not something that you just go, well, yeah, we'll easily find that. We just got to commit to drafting it. We just got to package a whole lot of draft picks and then go take this guy. Niners took that route with Trey Lance. Didn't work out too well. The same draft where the Jets made Wilson the number 2 overall selection, and Fields at number 10, and Mac Jones out there in the teens of the Patriots, and all those guys in that, we're going in, let's go get our franchise guy. Let's go get that guy that carried the day. This will be the way. This will be the right method. Doesn't necessarily equal out to that by just taking that path in itself. And in fact, it's quite a crapshoot. King Bomber outside of Diggs, and now they're a rookie tight end. He doesn't really have any weapons. Didn't have a run game for his entire career there as well. If he was provided some of the things Mahomes and Burrow was. Yeah, I think that's fair. I could be convinced into putting Allen into that realm. I think he's scratching on the surface. I just think that there's a little bit of a separation to me with Mahomes and Burrow. But I'm not ardently on this stance, King Bomber. And Allen would certainly be like a 3rd, 4th guy on my list. So John says, well, the chat is getting a little too out there for me. See you next time, brother. Sounds good, John. Thank you for your big time donations out there. And feeling good about this win, man. Hope you are. I know you are too. That's the end of the day. What we do where we come out of this game, we're 5-2, first place. It feels good. It feels good. Certainly a lot better than 2-4, 2-5. But you have a great night, man. Brian Blank, I did feel the officiating was one-sided. Yeah, it was getting very close in this game to me feeling like they were trying to give the Browns the game, if not arriving outright there. King says people are going to point to the interception problem, but come on, even Mahomes has the same amount of interceptions as he does right now. I think it's a lame excuse. Agreed. Especially when it's not happening in a vacuum. It's not just merely Geno back there throwing just bad interceptions. It's also about the pass protection not being top notch. And again, the part that the anti-Geno folks I don't see included in your guys' evaluation of Geno through this part of the year. You've had a bottom 3 pass protection efficiency unit on that offensive line. Most of the games, 3, 4/5, 5/5 of your offensive line out. You have not run the ball consistently really in any of these football games. That's also been what your quarterback's been up against. That's also what Drew Lock would be up against if he was put out there and trot out there. That's a part of the evaluation process on Geno where some of you folks that are arriving at the pot of saying that you know Geno's not the guy. I see no basis or any room by you guys given at all to the fact that he's had to deal with that. That just gets kind of glossed over. And I kind of feel like it's getting glossed over a little bit because it doesn't serve the bottom line. It kind of goes against your guys' point on it, but it is a fact of life that you can't run away from. You can't ignore it. You can't throw it out. It's a keynote part of this discussion. Pass protection and having a running game. If I, as a quarterback, do not have pass protection and I do not have a running game, it makes my job harder. I think we can all agree on that. The disagreement seems to be from some folks over it just makes your job minorly hard. No, it makes your job majorly hard. Those two things go together. To be without one is tough in itself. To be without both through every single one of the games makes it uphill sledding at the quarterback position. Makes it real tough. Cheddarhead, I didn't deserve that, Megan. If we got folks that spam in the chat, I respond to every comment, so there's no reason to spam anything in the chat. I'm on 5 hours of this stream, and if you spam in the chat, it does send some folks in the chat a little over the top because it just pushes their comment down that much further. I'll totally get to your chats on it. But if I do have my mods that push you out a little bit on it or time it out, it's because they're trying to keep the balance in here because I don't go slow mode on my chat. So, yeah. And Jetterhead, yes, I read every comment one by one. I love my chat. I love the discussion, but that's also why I have my mods do what they do on that. So I don't go slow mode. So if we get one or two people, Spencer Godfrey, if you come in and you start spamming the chat, you throw off the whole run of the chat and what's going on. Everybody's on the same page with it, and you're kind of coming in blasting it, and it's, it just doesn't. It ends up making harder for me to get through the comments when it goes like that. So they're trying to make my job a little easier in their approach with that too. Johnny Utah says maybe DK threatened Gino for more targets and Gino is nervous to throw to him, still thinking about getting his jaw broke when he played New York. Who wants to get punched by DK? Not me. He's got a little bit of a temper maybe. Stewart says they should keep Brown and let Damian Lewis walk. That might be the route they go. It's hard to predict on what the priority list will be. I think they will lean to Jordan and Bobby just because they're more the in-house guys, and Evan Brown is as good as he is. He will have a bit of a Johnny come lately on that. But if they were to sign Brown, I'd be okay with it. Y2K says my super chat went across the screen but didn't get read. Lame. I'm sorry, Y2K. So I got the first two. We just had the first one come through 2 minutes ago, but I just read the Geno up. So you had Geno just put up 20 points to the Browns. I definitely responded to that one. Geno slightly better Matt Hasselbeck. I did just respond to that one. Give me some room on this, guys, on the chat, folks on this. Like I'm 9 hours into the stream. I did a play-by-play game. I did a 45-minute stream on Bleacher Report. I'm 5 hours plus on this stream. We've got contentiousness in the chat. I'm trying to read everything through. Like, I understand if you get a post on here, I'm trying to be on it, but man, give me some room. I get through all the comments. I get through all the donations, so I'm not going to miss it. Y2K, thank you for another $2 donation. Are there late first-round tight end targets this year? Tavian Sanders with Texas might be the only guy that you would consider to be in that role, in that mode. I think he's still probably going to be more outfitted to be a late second round guy. It goes Brock Bowers, and then it probably goes down to Sanders. I think Cade Stover out of Ohio State is going to be more of a probably late third, fourth round guy. There's a couple of others that could fit into here that find themselves into maybe end of the second round range. But I would say that there are no late first round tight ends that really stand out so far as it sits. It seems to be the class was looking good at the start of the year. It's weakened down just a little bit, Y2K. Brevin Span Jordan, for instance, with Minnesota, a lot of people thought that he would rise to become maybe that kind of guy that could be a first round kind of talent. He's not quite ascended to that mark at this point. He's had kind of a disappointing year this year for Minnesota. So it's a group that certainly is really heavily driven by Brock Bowers and what he brings to play. And he's a great talent, but yeah, there's just not the talent. Tight end position in recent years has been troublesome. And Y2K, sorry about being slow on the donations. I'm trying to, I try as I can to get through everything as quickly as I can. So it does sometimes I get things lost in the shuffle on it, but that happens too when we get so many subs, so many new people on it. So I'm not trying to purposely there. I appreciate all your donations. I really do. I don't think I missed anything else on that. I thought I caught over all three. King Bomber, I don't like the idea of bringing back Brooks personally. Not a big fan of paying middle linebackers $17 million. I'll say that, King Bomber, especially because he's going to eat up a lot of the cap. And this is a linebacker class that's pretty nice for middle linebackers. So going out and taking one in the second, third round and bringing back Bobby on another 1 year, $8 million deal instead, and then bringing a guy next to him is not the worst of ways to maybe go instead. Just the cost is going to be pretty exorbitant. Cheddarhead salary caps are hardly real anymore. Players sign extensions to free money every offseason. Yeah, but you can get a general territory, Cheddar. I mean, you've had recent off seasons where you've had even $15 million set up to go out there and spend. And when you're walking in an off season with that kind of money to spend, that's going to change your outlook for who you can re-sign and how you can re-sign. When you're coming into off season with $7 million, you can certainly create cap space, but the cap space you're going to create is not going to be that tremendously significant. And when you look at the extensions that they can make or the conversion of base to bonus, that type of thing, there's not as many moves to be made across the board for the Hawks this offseason because they've already made some of those moves already. And converting bases to bonus with Jamal, with Quandre, with Tyler, you've kind of made some of these moves already. You're not wrong in that there's some other things you could do in addition to that, but that does make it a little bit, harder to make it go. King Bomber says, well, we're playing a Browns offense that's terrible. If we're playing a somewhat competent offense that's put up more than 20, we lose. The way the schedule is turning out, that's why people aren't confident in Geno. Yeah, but then there's the other thing where you're not going to also play defenses that are as hard either, King Bomber, right? I've said, I think like the couple of the defenses we played the past few weeks, being the Bengals and the Browns, I think are going to turn out to be two of the better defenses in the sport. And certainly the Bengals showed that off today and how they played Purdy and the 49ers and crew on the road, not at Cincinnati. And that's also a big part of this too, is that you're not playing as tough of defenses. You can maybe look a little bit better. Now we got some tough defenses on the schedule, including next week. No doubt about that. But it's going to be hard to score against tough defenses. It's the reality of life a little bit. And King Bomber, I'm re-signing Bob Wagner until he retires as well. How you doing, Spencer? And I appreciate you understanding why Megan's doing what she's doing. You don't have to spam the chat, brother. I will see your comment. So whenever you come in the channel, post your comment in. It'll take a while for me to get to, but I go as fast as I can. I promise you I will get to it. DVD Forever, remember the 2015 championship game? Remember the 2012 Week 8 drive that ended with Sidney Rice? That was Gino today. RELAX. Relax. I love it, DVD. Let's go. Spencer Godfrey says, how much would it take to trade for Danielle Hunter? Well, he's having almost a career best start to his year right now. I do believe that the Vikings would have to kind of eat some cap space to make it happen. And I don't know if it's really viable for them to pull that off. But let's just say that the cap doesn't come into effect. Probably is going to cost you a minimum of, I would say, a second and a fourth round pick to get Danielle Hunter at this point. I don't think it would quite cost you a first round pick at this point because he is due to be a free agent, I believe, which you're only getting him as a rental. But I do believe it would cost you a second round plus to get it done. Scooby says, and King Bomber, I don't think Jordan Brooks is going to be cheap at this point. The big key on the contract with looking at Jordan Brooks, King Bomber, as far as where this is going, is to me the Tremaine Edmonds deal that was signed with the Chicago Bears leaving the Bills. Because Matt Milano was your best linebacker with the Bills. Edmonds is a really, really solid player, but you look at the money he's making, or look at the money that Jermaine Pratt's making out there with Cincinnati. That's now your kind of standard for Jordan plus 5%, and that does become remarkably expensive. Scooby's Gino is solid. Yes, he throws more picks than Wilson and more pick-worthy plays, but he also played better than a lot of quarterbacks over the last year and a half too. So yeah, there is that. Stewart says if defenses start catching his turnover-worthy throws, people's opinion are going to change. I think they have caught most of them this year for the most part. He got away with one in this game, but that was also another one where, for instance, one of the routes with DK on one of the interceptions this year was DK stopping on the route. There was one here where JSN was expected to can carry through the route, and he just comes to a stop. It's hard to anticipate as a quarterback if you're reading that receiver's supposed to be doing something else, and they make the mistake there, and it's then on you, kind of, when it's not necessarily should be on you. But we'll see. If he throws up a high propensity of interceptions, then that's certainly going to change the outlook on him for sure. Greg says Brandon, DK, and AJ numbers were pretty much the same until AJ went to the Eagles and started getting more targets. I'm starting to feel DK is in the same spot as AJ was on the Titans, and DK may leave as a free agent next year. He very well may. He very well may. I mean, he's got another couple of years under his belt here before he's due to be free agent, but it could come down to that, and I wouldn't blame him if they're struggling to find a way to get him worked into the offense consistently. He's too good of a talent not to find a method and an approach. Well, yeah, Grenade, by the way, have you seen the whole Luke Kuechly's better than Bobby debate? I haven't. It's silly, though. I guess longevity doesn't matter at all at that point. You can just be good for 3 years, and then you're better than everybody. You know, I can't roll with that. Jesse Moad says, I can't wait for all the clickbait videos this week. Seattle Seahawks just put the league on notice. Oh, yeah, you know what's happening. I'm seeing more of those than myself. I'm like, oh, God. They go hard with it. You got to give them that. They go hard with it. Miles Wilson, tough defense today, but Geno is a concern. It's got to play better. Got to play better. King, if we're considering context, add that the pick 6 into this game and that fumble that put us in a opposition territory, which added 7 on the board. True. Yeah. But yeah, they did not put the league on notice. But that's what King Bomber. There's going to be a good bunch of clickbait videos that'll say that. Jesse Moad says Matt Hasselbeck's better than Geno. He was good in the West Coast offense. He was good in the West Coast offense, but I don't think that Matt Hasselbeck was better. I think Matt Hasselbeck had a more supporting cast built around him. I think Matt Hasselbeck had a way better offensive line for the majority of his time pass protecting. He had Sean Alexander in the backfield, pass catchers to throw to, first round tight end, and Jeremy Stevens. I think Matt was put in a good position to succeed. I don't think Geno's necessary, especially the offensive line is concerned, had necessarily the same line in place that Hasselbeck had throughout his time, or the majority of his time. Chance, if we move off of Lockett, Diggs, Bellore, and Brian Monet, how much cap space do we free up? I'd have to look that up. So if you moved on this offseason from, let me see your question here again. Lockett, Diggs, and Bloor. You would save 11, 17. Okay. So 17.6. So you would make $23 million approximately collectively between them. There's some dead money on the other side of that too. But that is what you would save if you moved off all of those guys. Swedish Shinobi says, those video titles kill me. Seahawks just fooled the NFL. Laughing out loud. What BS. Yeah, I mean, hey, they don't care. There's none of that like dignity thing or having some like, just put the biggest clickbait title you can out there. I got to respect the hustle a little bit, but they'll even do the same titles. They show like the show close-up shot of the player with it's all the same a little bit, but hey, they get clicks with it. So props to them. Props to them. Bomber says the defense is the best in the league, though. So I do give Geno credit. I think it's a fair place to go, Geno, or to say we go King Bomber, where we don't go, it's the best defense in the league. What do we expect Geno to do? You look what he did. He still got 24 points. Fully excuses all of his performance, and he was just fine. No. He does need, this is the place where we go, well, you put up 24 points against number one defense. That's notable. It's also notable that Geno does need to get better in his performance. He needs to get cleaner in his decision-making. I think those things can both be true at the same time. Miles Wilson says, can we still get Hunter or Crosby? I don't know if either of those guys are going to be on the open market to be had. I'm not sure on that one, Miles. I haven't seen any indicator that those guys are out there or being offered right now as it stands. Rocket says, didn't Gino have a free play when he threw one of his INTs? I don't think so. And Miles Wilson, if we could make a trade for Buckner, you bring up some great names, Miles, but I just don't know if those guys are actually on the trade market. Stewart says Brown's defense doesn't explain Geno's game-long inability to throw a pass anywhere near DK, where DK had a chance to catch it. That's fair, Stewart. That's completely fair. I got no pushback on that, man. Audie Bell says, I say Locke is not better. DVD Forever says, calling it now. Super Bowl next season, not necessarily a win, but we'll be there. Week 8 realizations. Let's go, DVD. I love it, man. Love it. Joshua says run game was working. I get that K9 was not practicing all week, so I don't understand why Shane didn't run the ball with Charbonnet more. Your wonder on that is my wonder on that as well, Josh. The bailing of the run game, the lack of getting Charbonnet touches. I don't get it either. Rockets, I trust the coaches and what they think of Gino and Drew. I think it'd be unfair to bench Gino for a game considering this season so far. Well said, Rockets. And that's where I stand on exactly where I stand on this too. Chance says, why is it that the quarterback, why is the only thing people talk about is quarterback? It's so annoying. It definitely is it's that place that I talked about at the start of this show, Chance, where people have started to view the quarterback position like they view Michael Jordan in basketball. You know, like they would view a LeBron in basketball. Guy's going to come up and you got 5 guys, but the rest of the 4 don't really matter. It's just all about that one guy. That one guy. And it's sort of, the people get forgetting about the fact that there's 22 football players on the field at any one given time. And to put it all down to one guy, albeit it is the most important position on the field, is a little bit of a tough measure for me too there, Chance. But this is where the discussion's at in the fan base right now, that's for sure. Audie Bell says, you're 5-2 and you haven't run the ball consistently all year. Agreed, Audie. I'd say even that you haven't pass protected consistently all year either. I think that those are both realities. King says, and it wasn't how many points he put up, Brandon. This is a team sport. Gino doesn't get credit for all the 24 points, nor does he get all the blame. There was almost a pick 6 for Gino. But that's again where we come down to the hard part to make this assessment, King Bomber, because if you go watch the replay, Gino was expecting JSN to carry through on his route. So who's wrong and who's right? Was JSN supposed to come to a stop on that route, or was he supposed to continue through on that route? I would tend to believe that probably the rookie's the one between the veteran and the rookie, especially between the quarterback and receiver, that it's probably the receiver not making the right read on that play, but it becomes hard to say for sure. I'm not sure on that. One thing is for sure, he was expecting him to carry through the route. It wasn't simply that he just threw an errant ball right in the hands of the defensive back. It's that his receiver came to a stop. This was also something that happened in the Bengals game, which King Bomber, nobody was willing to own in my chat that were the anti-Geno folks. Nobody did. Where DK comes to a stop on his post route. He's got separation when Geno looks over there, and he just comes to a stop after Geno throws it, and it's picked off. It's like, but there's no benefit of the doubt on that kind of play, like this JSN play, where I don't know whether that's on JSN or Geno, but you don't know if that's on JSN or Geno either. Neither of us know. But to say that you know that that's a pick 6, they're a bad throw on it, where very well he's instructed throughout the week, if you throw it, you see it here, you make the throw there to the spot. In the very worst case scenario, it's a knockdown ball. It's an incompletion. But your receiver comes to a stop. Hard to say. I don't know on that, though. I don't know. I know we are hammering this Geno thing pretty hard, and it's starting to get to a spot where it does feel like to me King Bomber, and I'm 10 hours into it, hearing it ad nauseum, and there's so much more spots to kind of unpack in this game than just the quarterback position. I feel like it's an interesting discussion, but I don't know if there's anywhere new ground we're really mulching over here. See you Tuesday, Holy Hand Grenade. ALG investments. I'm assuming it's all Geno. Blame it in chat. It's a little weird ALG on that. Yeah, it's definitely, there's where there's a contingent. I don't think it's everybody. There's definitely a contingent. It feels that way. Majority of the points allowed in these last few games is King Bombers because of the position the offense is putting them in alongside the refs. The points they purely have allowed is significantly less than what the scoreboard says. Yeah, offense hasn't always put him in great positions last few weeks, that's for sure. Special teams unit too last week with the fumble by Dallas. I think we can keep him under 25. Yeah, I agree. Not under 20, though. LG Investments is looking at Mahomes today. He sucked. That's outside of Mahomes, looking at the quarterback play across the league, LG, and then it's offense and scoring is down this year. Red zone efficiency is down this year. Defenses are kind of ruling the day in general overall. But this is where the hard part of the conversation gets to, I think, because there's so many parts that factor into the performance of the quarterback position. And I don't think all people see it the same way or hold to the measure of the supporting cast mattering as much. And I do think King Bomb, we're on the same page on this. I do think Gino's got to play better for us to win better. I just don't think that Gino's like on the edge of he should be benched. He's playing so miserably. I mean, it's been painted here. You've seen it over and over in my own chat here in the comment section. You would have thought the guy went out and threw 5 interceptions, and I see this every week with Gino on it, where it's just hammer, hammer, hammer. And there's other things to be put into blame and at play here. And those things, for instance, Waldron's play calling, I've barely seen anybody in the comment section mention that. Gino gets mentioned 50 million times in my comment section here today. Nothing about Waldron when that's just as big of a problem over the past couple of weeks. I can't do more Gino talk, folks. We got to wrap that part up. And I think we will kind of wind this down here. LG says we need to run the ball. Just smash mouth. No more gimmicks. It worked in the fourth quarter. Run the ball, ALG. Yes. Stay more committed to it. They've got to not just bail out of it the first time things start going wrong with it in the game. Stay with it. Agreed. Running the ball consistency is a big part of what can help this offense out. And it has been missing in every single game this season. Josh says, Eagle fan here, just happy to have a podcast to listen to at 2:30 in the a.m. Laughing out loud. Well, thank you for jumping in, Josh, as an Eagle fan, and congrats to you guys today. That Washington team, I mean, these divisional matchups give you all you can take, don't they? And that Washington team, I think you guys have played them twice, and they've given you all you can take. But that's the way division matchups go. And your Eagles are getting the job done this year. They're stacking up dubs. They're setting the stage here in the NFC. And they're the top team on the mark right now to try to knock down. It's going to be a hell of a matchup we get to face in a couple weeks, too. Scooby Snacks, the bottom line about Geno is that our team is 5-2 with him at quarterback, regardless of how you feel about him. We are leading our division and second in the NFC. We wouldn't be here in that position without him. Simple as that. Well said, Scooby. Well said. Josh says, definitely looking forward to our matchup this year, though I thought the Niners were going to be our nightmare, but it's looking like you guys are going to be the guys to watch out for out there. Good. We'll have to see on the Niners, Josh. I think that those injuries, they're going to get back to health at some point this year. So don't be surprised the Niners could still end up coming back forward to being a tough team for both of us to deal with. But I would like to think that we are going to be a team. I'd love to believe that we are going to be the team that'll be the main one right in front of your ways of getting back to a Super Bowl. And I think it's going to be a hell of a matchup when you play us. You guys do have that kind of ammunition that can give us problems. Being you've got pass rushers that you can rotate through and give our guys issues. Pass protection has been an issue. Your offense is balanced. You've got a mobile quarterback. Mobile quarterbacks have given us an issue. We can't lean on one place or the other defensively then, which means we got to just kind of play you straight up at that point. I think it's going to be a hard game for us, and we're going to certainly need to have our offense playing a lot better if we're going to hope to stay note for note with you in that football game, step for step with you, because we're going to have to score some points, I think, to get it done. But it'll be a great matchup. I'm looking forward to it. He says, I'm not sure who wins the division this year. I've had my highs and lows about how I feel about this team at this point. Me as well, man. I don't know where this is going. I do feel good about this team, though, all things considered. That's for sure. Ryan Anderson says, all the Geno hate is crazy. Look around the NFC. We have one of the best quarterback situations when considering overall results and contract situations. I'll stick with Geno right now. Beautifully put, Ryan. That's where I find myself sitting as well. This is where the discourse is gone, and there is definitely a contingent of folks in the Seahawks fan base, and they feel very strongly about where they stand on Geno. I don't like you do. I think there's a lot to take into account here, and it makes it very, very complicated in making the assessment of the quarterback position. And in a way that I don't think all people are building in that complication. But yeah, I'm the same way you are with it. Y2K says the super chat thing was my bad. It just flashed across the screen. So I was like, uh-oh. Oh, no worries, Y2K. And I'm sorry, I was probably a little slow on getting it acknowledged with it. Sometimes I just get distracted. I'll get on a comment and get too far down the line and I forget to look over. So it's not as clear to me as I got to kind of keep my eye to make sure I'm paying attention to it, or I'll get a few of them lost. Josh asks, how do you guys feel about getting rid of Wilson now? You guys made out like champions. Laughing out loud, Pete made the move at the exact right time. We got out like champions, man. I mean, I do think it's going to be one of those deals you look at in NFL history as one of the best returns ever for a team for what you kind of gave up. It was coming down to at the time, Josh, that it was going to be Russ or Carroll, that their two philosophies and the way that they wanted to win football games and play were not going to fall in alignment. And the Seahawks very much in their time here, as they've left that Super Bowl time period, really left their identity and what brought about those teams that got to back-to-back Super Bowls. Because, yeah, it was about having an elite defense. Yeah, it was about having a great ground game. Yeah, it was about having a really dynamic young quarterback. But it was all of those things together. It's like your Eagles team. It'd be like saying, well, it's Hurts making it happen. No, it's the collection. It's the great offensive line. It's the good rushing attack with good running backs back there that you can roll through. It's the skill positions on the outside in Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown. It's having the tight end that's a top-notch guy inside there. It's having good quality all throughout that you can pepper the ball throughout. That's hard then for defenses to lean to one thing or the other, like I was talking about with you guys. And that's what we're trying to build now, is going back to more of a team-based centric nature rather than the quarterback having to kind of drive the day, carry the day, hold everything out. And LG, yeah, if the Niners don't have Trent Williams, you could say that even beyond, I think, Christian McCaffrey, that is the main guy that helps to make that offense work and move. And him being out is a big, big loss. Josh says, really, I'm surprised to hear that I was never a big fan of Wilson personally, but he was nasty when he was younger. I'm so glad we stayed with Hurts. Yeah, you guys dodged a bullet on that one because, of course, I think Wilson turned down a trade going to your team instead of going eventually to the Broncos. But, yeah, it was a situation that soured over time here. Wilson's also a guy that, the head got big, the diva side of things got huge. The thing I love about Hurts is that there's no diva vibes coming off of him. There's some big time diva vibes coming off Russell Wilson, and it just grew with time. And we made the smart move, and I think that he's definitely not viewed in as high view as he was when he was here, Josh. The way that he left town and submitting a list of teams he'd be willing to trade for and making some demands at the end and then still wanting to be paid top of the market, it just all kind of soured some of the fan base. Some still do just truly love him more than ever, but there is a part of the fan base that's also like, Team Bomber was falling apart when it happened. You weren't alone, man. You weren't alone. Josh says it's funny that Gino now looks like Russ and Russ looks like Gino. DVD says Brooks super talented, but super unintelligent with decisions, especially with running into blocks as opposed to around them. It's definitely not his strength, getting off blocks, that's for sure. Josh asks, you guys can have Daniil. We're looking at grabbing Jordan Hicks. Okay, you guys can have Hicks. We'll take Daniil. I like that. Jamarcus White, what do you think it will take for this offense to hit its stride? If they click, this team is a serious contender. I think getting back Lucas will be a big, big step forward for this team. Really locking down the tackles now, getting back your true starters. That's the strength of your line, is those two young guys on the outside. Finding more of a commitment to the ground game and being more balanced, Jamarcus, is a big part of this. I don't have a problem with the offense being one that's going to lean to throwing 45 or 55, 56% of the time. But you are almost to a 3-to-1 ratio in this game in your pass to runs. That's too big of a discrepancy. And as much as I do like Gino, I don't think that that's how you set the stage here for you to find offensive success. That was not the point behind drafting 2 second-round running backs the past couple of years. You want to run the ball. You've got to run the ball. You've got to find the commitment level there. And they haven't had the consistency, and they haven't had the commitment level there throughout the course of the early part of this year, in my mind, to my eyes. That's the part that needs to be driven a little bit harder, in my opinion, Jamarcus. And I think you'll find success on this team with a little bit more health on the line, a little more commitment to the ground game. That will bring out a better Geno, I believe. Matty F. says the self-inflicted penalties were painful today. Is this because we are young or lack of discipline? I think over the majority of the time frame, Matty, that Coach Carroll has been here, you have been one of the more penalized teams in the NFL. You went to the Super Bowl as the most penalized team in the NFL the year you went to the Super Bowl. There has always been sort of a way that Coach Carroll goes about his business here where teams are going to play loosey-goosey. You're not one of those Bill Belichickian, everything's on the finer tuned details of things. There's a good side to this where it's more free and open, but it's just not got that military regimented style that some fans are asking for, where this team's just going to suddenly lock in and play penalty free. It's just not the nature of how Coach Carroll puts his teams together. There's a good side to that. There's a bad side to that, but that's just the negative side to that. The plus side to that is the guys play a little more free and easy maybe on this. Just the downside, in what downside that there is that does exist, and maybe a player's kind of friendly coach that's not as much of that military hardline attitude on mistakes and penalties and that kind of thing. I do think some of the penalties today, Matty, were total BS. I don't think this was a well officiated game at all. King says, yeah, I definitely give credit about the fact the NFL has had a slower showing of offenses this season, so I guess expectations are higher than what they should be. Well, it's also hard too, King Bomber, because the trend's going where every year scoring goes up and up and up and up, and so that just starts to lend your mind to think, okay, every year offenses is going to be a powerhouse in explosiveness. This year, it's taken a hard left turn where scoring is down, red zone efficiency is in the trash can. And this is with the Dolphins out there lapping everybody every week. You know, artificially, theoretically pumping those numbers up a little bit. But it's been a down year for whatever reason is in play. You know, I was seeing theories out there that it was the cover 3 defense that set defenses back for 10 years because they didn't build on creativity. They tried to build to simplicity while offenses were building to complexity. And now finally the defenses are starting to kind of catch up to the complexity of the offenses. Could be the thing. DVD Forever, running more is the only thing that can fully help the O-line at this point. Simply for successful mindsets to carry through protections. Yes, sir. It helps everything out. You stay more committed to the ground game, you're more likely to find some success in that ground game at some point in the game. You stay more considered the ground game, you're less of the passing attempts, less of those chances of Geno to be out there and making these kind of bonehead throws that do pop up in the course of a game. Also, more than balanced to then keep the defense playing it a little bit more legitimate, right? You get to a 3-1 state of things. The defense is going to arrive at a point in the third quarter where they're going to start to pin their ears back and they're going to start to just basically ignore the threat of the run. And that's what's happened over the past couple of weeks here with this run game inefficiency. Josh says, hi, kitty. Josh says, what's up? You say hi, Josh? Can I get a hi, Josh? She's too tired, Josh. Eric Wilson says Gino was only sacked once, so what's the talk about the offensive line? The O-line did great today and had nothing to do with his interceptions. Drew would have scored 30 today with 50-plus yards rushing. Fair enough, Eric. Fair enough, man. Mo Maggot Yallin. Only 2 linebackers in Tier 0. That's Bobby Wagner and Ray Lewis. Let's go, man. Love it. Josh says, I don't think Hasselbeck was very good, honestly. That offensive line you had, I think his name was Walter Jones, was absolutely crazy. Yeah, Josh, remember we had both 2 Hall of Famers at the same time on that line in Hutchinson and Jones, which you guys may have right now yourself in Johnson and Kelsey. Rundaz, Mafe's been great. Joe, on the post-game show on the radio, Paul Moyer said JSN was getting open all game in a lot of the games, in fact. I also noticed this. I'll have to take a look back at the All-22. I haven't seen him just running wide open a ton. There's been moments Geno's missed him. But I have to look at the All-22 for sure on that. I think Moyer's in the stadium, so probably getting to see a little bit more of those overhead moments live. It's hard to tell from my spot. Jesse says, this is making me think about the poison pill and what the POS Vikings did to steal Steve Hutchinson. That still bothers me too. I always say we should have just called their bluff. Should have just matched the deal. Josh says, I remember reading in the Sports Illustrated magazine that Walter used to get back in shape during the offseason by pushing an SUV up hills. That's terrifying. That was indeed one of his ways he would do it. Yeah. He was a rare talent, man. One of the better left tackles in the sports history. No doubt about that. Charbonnet, 10 yards of carry. It's pretty good, Flag. It's pretty good. Eric Wilson on the GS run. How about the DK route? Did DK run the wrong route as well? I think DK was running the right routes today. The GSN one on the near pick 6 was one where GSN was supposed to carry through. That's what Gino's expecting. DK had an interception that he allowed this year where he just stopped on his route, which was completely on DK in the Cincinnati Bengal game on a post route. There's been bad throws in addition to this from Gino this year, so I don't want to say that just that there hasn't been the bad throws in there too, but it's also been that. Jarek Reed's such a dog on special teams, says Feed Me. How about that hit down there? Set the tone early on in the game. Love it. King says that's true. We can't make an accurate analysis because we don't know if that was on JSN or Gino. It is. I can't say it could be on Gino too. It could. It's undoubted Gino was expecting him to go through on his route. But was it maybe an option route where JSN's supposed to just sit down in the zone and Gino's in the wrong for carrying it through? Might be. That's the tough part about it without knowing the play call and what the adjustment designs are. Josh says, not the Eagles we carved up by Sam L. That guy's our kryptonite. He does. He turns into Superman when he plays you guys, Josh. You just got to, Josh, as we've learned in some of these games we've been playing the Cardinals this last week, man, you just got to survive in the divisional games, right? It's just about surviving because everybody knows everybody's tricks. Everybody's all aware of each other. You're not going to fool anybody. Just makes those games harder. Flag, I wonder if the Eagles would be willing to part with Milton Williams. Monkey D. Luffy says benching Gino is not the answer. He is that guy. I agree. The way we should look at this game through is that we won against the number 1 D in the game and shouldn't pick any one player to say they had a bad game. There was good and bad for all players today. Well said. Well, bloody said. Central Valley Kings, Gino's like Jimmy, Derek Carr, and Tannehill. He's a good quarterback, but just like Casey did with Alex Smith, if you can upgrade, you do it. Hopefully Purdy doesn't fall into that same category. King, yeah, there's a few things we need to fix, but it's not just one position. If we can get a little bit better, we can get over that hump. Just a little bit better across the board, King, rather than any major adjustment. I think that's a good way of putting it. A little bit better across the board. Clean up Gino's decision-making, get the pocket a little bit cleaner overall, which they're on the way to doing that, it seems like, and start running the ball a little bit more consistently. Bam, you get yourself right there. Don, Power Ranger, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. Welcome to the chat. You can't win the first quarter, can't win the second quarter, can't win the third quarter. Fourth quarter, you can win it. JL says, we will walk into Baltimore at 10 in the morning and punch the Ravens in the face. Just wait and see. Ooh, I love the confidence. The Valley Kings, I would rather have Geno instead of Prescott. He's overrated and audibles out of plays just to throw an INT. He thinks he's something he's not. At least Geno knows who he is as a quarterback. Yeah, I would take Geno over Dak as well. I'd take him as well over a couple of those other guys you mentioned above, including Jimmy Garoppolo. I think Geno's better than that. Anybody else says, yeah, we're all the Fire Pete boys now. Hey, no, Gino. Scooby Snacks. Yeah, I've seen some teams have 24-point+ lead in the first quarter and win just on those points. Yes, I believe that a team can win the game in the first quarter. Gabriel says the aggravating thing about Russ's diva vibes is that his diva side is almost completely covert. Behind his smiling persona is a passive-aggressive side that is evident in all of the off-season leaks. Well said. Well said. And yeah, Central Valley Kings, the cost does make a difference. I think Geno Smith's making the 17th highest amount of any quarterback in the sport this year. Got to put that in the perspective of it, that's for sure. Josh says, Dak, hey, that's something I can get behind. I hear about it every year, all year long on Facebook and our podcast. Cowboy fans love to remind us they have an overpaid average quarterback. It's the hard part about making the assessment here, Josh, when you have a young quarterback who has success, is you start to get in that thing of he is that superhero. He is that guy. I worry a little bit that maybe you guys fell into this game a little bit with Hurts, and we'll see on this, where it's a little bit of, no, it's the culmination of your supporting cast that gets you there. It's not necessarily this guy in himself is carrying everybody along over the top with him, which when you start to pay these quarterbacks that high water mark of the salary and make them a top 5 quarterback, they need to overcome, to me, the roster around them a little bit if they're going to expect to be paid double that of the next guy on their roster. And too often these guys are instead more reliant on the supporting cast around them, and that's the reality of it. But this is one of the great spots in the place to look at in the game for me, Josh. And how do we evaluate quarterbacks? What's the value of a quarterback? What's the expectation of a good quarterback? You know, who are the guys that truly are the difference makers at the position? Jamarcus says 100% agreed. Once Lucas comes back, we can get out of these tight sets even more. Also, Shane's play calling, in my personal opinion, has been bad. We run when we should pass and pass when we should run. Yeah, we've done a lot of talking in the stream, Jamarcus. It's been a lot of discussion about Geno's poor play. Geno's not doing this. Geno's not doing that. Geno could be doing here. Maybe it's time for Drew Lock. It'd be great if there could be an equivalent amount of discussion for Waldron. Because if you thought Geno Smith's not played well this year, if you thought Geno Smith should have been better this year, you should be applying all of that and more so to the way Waldron has called these games. I'll give him a little bit of credit in that he's had to deal with from behind the 8 ball in most of these games in the same way Geno has, and that when he has gone to the run, it hasn't consistently been there. And when he, and that it's been tough sailing in the pass protection game for Waldron. And that's going to make it a tougher game for him to call. But there's got to be some shade thrown his way on some of this stuff too. And I see it the same way with that, where his play calling this year has been disappointing compared to last year, in my opinion. There's not been the creativeness. There's not been the focus. They're trying to kind of do everything. And they're not doing anything they're not doing any one good thing good then at that point, because they are trying to be everything to everyone a little bit offensively. Ricky's got Penix as the second best prospect after Caleb. Wow, man. Even over Drake, huh? Let's go. Daniel says, I'm glad we got the win. I counted 3 to 4 iffy penalties against us at pivotal moments. Am I just being a homer, or would you say the number is accurate? The number is accurate, Daniel. And I was having to fight my good senses and dignity not to lose my shit during the stream and get super pissed off, because it was starting to get to be a bit much. No, I saw the same. And it was dumb. Washi, what do you think about the Niners and Rams' future? I think they're effed because of the backloaded contracts and lost draft capital. They're very top-heavy and old rosters. I think I'd give the Rams a little bit more of their future's looking okay, I think, because they've bit the bullet this offseason for the most part. Washi, there's still some future contractual money obligations that are going to be tough for them. No doubt about that. But I think they're starting to turn themselves in a direction where they can turn things around a little bit faster at this point. The Niners are going into the end of their Super Bowl window run. And what that means is that you get to the end of the run, you've got some bloated contracts, you got some older players, but they're still in their run right now. That does make this year very important for the Niners. If they get through this year, do I think that they still go into next year able to be just as good, be just as ready? I don't know about that. I mean, it's no guarantee. To me, there's a good chance a 36-year-old Trent Williams probably retires after this year. And all those guys are moving a little bit more further and deeper through their prime. So this is really a year where the Niners have got to make this stick. It's very rare you're going to get 10 straight years of competing at top-notch elite status. Niners are in like year 5 or 6 here. So time is winding down for them. And then at that point, they're just in the beginning stages of turning things over. Rams are much, much more further along. But understandable why the Niners haven't turned things over, because they're in their window. I wouldn't expect them to do so. DVD says Hasselbeck had 2 perfect QBRs in 2006. He could put some good games together, man. I like Hasselbeck. This is Vikings let Russ cook, and he ended up burning the food. I was a Pete over Russ person, but Pete's age worried me. I would love to see Russ winning and replacing the head coach, probably general manager. It was a deeply seated battle between even the fan base on that one, brother. Scooby Snacks, hey, B, what are your thoughts on this up-and-coming Ravens game? Do you think we have a shot at 6-2? I think we have a shot at it, but I'm not going to predict that we're going to win this game. I think the Ravens have right now showed themselves to be one of the best teams in the NFL so far this year. That being the case, I think it's going to be tough. They challenge us in the ways that we have some weaknesses in at times across the board, and it makes me concerned. So I think we can give them a good battle. I think it'll be a close fight, but this is one of the reasons this game was so very important to come away with the win, to give yourself the breathing room against some of these tougher matchups. But this is the toughest in an upcoming schedule that's hellaciously tough. This was the toughest matchup on the board because you are going on the road at 10 a.m. and the Ravens are as good as they are. Jamarcus White, what do you think about us picking up Michael Penix? He's deadly accurate, especially on the deep ball, but he also might be 26 plus by the time he takes over as a starter for the Hawks. His age and the injury concerns are the main issues at the forefront of here, Jamarcus. And you didn't have those things that we were talking about or in consideration of, we would feel a lot better about Penix being taken. I don't think Penix lasts outside of the top 20, Jamarcus. And because I think we're going to be picking outside the top 20, we don't have an opportunity to select him. I think it's going to go Caleb Williams, Drake May, and Michael Penix as your three quarterbacks. And somebody in that top 15, if you look at Jamarcus, look at the teams that are bad right now that'll be picking in the top 20, and then look at how many of those teams desperately need a quarterback. And that is as much as anything which will drive it. And with the season he's putting together, the epic year he seemingly is going to be putting together here, I think he's going to push his stock up enough, even with the injuries and even with the age, because the injuries haven't come into effect so far. If he gets through healthy this year, they haven't affected him since going back to when he was like at Ohio or something like that. So it's been a bit of a time since the injury thing has come up. Maybe he's gotten over the hump on that one a bit. The age thing is an issue, but I don't think it'll be enough of an issue because he's just going to have too good of a year and he'll have 2 great years of production in college, which will make teams feel all that much more warm and fuzzy. If he were to slide to us in the first round at 24-25 and we were to take him at that point, I'm good with it. I'm perfectly okay taking him there because I think he's a top 20 talent. But I don't know if he's going to last that long. Demaine Henderson, our run defense is suspect. I don't know, man. You average less than 4 yards a carry. Yeah, you got a lot of yards total, but it took him a lot of carries to get there, Demaine. And we're still going to remain, coming off the other side of this, one of the most efficient teams at stopping the run in the entire sport. Phoebe says Gino threw the ball for trust because he knew Myles Garrett was offside, so he thought it was a free play. Stupid, but the refs should have called it. Should have called it, that's for sure. Makes a little more sense why Gino would have made that throw if he thought it was a free play. DVD B, you're awesome, amazing, and the absolute best at responding to your chat. Gino's plenty good, and you're about 12% better than Gino. Well, thank you, man. I'll take the 12%. Always will take the 12%. Josh says those division games really are a different animal. You're absolutely right. You just got to stick it out and get the dub. You got to remember that. And I'm sure you got some of your Eagle fan base tonight, Josh, that's wringing their hands a little bit. You know, Washington giving us a hard time. Oh my God, what is going to, but you got to, this is the way it goes across the league. And you'll see these matchups happen often. Like Josh, for instance, look at the Denver Broncos taking on the Chiefs. The Broncos there's no business beating this Chiefs team, that Bronco team this year. They gave up 70 to the Dolphins, but just weird things happen in these divisional matchups. Familiarity breeds contempt, which breeds a usually closely fought game. Central Valley Kings, we have all of our draft picks. 49ers have 3 third round and 2 fourth because of the compensation. We let players walk, and our minority coaches get hired as head coaches, and front office people get hired as general managers. Yeah, you guys do good with that little minority thing. You do very good with that little minority draft pick compensation game you play, Central Valley Kings. Very well done. Very well done. King Bong, what are your thoughts on bringing Evan Brown back, but to play left guard? He's not as good at left guard as he is at center. Center is his strongest position. And that's straight from his own mouth on that. He can play some guard for you there, but he's kind of getting by. And whoever we go to left guard next, I don't want to just be getting by at. I'd like to, even if it's just to find a guy that's a young talent there, find somebody with some talent to be a bit more, doesn't have to be a star potential there, but just to be more of a top-end talent there rather than a get-by spot. I also think King Bomber, he's going to get paid a decent contract to play center somewhere, if not for us, after this year. So there's no reason for him to want to slide to starting at left guard either. His value will be more at center. Daniel says, I think Gino needs to play better. And, oh, by the way, thank you, DVD, for your kind comments on that, by the way. I don't know if I totally gave you on that, but appreciate you on that. Brandon Moody says, I buy all my last-minute wins on the JSN network. I dial the number now while supplies last. Ooh, good one there, Brandon. Just in time. Daniel says, I think Geno plays better for us to have a real chance as contender. I think Geno needs to play better for us to have a real chance as contenders. I believe he can. If our defense can turn it around, then yes, Geno can return to form. Well said, Daniel, and I see it the same very well. Josh says, I'm actually with you completely. Hurts has been rather inaccurate this year. He's had completions, but it's largely because we have AJ and Devontae who can go get anything anywhere. This is a little bit of what surprised me, Josh, about the rush to go sign Hurts to the contract extension right now, because you walked down this road already with Carson Wentz, where you tried to get out ahead of that situation and decided prematurely that he was the man, he was the guy, rather than realizing at the time the way you got to that Super Bowl. The fact that Nick Foles could go in there, and I know Nick Foles went into the zone for that playoffs, but the fact that Nick Foles could go onto that team because you had that line in place, because you had the skill position players in place to make it happen and get it done. And this is the big mistake I see a lot of fans make across the sports. It's the mistake, Josh, that the Cowboys made, right? You can make the argument that the most efficient version of Dak Prescott was the rookie year version of Dak Prescott. Why? Because he had the most stacked roster up around him. And it's to me one of the most important evaluation spots of the quarterback position now in the modern era that gets completely lost. Because we think about it, I'm fighting this fight right now with my own chat, Josh, throughout the stream of the quarterback. There's an expectation of these quarterbacks with their capes flapping in the wind and laser beams shooting out their eyes. And there's just really few of those guys truly out there. But all of the guys that are next guys up just goes out saying that they get paid. And then they get paid and their contract starts to kick in and the team starts to have to remove those assets that were the same assets that helped to make them strong, that were the same assets that helped them to soar. And people don't kind of end up putting that math together of the 1 + 1 = 2. I pay my guy $55 million. I have a less of a line. I have less playmakers. He's not as good. But that's the price Dak and the Cowboys have had to pay with him taking that contract like he has. I think it is a place I worry about with you guys. I like Hurts, Josh. And I mean, he balled out that Super Bowl. I mean, he freaking was amazing in that Super Bowl with his performance. And I think he is a good quarterback in this league. But is he a guy back there that I think you should be paying $55 and $60 million to? No. Is that to me a bit of an overpayment at that point for what he gives you? Yeah, it is. And I think if you have no AJ Brown on that field and no Kelsey on that field, does he become much more reduced as a player? Just removing just those two guys off the field. If you saw them not on the field on a consistent basis, how does that team look now with Hurts as the quarterback? And I don't think they drop off. I'm not saying they fall off, but I'm saying that his performance and his ability and what he's done is a lot gets driven by that supporting cast. And not just him, but it's that way everywhere. It's my way. It's the way I'm looking at my team with Geno Smith and his success this year. And a lot of people in my own fan base say I'm just making excuses for Geno, but I'm saying it more of I'm consistent in this, that the quarterback position is not simply driven by just the quarterback being brilliant out there, that this is not basketball of 5-on-5 and we've got a LeBron or Jordan that's going to go out there and just carry it. It's not the way it works, not in football. So Valley King says, Dak's a trailer, not a tractor. He can't pull his team to wins and instead needs his team to pull him. It's well said. Well said. Daniel, I think Waldron is lacking the rhythm of when to call what. If Geno cleans up the loose ends and Waldron finds his rhythm and our defense continues to improve, watch out. That's what needs to happen, Daniel, and that's the way I see it as well. Let things kind of get cleaned up, let it improve, let it come together. And just little minor adjustments. These ain't major things we've got to do, just minor adjustments. Commitment to the running game. Being a little more creative offensively speaking. Finding your rhythm. DVD Forever says, I asked for one freaking thing that's woolen with freaking laser beams attached to their freaking heads. So what do we have? James, if the rookie cornerback doesn't drop a sure easy pick 6, we lose this game. Whole season could hinge on that play. We're number 2 seed in the NFC. Wow. Big difference. And you're right, James. If that pick 6 goes back the other way, we probably lose that game. Very true. DVD Witherspoons and they're ill-tempered. JS says the quarterbacks go through the progressions. If the third or fourth dude gets open before he gets there, but is covered by the time he does, can't really blame the quarterback, right? Nope. That's why it's so important on having the pre-snap progression read locked in the right way. And the quarterback reading the coverage and then sometimes having that inform the progression read. Says the Vikings, Pete rebuilt this team and Kyle and Lynch rebuilt the Niners. I don't know if McVay can rebuild the Rams. They were just poorly coached and already had the talent and just traded for elite players. We'll see. I do like McVay as an offensive mind, but we'll see if he can turn it over. I do like the fact Central Valley Kings, they didn't go through another year and say, hey, let's go for it again. They did the whole mortgaging the future thing. They made that whole choice to do that. And you got to give them props. By mortgaging their future, they got themselves a Super Bowl win on the back of doing it. But now they have done the nice thing here, which is let's cut bait. Let's move off the bad contracts in the books that we don't like. Let's get out from under this bad cap situation. Let's get back around to having our draft picks back in tow. Let's back to having some money to spend out on the open market. I think them choosing to go a little bit faster into rebuild mode will help them in turning this around a little quicker, but they still have to make the right choices, the right picks, the right signings. We'll see. Josh says Jets having a down year and may be a blessing in hindsight. Get a young quarterback, let him watch Aaron Rodgers for a year. Maybe there, Josh. I mean, they're 4-4 now. They may not be in a position to go get that young quarterback. I do think Central Valley Kings, the more than McVay failing on being able to put this rebuild together, my wonder with McVay, just had a kid, guy that's flirted with retirement already. Is he really want to stay there for the next 3 or 4 years to see this whole thing through? He's flirted with multiple times back-to-back off seasons with moving on. Team Bomber, who do you think we could patch left guard with? I think next year Olatimi and Bradford are going to be our center, right guard, with Cross Lucas. I think we'll have to go young, King Bomber, or try to find somebody in free agency. They're not on our roster right now. Tim Harsh, woo, my Browns almost stole that one. Good game, Hawks. Hey, you played a great game, Tim. And don't fire Stefanowski this year, man. He has a great offensive mind, I think. And you guys didn't come into this game with the offensive talent to kind of match us. But I thought he did a lot of great manufacturing for you guys on that game, down to his, third running back. No Watson, no Chubb. I got to give him props. And I think your Browns team put up a hell of an effort against my Hawks team today. You guys certainly played just enough to win this game. We were able to just steal it through at the end. So well-fought game by you. You guys got nothing to hang your hats on, or no reason to hang your heads out there. You should feel really good about your team. And hopefully Watson can get back. Because if he gets back to healthy, makes you a bit of a different team in your outlook, especially with the defense playing as one of the best in the league. Have a good night, Scooby Snacks. Appreciate you, man. Hope you have a good night. Sister Valley Kings, McVay's a great coach. Sorry. Dan Bay's the Chiefs playing chess. McVay's a great coach. I meant Jeff Fisher. Oh, yeah, I know what you meant on that. And that's true. That's what was kind of going on there. And the bad coaching and bad years did give him some picks there to get him set up in a good way. I think McVay's good at what he does, though. He's a good coach. And you agree. Daniel says the Chiefs playing chess. They let go of their winning streak against the Broncos if that means denying them the ability to draft Caleb Williams. Laughing out loud. That's some 10D chess right there. Oh, Lordy. JL says, Gino put his cape on for that last drive when it mattered most. Got it done under pressure. Hell yeah, he did. Josh says, completely agree. We have weapons at just about every position on offense. Matiliata, I can't ever say his name, but he's a great left tackle for you guys. He's a great offensive line. Obviously, Kelsey and Lane on the offensive line. Then you have AJ, Devontae, Goddard. I worry when we don't. This is what, to me, brings about ultimately offensive success, is what you have around you. And, Josh, I've said there's so many examples you can find around the league of this, Josh. I'm making the argument, for instance, this year, Josh, a big argument I've been making. Most of our games, we've been down 3/4, 4/5, 5/5 of our offensive line. And yeah, you've had your skill positions in Lockett and DK and JSN, but your line has been in tatters through most of this season. And it doesn't resonate always with the folks that disagree with me on my channel on this for my Seahawks contingent. Maybe you'll agree with it. But you take a Tom Brady who gets to handpick Tampa Bay. And why does he? Part of the reason he picks Tampa Bay is the stacked roster defensively, but part of it is also the shape that offensive line is going to be in. He's got Ryan Jensen, all-pro center. He's got Ali Marpet, all-pro, all-world right guard. He's got now Tristan Wirfs coming in because Tampa Bay no doubt told him, hey, we'll draft a tackle in addition to this and help you out. He comes in and has one of the better offensive lines in place and helps get that team to the Super Bowl. Then he comes back the very next year, and what happens, Josh? Ryan Jensen goes down in training camp. Ali Marpet retires. He loses Tristan Wirfs by the first game, gone for the year. And then you see Tom Brady in a much more diminished state, looking like Father Time had finally kind of caught up to him. Was the Father Time caught up to him? Or was that he lost the big part of the supporting aspect that he needed to carry forward? Because he still had Mike Evans. He still had Godwin. Still had Gronk. But supporting cast matters. It really does. The good news for you, Josh, is that even if those guys do start to get older, your Lane Johnsons, the Kelsey retires, that you have in Roseman a guy who is very aggressive, which I love, and who has been awesome in his draft. I mean, Josh, one of my favorite guys coming out of this last draft, one of the guys that I thought could eventually be maybe even a star in this league, under the radar that I just loved his tape on, was Sidney Brown. It's not even your guys' third or fourth most important pick for you guys out of this just last draft alone. So, yeah, I would be worried about that too, Josh, but you got a guy in Roseman who's the amount of trades he wins and what he does might just get to a point that he just beats the doors off of all these general managers and trades. Nobody wants to make any trades with him. Tim, we are still partying out here. We go long here out the Pacific Northwest. Big Boy Jess, should we re-sign Damian Lewis and Jordan Brooks to a contract extension before the offseason? No, Big Boy Jess. Wait till the offseason to make any signings or moves. And I don't know if you're going to have the money to kind of retain either of those two guys at this point. Damian, not as much. You might have the money with Damian, but I don't know if he's a fit for what you want to have here at the left guard role. And Jordan's just going to cost a freaking buttload of money. 12 says the 12th man is the real deal, says Tim. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate that. Game Bomber says, did you see D-Hop's quote about how they wrote me off? I feel like Gino. Somebody was mentioning that earlier. That's pretty cool of him to mention that. Daniel says, it might be already have been said, but my conclusion from the 2 Geno interceptions was, damn, those were impressive defensive plays. Just glad that pick 6 was dropped. Me too, man. And good defensive plays is right. You know, great defensive call too on the interception where you're bringing the blitz on the front side. You drop the zone drop blitz out with the defensive tackle. Those defensive tackles always drop in zone. They never make a play on the ball. The guy not only tipped the ball up, but then was able to make the catch in addition to that. Tremendous play. Jamarcus says, Trey Brown's been possibly the most underrated Seahawk this year. He's been great as far as coverage goes. Also coming up in big moments, batting balls down and picking off Goff and Burrow. He's been great, man. Love what I see from Trey Brown. Secondary is locked in. Everyone's got their role at this point. DVD says, just trust in this team. Even if you're doubting a certain player, it's Pete. And in Pete, we trust. Just lean on the run more. Is it me or is the only sensible hope for Shane? I think that's a good sensible hope for Shane, man. I do. Brian says, I really appreciate the long content. I have trouble sleeping with no background noise, and it's perfect. Appropriate you more than you know. Well, thank you, brother. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad that it resonates, man. I love doing these. I really do. Tim says, I agree. Stefanowski is the guy with all of those third stringers. I appreciate your kind words. I like what your team does overall. I like the moves they make overall. They get hammered for the Deshaun Watson move, for instance, and the thing that I've been saying on that is, what were they supposed to do? They had a roster rounding into shape, needed a quarterback. Where was the other quarterback to be had? Were they going to draft Malik Willis or Desmond Ridder or Kenny Pickett in that draft? You know, you weren't in the position to go get it. You made an aggressive move. I liked it. And Stefanski today, Tim, with the misdirection and taking advantage of the aggressive nature of the Hawks defense, that's a coach watching film, recognizing something on film, and then making a play call with lesser talent because of the injury situation, because he's just lesser talent at the skill positions, and making it work. And that was very impressive to me. The way he set our defense up like that, taking advantage of that. Teams are going to take a page out of that as we go forward. Our ability to defend the screen is going to be tested throughout the course of this year because of what they did in this game. And that's what good coaches should do. Good coaches should be able to raise up the level of talent, to help them make them better, to put them in positions to succeed. And I think Stefanski, when I look at his time there, Tim, I know he had his best start to you when he first walked in the door and got you in the playoffs first thing, and it's been a little bit of a muddled approach since then. But I just feel like it's not his fault. And it's hard to find good coaches in this league. And it's really easy to just constantly want to just change out to a new and bail out of a guy because he hasn't done well enough for us. But there's always reasons, there's always context. It's the hardest thing to get to in sports. and trying to not just come to that clear, simplistic approach to whether to make a change or not, but to get to the depths of it. But I think you got a good team. I think you got a good coach. I think you guys are headed in a good direction. Jail says, I would love to hear more of your thoughts on the quarterback progressions. Would make a good video. No pressure. By the end of the week, should be fine. Sounds good, JL. Sounds good. I will, I'll maybe try to come up with something on that. And it's a little harder on the progression reads because you don't know the rule of thumbs always for what's going to dictate the progressions. You have your progressions is how you set it up with the quarterback beforehand. And okay, you're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. But sometimes that progression can change if you get a blitz and now the progressions is forcing you over to the hot route first, which then if the progression was supposed to go 1 to here, well, if your hot's over to here, then you're probably going to the next progression to near that guy rather than going 1 back over here, back to 3, back to 4, let's say, right? You always want it to go down in a certain bump, 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 like a domino a bit. But, it is hard to know exactly always the progression read. You try to watch the quarterback's head that guides you a little bit, but it's hard to know for certain without having the play call. Diego says, took a bit for JSN's first touchdown. Looking forward to Charbonnet's first touchdown. We have to use our running back and running back two more often. Man, go Hawks. I agree with you there, Diego. I see it the same way. I think most of us do as well, too. Well said, man. Neutro, the O-line, unsung hero today. They're pretty good. Swedish says, I love that KC losing to Denver. Prevent the number 1 pick conspiracy theory. Sean Payton trying to tank and getting out tanked by Andy Reid is hilarious to me. Pretty funny. I don't know if the Chiefs purposely did it, but it'd be hilarious if they did. I can't see it being the case, but you never know, man. James says Sharp should be running back 1, not a knock on K9. Just Sharp's style of play is more in classic Seahawks style. Still plenty of carries for K9, though. I don't know, man. They seem to be running with K9. May the best team win, Josh. That's the way I look at it, too, brother. Man, I got a lot of respect for what you guys do on that side of it. You're a smartly run organization, and I love smartly run organizations. Josh says Sidney Brown is a heat-seeking missile in the secondary. He just has to take it down a half a step. He's tending to oversue, but he'll get it over time. I loved him a lot, man. He was one of those guys. It's easy kind of, Josh, to, designate those guys that everyone has targeted as sort of the first-round guys and be like, oh, yeah, Jalen Carter's going to be a star. Like, yeah, no duh. As long it was easy enough to see with Jalen because he's the on-the-field performance was undeniable. It was all about the off-the-field performance with him, right? And if he could hold up his end of the bargain with that. But Sidney was a guy to me that when I went and looked at the Illinois Illini team out there on the college scene, and they had some good players on that defense, and certainly we got one of them in Witherspoon, Josh. But Sidney, to me, there was times with him, Carroll ended up making like a Polamalu comparison with Witherspoon, but it was to me Sidney Brown that looked like Polamalu in that defense in the way that he played. And aggressive as hell. You could play him in the slot. You could kind of move him all around all over the place. But he just played the game the way you want these football players to play it. Dre says, Gino has 3 game-winning touchdown drives. That's the most in the NFL since 2021. Let's go, Dre. He maybe didn't ring over a lot of people with the performance today as much as I would like to see with those folks that are still ardent anti-Genoites. But the place I said after this game, Dre, that's undeniable with it is that the whole narrative out there that he can't bring you back in the game. And this was the thing that existed now for a year and a half with Gino of, well, when the chips are down, when he's got to get you a drive, he's going to fail. When times are rough, he gets to running. Right? If that's the case, he's not getting you a touchdown drive. And this was the same thing with the Lions game too there, Dre, right? Where not just merely getting you down to get you the field goal, getting the touchdown, putting the exclamation point on it. And he's done a couple of those now over the past couple of years. And that narrative is one that's starting to kind of pitter away, which I'm glad to see. DVD B got to go, only because I'd like to dream of this channel being brought down to the field for a meet and greet. And then just punch some ref for no reason to set the tone. Oh, I'd do it, DVD. No, I would do it. They got it coming, I tell you. They got it coming. Brian says, oops, accidentally said inappropriate, meant appropriate. Need to sleep. Have a great night, man. Thank you, Brian. You have a good one, too. Appreciate you. Yeah, the Rams got beat up today, Josh. That Cowboys team is one that's dangerous in the respect of if they get on top of you, They can just put down their foot on your throat and you're toast. And it's almost the key with the Cowboys is either getting the lead early or just staying note for note without the game, just kind of outlast them a little bit. But if you get down by a touchdown or two, they will lay the kill shot down. We are still up, Eric. We're still up. James, by points allowed, Baltimore is the best defense in the league. Offense solid 2, top 6, destroyed Lions, solid beat at Cincy, and routed Cleveland. Healthy team, got our hands full next week. That is a great way of putting it. And that is for sure. Josh, you're with me, man. We got to get these refs in line. You know what I mean? Get these refs in line. You know what I'm talking about, Josh? Okay? I'm not trying to bring up a sore point for you on this, but, no secondary holding calls on either two teams in the Super Bowl all last year. All last year, not one call the whole game. And then on the pivotal game-changing play, they call your team for defensive holding. How effing convenient, right? Daniel says, I think Charbonnet would have more carries if the coaching staff knew his real name. No sane person leaves Cambodian beef stick on the bench. But I also love me some Walkers, so can't complain. Hey, I'm a ski or surf guy, right? Walker or Charbonnet, just give me more carries. I don't care which one you give them to. Just for the love of God, give them more carries. UD says, 12s, we love you. Please keep hope and trust in Gino this year. We have all bad days he still overcame. Be a true 12 forever. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, man. Go Hawks. Josh, you should be salty about it. The NFL did it in back-to-back years. I know you're not going to, maybe you've been aware of this fact. I'm sure you have because it's probably been talked about in the Eagles fan base. But they did the same thing the prior year to the Bengals. You went through a whole game, no defensive holding in the secondary, and then you get the pivotal point, a pivotal play in the game, and then suddenly you call it for the very first time. It's the thing that drove me crazy about our game today, Josh, where the officials are doing the same kind of crap. They set the baseline of, we're going to let them play in the secondary. We're going to let things go. And then you suddenly, when it's convenient, decide you're going to call things to the letter of the law. That's not right. And all fans can kind of see a standard being set on the game for how the officials are choosing to call it. I've often referenced, Josh, it's like baseball. Different guys behind the plate, different umpires are going to have their strike zones in different places. But they'll always kind of set the standard of what the strike zone will be. Oh, this guy goes a little lower. Oh, this guy's got a little wider zone. Oh, this guy's a little bit tighter. But you learn from like the first couple of innings of how the guy's going to call the game. And then you're able to operate under the assumption of how that's going to play out going forward. But it's like sometimes these officials, they'll call it, it's like an official that umpire by the play is going to call a tight game for the first 3 innings and then widen the zone for 3 innings and then tighten it back up or tighten it up for one team but loosen it up for another team. That don't work. That don't work. And James Valvis is going to be a tough game against the Baltimore Ravens this week. I'm going to have a hard-pressed time to say that I'd mark this down as a W. It's going to be a tough game. Tough game. All right. Well, I think it is a good time here to go ahead and finish it up. We are 6 hours in. I'm about 12 hours into streaming here today on 3 different shows. So I definitely am going to wrap it up on this. I want to thank all the folks in here who came in today. We had a ton of folks in. Dwight Howard, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I know you've been having a little bit of a rough road last week, but appreciate you jumping aboard over here on my side of it. And thank you guys for a great stream out here. I know that this discussion isn't always fun and easy on the Geno talk, and it can get a little bit dicey. And I just do appreciate that we were able to keep things respectful here for the most part over the stream show, even though I know there's some divided opinions on this one. And as divided as those opinions are, and as passionate as my fan base is, and I love my 12s because there's no doubt about it, they are very, very passionate. We're 5-2. We are the second best team in the NFC by our record as it stands right now, nearly halfway through the season. Can this team get better? Yeah. Can the running game get more consistent? Yeah. Can Geno Smith play cleaner brand of football? Can he play a better brand of football? Yeah. Yeah. But you're 5-2. You're in first place of the NFC West. You got a daunting schedule up ahead of you, and we are going to learn about who this team is and what this team is. They're not going to get this through by playing a back-end, bottom-line schedule of just teams that are cellar dwellers all the way through. No. You got Ravens next week. You got the Cowboys on the road. You've got the Eagles at home. You got 2 games up against the San Francisco 49ers. We will learn what this team is and who they are. And then we can make our determination about what to do going into the future. We either become contenders this year, we either start to ascend here and now the Super Bowl window begins to crack open now, or we got more work to be done, but we will learn. The good news is we've done some great work already. 5-2, first place, everything in this season within our grasp. Everything, including even the bye that exists here in this NFC. It is all right there for the taking. And you have a team at 5-2 that hasn't even played a complete game yet. You have a team at 5-2 that hasn't even had both the offense and the defense playing well at the same time in any one given game throughout the course of this year. Just imagine, my fellow 12s, what happens when that occurs. Could be a pretty remarkable team that we see come together this year. I don't know if it'll happen, but I can see the echoes. I can see it just about coming into frame. It's like a picture that's the colors and the outlines are coming in more and more and more. And it seems like it's getting closer. And I don't know if it'll get there, but it seems like it's there to be had, like it could occur. It'll be fun to watch it unfurl. I appreciate all the discussion out there. James Valvis, thank you so much. Tim Harsh, congrats out there to your Cleveland team. I think you're going to get in the playoffs this year. I think you're still one of the better teams in the AFC. Get Deshaun Watson healthy, get him back in there, and then let's see what your team can do at that point. I appreciate the talk from you too, Mr. Josh Sass as well. Good luck to your Eagles team. Like I said, a lot of respect for all your organization has run out there. Brandon Moody says, run the walker. Run it. JL, you have a good one. Brandon Moody, you're the man. No, you the man. I appreciate you as well out there, DVD Forever. And Brian Koski, man, thank you so much. Youngt, appreciate you, man. We were spoiled to have you. I'm spoiled to have you. I have just the insane amount of support on this channel. I get more donations and more support and more people just being so nice and kind to me than I could have ever expected to do in this channel. We just crossed 14,000 subscribers. I find myself nothing if but humbled by the support, by the love, by my fellow 12s. It makes my voice just about shake when I think about the amount you guys, help out and support this channel and just show and just really have my back in every way, shape, and form. And you guys have so since I started this channel 4 years ago, since day one. It's not lost on me. It's always appreciated. I get these $50 donations. I get these multiples over, these 20s and these 5 to 10, and it just a thank you just never seems like enough. You guys have allowed me here with this channel to pursue my dream, and we're having the greatest growth on this channel that we've ever had. We got sponsorship. I'm doing Bleacher Report guest spots. It's really, really running right and running great, and I want you guys to know we're just getting warmed up. We're just getting started, and I got some big-time plans ahead for this channel and where we're going, and I thank you all for all that tremendous support that you bring to the table, and you bring it every show, every week, every time without fail. I could never ask for more than what you guys have done for this channel. Far surpassed my wildest dreams on what you guys have been able to bring here, and it allows me to do this 24/7. It's going to be a fun week chopping this up, my fellow 12s. We got a lot to discuss, a lot to turn over, and oh, by the way, the trade deadline is going down the next 48 hours. Let's see what happens. Let's see if Trader John has got a crazy ace right up that sleeve that he's getting ready to pop on out and drop that royal flush on the table and take ourselves a nice little asset, which might just put us up over the top. Let's see where the season goes, my fellow 12s. It's going to be exciting to watch, but I know we'll be watching it together. I thank you all for your support. I thank you for watching. I appreciate you doing me that favor and slam that like button on the way out the door. If you're not subbed up, get subbed on up like Mr. Dwight Howard has just done. So I appreciate you for doing that, Dwight. I'll be back here on Tuesday. We got a double dip of shows coming Tuesday. We're going behind enemy lines. I'm going to go talk to a Ravens YouTube channel out there, Sip2Tally Films. So we discussing with him a little bit of these Ravens team and what we got on store for the upcoming week. B&B show on Tuesday with a post-game final wrap-up here of this game. But until that time, I hope you don't ever forget. Hope you don't get lost. You shouldn't have to. When you got a first-place team on deck right now, when you got that Niner team now in second place, I shouldn't have to remind you about this. I shouldn't have to say, hey, don't you forget, but I'm going to let you know anyway. If there's one person out there forgets, that's one too many. I need all 12s riding with me. I want everyone on the bandwagon. I don't care if you're late to arriving. I don't care if you started this year thinking nothing will happen. Get on board now. Better late than never. We're heading places here. We're doing things. I appreciate you guys. I love you guys, but I hope beyond all else, you never forget. Go Hawks.